It's on. How about now? Better? Perfect. All right. Let's start over. So good afternoon, everyone. Our call to order the Planning Commission meeting of September 22nd, 2022. Just take this moment to remind everybody, cell phones, pagers, any noise-making device, please make sure it's off or in the silent position so we're not distracted. And we'll go ahead and start out the meeting with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Danny Guerretti.
Here.
Mr. John Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Peter Hansel.
Here.
Mr. Jonathan Moody.
Here.
Mr. Christopher Poole. Mr. Chris Williams.
Here.
Chairman Charles Gray.
Okay. Do we need to do proof of publication too?
The items were published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 16th, 2022, August 3rd, 2022, August 17th, 2022, September 7th, 2022, September 11th, 2022, and/or certified mailings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the Planning Commission is appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. We meet twice a month. The Planning Commission serves as the local planning agency, and they hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development code amendments, rezonings, and conditional use requests. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. If anyone is in opposition to any comprehensive plan amendment, land development code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where the Planning Commission transmits a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, it is important that you attend the appropriate Board of County Commissioners hearing. Do we have any minutes to approve? I think there's one set of minutes.
So move to approve the August, 18th minutes. Second.
Okay, any other comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, before we get started on the agenda, is there anybody here to speak or give public comment on any item that is not on the agenda today? Okay, looks like we have two of you. Whoever wants to come up first, go ahead and come up to the podium, please. You'll be sworn in, right? And before we start, when she gets up to the podium, if there's anybody here that's going to give testimony today or present today, please stand so we can swear everybody in, and we'll swear everybody in all at once.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm Nancy Hazelwood, 34110 A Nice Place, Dade City. I've got a list of complaints, I'm sorry. First off, I drove an hour and a half over here because something that should have been on my side of the county wasn't there. I would appreciate it if you would just get a standard thing going on. You changed it one time before in the past. I've been doing this for 15, 20 years now. And it's a lot better for your citizens if you have it in the area where the application is coming from. So I've heard that, we can do it over the internet, but our internet is not reliable. So I'd appreciate it if you would take another look at this and try to do something for your citizens. I hope you get your website fixed soon. That's been kind of frustrating. I'm sure you all have noticed it too. Let's see. I would like to request that one or more of staff get together with the Northeast Rural Group, and we can bring in people from all over, just once a month or once every 4 months. I've been asking this probably for the last 10 years. We have issues. We'd like to get together with one staff. It can rotate staff. It can do whatever you want. But I don't think it's without value asking for y'all to meet with your citizens. And if y'all want to come, we'd love to have you. I've heard the reasons why the county can't do these things. And I think the county government is here for the citizens that live here. And if your rules and regulations do not benefit the majority of people that live here in this wonderful county, then you ought to change your rules and regulations so they benefit us. Citizens come first. We have a wonderful county. Let's try to keep it that way and meet with your citizens more often. You used to. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you. And I guess just to comment quickly on the location of the meetings, we will revisit that. I know at one time there was a policy for each side of the county. I think with COVID and with the virtual meetings, that kind of got put to the side, but we can revisit that again when the chairman's back, I believe.
I think it is still the staff's policy that for controversial items, that they be on the side of the county that where the application is. However, I think this is a very unique circumstance where there was a notice issue, and Mr. Pitos can probably address it in more detail, but it was originally scheduled to be in Dade City, but then there was a notice issue, which is why it ended up being in Newport Richey. But I think, Mr. Pitos, you concluded that this, from a distance standpoint, this side of the county is actually closer to the subject application than Dade City is.
Yes, that's correct. There was a notification issue associated with one of the projects on today's agenda. And that in actuality, both as the crow flies, but then also in terms of driving distance, this was actually, the West Pasco Governance Center was actually closer to the subject site than the Dade City Historic County Courthouse.
And to be clear, we're talking about the Hale Collier MPUD, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the other two items, there's staff here, and they have made notes, and they'll address the other two items that you brought up. Okay. Okay, who's next?
Mr. Chair, just wanted to mention that we do also have a person on WebEx who also wants to provide public comment about something that's not on today's agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Henry Byrne. I live at 3440 Monte Rio Street, Newport Richey. I was in here 2 months ago complaining about my neighborhood. The roads are atrocious. We had rain the other day. We have a corner in our neighborhood that's been flooding since I was 14 years old. I'm 57. When it floods, it would take that corner, maybe 1 or 2, 3 houses. During Debbie, the 100-year flood, Hurricane Elena, all these storms, it may have came up 9 houses. Well, this other day, it was over 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet long, 81 feet wide. A river running through my neighborhood, going into people's homes. And then the other side, Seven Springs, was closed off. So 800 homeowners were trapped. So I got to tell this neighbor just turned 100 years old. Sorry, honey, the county said this is normal. You can't go out today. When are you guys going to do something about Veterans Village, Seven Springs Boulevard? It's on the news. It's everywhere. It's flooded. There's traffic. Let's see. A guy hit a guy on a bicycle. A lady turned around to help that guy. He stole her car, took off with it, rolled it, and hit another car. But yet we don't have traffic problems. This is where little kids go to school. This was right by a private school, which I still don't understand how the county allowed to go into my neighborhood. Somebody sold our rec center for $1.9 million. I didn't get a dime of it. I've been in that neighborhood for 42 years. We got a school in there, we got businesses in there, and it's not even zoned for a business. It's not even C2 zoning. How do you guys get away with this stuff? If you look, Rowan Road, beautiful. Past Seven Springs, East Lake, beautiful. Seven Spring, that's how the road is. Patched, patched, patched. There's lawn in there that you guys own, that I've been complaining for 3 months for you to mow it. I don't know if we own it. I don't know who owns it. But you go to Mike Wells' tax collector, Pasco County owns it. You have not mowed it in 30 years. When are you going to take care of it? Why are other neighborhoods and roads getting paid Pasco County workers and we're getting some lawn service? Not even county workers, just some lawn service. So you guys don't even have enough workers? Run out of workers? You build them like crazy, but yeah, you got no work. You got no employees to do the work. You got to hire other people, and then they don't do the job. I call every time. There's shit in the road. There's crap on the road. There's tree limbs falling. I don't see it. They come out, I take pictures, I show them. Nothing gets done. I had to walk in front of Public Works with a sign to get attention, with a sign, because my community won't talk to me. Why? Can you answer me? Why? Kathy Starkey, I was on Channel 28 News. She was supposed to reach out to me. Never did. Never did. Can someone here answer me why I'm getting no help?
Sir, just to be clear, the Planning Commission makes decisions on land use applications that are submitted to the county. The Planning Commission has no authority to be improving roads, to direct funds to improve roads. That's the Board of County Commissioners that does that. So I understand what you're saying, but this particular body probably can't give you any of the relief that you're asking for.
So I've been coming here for years, and now you finally tell me this is the wrong body? Yay!
No, I'm saying
Every
you're.
time I call this guy, call that guy, call this guy's in charge. that
I'm not
guy's in
saying
charge.
you're in the right room.
Crazy.
You're in the right room, just the wrong body. So if you had come Tuesday to the Board of County Commissioners and spoke under public comment, that's the body that has the authority to direct which roads we maintain, direct which roads get repaired, that
But
directs
you're
our.
building Mitchell Farm. You're filling in lakes. That water, that development is now running into my neighborhood.
I understand that, but the
But
planning.
that's development, you're overdeveloping.
Okay, and
You're
if you.
filling in lakes, you're not
Here,
even taking the
if-
wildlife
If
out.
you have a complaint about overdevelopment, that is something that's in the
Well,
province.
that's why I'm flooding.
Okay,
It gets worse every year. Why? Because you keep building and you're not fixing my problem. Mitchell Farm, they filled in massive lakes. You can go on Mike Appraiser, the appraiser, you can see the lake is still there, and this is where their homes are gonna be. Over the lake. You're building homes and you're showing the people. That's how dumb people are. They're not even looking. I can show you the picture. How are you building homes over lakes? Don't we have a lot of problems with that? Sinkholes and everything in the state? Why are we approving that?
So there's a development process, and there's permitting, and there's design that goes on for
I
every
know,
subdivision.
they
So
emptied the lake, they filled it in, and now
Okay,
the land's 20 feet higher than my neighborhood.
I appreciate you coming out. Again, if you have complaints other than the things that we're here to talk about,
What happened to Kathy
Thank you.
Starkey?
she's at the Tuesday meetings for the Board of County Commissioners.
I'll be at that one. Trust me.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, my name's Julia Bartunik, and many citizens I've talked to have had difficulty with the Pasco 2050 website to input and on the comprehensive plan moving forward. And we would really love to put input into that plan. It was requested that citizens provide input. And I want to request that in addition to that website, which many are having difficulty navigating, that there could be maybe 2 public hearings or public meetings a year where people can come and also provide input for the Pasco 2050 comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, Christy Zimmer.
Hey,
Do I
Ms.
need to
Zimmer,
give you my
before
address?
before you start, does staff want to address that at all?
Sure. So the Pasco 2050 website, we'll look into what challenges there may be. For the Pasco 2050 website, we'll look into what challenges there might be to provide comment. The Planning and Development Department is working on the third year's scope of work for the project, which will include public outreach activities. So, and that'll begin, well, year 3 will begin in October.
Okay.
Thank you, Terry.
Now?
Yeah.
So I'd like to address the issue of the scheduling of the meetings, but I don't want this to impact my testimony on the item in itself. So this is not about the item, it is about the scheduling of the meetings, and I'd like to read to you the responses from your county staff. So when I wrote to ask about the meeting being put back over to Dade City, where the hearings had always been scheduled and had been being heard, I was told, with all due my response to Mrs. Snyder was, with all due respect, the distance between the property location and the West Pasco Courthouse is 22 miles and 38 minutes. The Dade City location is 23 miles and 33 minutes. Historically, everything on the west side of 41 has been handled on the west side of the county, and the east side is handled on the east side of the county. If this was a directive changing that, please provide same. The response that I got from Mr. Pitos was that he provided the directive to staff to renotice that item, and that the Newport Richey location was based on his own distance analysis using Pasco Mapper. The staff is professional and is working extra hard to service a large volume of work with limited resources. There was a staff error for notification, and that is an understandable error. However, it happened 4 times, not just once, that we are correcting and addressing. If it happened once, that's a typical error issue. But when it happens 4 times and then all of a sudden at the last minute, you have to put a red bolded notice at the top of your agenda post that you rescheduled this one particular thing on this side of the county, it makes it look really bad. And then you're going to flip over and put it back on the Board of County Commission meeting in Dade City for their approval. Why? Why is that happening? To me, it's to try to prevent people like these of showing up. But joke's on them, on y'all. They're showing up and they're going to put their voices be heard on this particular agenda item. But we need to correct this problem because historically, whatever was on the west side stayed on the west side. Whatever was on the east side stayed on the east side. Not just because of one arbitrary decision from one director. Thank you.
Anybody need to?
I think Mr. Pitos already responded with his reasons, unless you want additional.
I don't, I mean, again, we'll revisit that. I mean, Land Lakes has always been the quote-unquote gray area as far as which side of the county is being heard, but we understand and we've heard what you're saying, so. Okay, Denise, did you say there was, is that everybody here? Public comment for items not on the agenda? Then we have one other person on WebEx?
So we did. She's dropped off. She's dropped off and then come back on and then dropped off a second time. Her name is Christine Furtaw, but I do want to say that she has also signed up. She wants to speak in public comment and in PC10. So hopefully she'll be back on when we're ready for PC10, but she's not on at this exact moment.
Jamie, I recognize that Land O'Lakes is in the middle, and sometimes it's hard to draw the line between whether we should be in Dade City or whether we should be in Newport Richey. But I think there should at least be consistency. If the Planning Commission's going to hear it in Newport Richey, then perhaps the BCC should hear it in Newport Richey or vice versa. But I don't think we should be doing it both ways.
Right. Well, I mean, Terry, I mean, is there a reason why the board is in Dade City? Is that a timing issue? I mean,
The project was intended to be heard in Dade City.
Okay.
And because of the one notification error, no, there were other continuances that were properly continued. but there was one error in terms of notification, and there are some considerations to be made in terms of distance, but the project was originally intended to be heard in Dade City, and so the Board of County Commissioners meeting for this project will continue to, and will still happen in Dade City, I believe, on October 11th.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so if that's all the public comment, we will now move forward to the public hearing procedures. And the public hearings is, if you haven't been here before, there are three portions or three sections of the agenda. We have consent items, continuances, and then items on the regular agenda. The continuances are items that for one reason or another have been pulled either by the applicant or by the county and are being pushed back and delayed to a later meeting. Consent items, we'll hear the items, we'll go through the list, and we'll vote on the consent items all at once. And then there's the regular items on the agenda. So for the public hearings, in-person participants and participants attending through WebEx, including the applicants who have pre-registered for the Planning Commission meeting, will be notified by county staff when they will be permitted to speak. Applicants will be limited to 5 minutes, and other participants will be limited to 3 minutes unless additional time is approved at least 24 hours in advance of the meeting. And I believe for item P10, we have a handful, 4, 5, 6.
We have several. We have the applicant granted 15 minutes, Ms. Jane Graham and her team granted 15 minutes, and 4 folks that were granted 5 minutes each.
Okay. In-person participants and WebEx participants must announce the following items before speaking, and at that time, they will be sworn in by the clerk. However, we've already sworn everybody in, so if you have not been sworn in and you come up to speak, please just let us know, and we'll get the clerk to swear everybody in again one more time. When you come to the podium, please announce your name, your address, the agenda item, and the agenda item title that you're here to speak to. Then the 3 or the 5 minute timer will start. So I guess we'll start with continuance items. I think there's 2 items on the to be continued.
Did you call for, I wasn't sure, did you read the proof of publication into record? Perfect, thank you so much. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. The first continuance item is PC2, that's PDD 22, CU 25 for Home Light LLC and Priya Properties, Urban 54 Estates. The request is to continue the item to the October 20th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Okay, is the applicant present? Is there anybody here to speak on the item? Okay.
And we don't have anyone registered on WebEx to speak on the item.
No. Motion to continue?
I will make a motion to continue item PDD 22, CU 25 to the October 20th, 22 meeting in Newport Richey.
Second. All right, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Following item is PC3, PDD 220188, in the name of Loman Links. This item, the request is to continue the item to the November 17th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Okay, is the applicant present?
Applicant is virtually present online.
Okay, is there anybody here to speak on this item? Okay,
I'll make a motion to move PDD 220188 to the November 17th meeting in Newport Richey.
Second.
okay, a motion and a second. No further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Following item is PC4. This is now on your consent agenda. It's a PDD 227641. It's a special exception in the name of Malicos Holdings. Malicos Holdings duplexes. It's a special exception for duplexes in an R4, high-density residential district. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions, as included in your agenda packet. This will be 3 duplex units for a total of 6 dwelling units.
Okay, is the applicant present?
In the corner.
Is there anybody here to speak on this item? Anything else from up here? Okay, we'll go to the next item then.
Following item is PC 5, PDD 22, CU 27, Malicos Holdings duplexes. It's for the approval of vacation rental units in an R4 high-density residential district. This is companion to item PC 4. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
Okay, Barbara, you still here? Anybody here to speak on this item? All right, anything else from up here? Okay, next.
Following item is PC 6. That's PDD 227663. It's a zoning amendment. It's a Jordan & Jordan MPUD Master Plan Unit Development. It's a substantial modification in order to extend the expiration date of a previously approved MPUD. There's no changes in entitlements. The expiration date through this request will be extended to the year 2045. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
Okay, is the applicant present? Anybody here to speak on this item? Don't hear any. Move on.
Next item?
Next, yep.
Sorry, PC 7 is PDD 227611. This is Remington MPUD Master Plan Unit Development, Sand Hill Flats LLC. This is for a rezoning request from an AC Agricultural District to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow a maximum of 120 single-family detached units on 44.2 acres. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions. I do want to say on this one that there were several ex parte communications which have been submitted to the clerk's office. And I should also say that about PC 6, and I apologize I didn't. It's for the same members. That is Chris Williams, Pete Hansel, Chris Poole, Chuck Gray, and Jamie Girardi. Those have all been sent to the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
And comes to you with a recommendation of approval and with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
So is the applicant present? Anybody here to speak on that item? Okay, you're on here on PC 7? Yes, sir. Okay, so we'll need to go ahead and pull that item.
And just to be clear, I think I had ex parte communications as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for letting me know. Didn't see that one. Thank you so much. For PC 6 as well, Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Okay. So PC 6 and PC 7, Mr. Anderson, and we'll get it to the clerk's office. I just don't remember seeing that one.
And I had for Remington,
Yes. Oh, you do? Okay.
yes.
Thank you so much. I didn't, okay. So we will add Mr. Moody as well for PC 6 and PC 7. Thank you. So I'll move on to PC 8. PC 8 is PDD 227608. It's in the name of Campbell South Commercial LLC, Longleaf Groves MPUD. This is for a change in zoning from a C2 General Commercial District to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for a maximum of 95,000 square feet of commercial retail, 15,000 square feet of office, and 350 multifamily apartments on approximately 36.861 acres. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet. And for this one, we do have ex parte communication with John Moody, and that has been submitted to the clerk's office.
Denise, I had ex parte communication on that one as well.
Thank you so
And
much.
Denise, I did as well.
Did, thank you.
It may
I
just
don't
not
know
have
why they
got,
didn't, maybe they didn't come my way, or maybe because I was out for some time.
okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to note that and make sure that the clerk's office has received those.
Okay, is the applicant present? Anybody here to speak on that item? Okay, so we'll keep that one on consent.
All right, and then the next, the last item on your consent agenda is PC 9, which is PDD 220565. This is a development agreement for the Renner MPUD. And this development agreement is to provide for the design, right-of-way dedication, and construction of Bexley Road / the Wisteria Loop realignment improvements, and to allow the developer to receive reimbursement in the form of mobility fee credits. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
Jamie, I'd like to pull that. I know
Okay.
there are people
Yeah,
here that
there's
want
other
to speak
people.
about that.
Okay, so we're going to pull PC 9. And what about APC 11?
Yeah, actually, let's do the addendum, that's right. So we're going to move on to APC 11, the addendum. It's PDD 220462. It's for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2206 for Saddlebrook Resort. It's for a large scale, and you're sitting on this one as a local planning agency. Large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, creating sub-area policy flu 7.1.66, creating future land use map 2-9, sheet 66, amending future land use maps, map 2-15 and sheet 22 from res 6, residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre, to PD plan development on approximately 420.47 acres of real property located south of State Road 54 and east of the service road. On this item, we're asking for you to find this consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the BCC.
And I'd like to hear that case too.
Okay, so we'll pull that one as well.
Do you
Okay,
want,
so-
Mr. Chair, do you want to hear this in the order that it was pulled, with Hale Collier being the last one?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Okay, so PC 7, PC 9, and APC 11 were pulled. So the consent agenda,
I'll make a motion for the consent agenda, including PC 4, PC 5, PC 6, and PC 8 with the associated conditions.
okay,
Second?
motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Could you guys speak up? We can't hardly hear you back here.
I apologize. Yeah,
Turn the volume up. You said something about PC four, but we couldn't
It's up.
yeah, there was a motion for approval for the consent agenda, which includes items PC 4, PC 5, PC 6, and PC 8. There was a motion and a second. No other discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we're going to go back now to item,
Someone had a question?
That was the consent agenda, ma'am.
yep,
Thank you.
Okay, the chair did ask for public comment on PC 4 and PC 5, and they've already taken action on them, so it's up to the planning commission about whether you want to move to reconsider to hear the additional comment. Ma'am, you can't speak,
Yeah,
you
you
can't
wanna-
speak from the audience, so it's,
can you come up to the podium? With you back there, the clerk can't catch what you're saying, and she needs to have record of the
I'm
conversation.
willing to hear these if we want to pull them, but I understand that we've already voted.
well,
Barbara Wilhite, can I go talk to them and see if they want them pulled, and we can come back, and if so, and then you can do your motions to hear it?
That's fine.
We
that's fine.
talk, see if we can answer any of their questions.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go on to PC 7. Is that right, David? You okay with that?
Yeah, you just go to, back to the ones that you pulled.
Okay, so PC 7.
Good afternoon, Tammy Snyder, Planning and Development.
Tammy, before you start, does planning commission want a presentation from staff on it, or you just want to hear the public comment on it?
I'm fine with the public comment.
I'm fine with just a public comment.
Sure.
Okay, cool. I'm done.
Thanks, Tammy. Good
Trying to
job.
save Tammy some work.
Okay,
Does the applicant want to
does
say
the
something?
applicant want to say something first? Okay.
Okay.
Michael Poltoric, 9152 Kenton Road, Wesley Chapel, 33545.
And you were sworn, right, Michael?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
I'll try to lean in. I think it's on. Oh, perfect. Even better. Perfect. Thank you. All right, so this is in regards to the Remington Project. Just to be clear, same as the last time I spoke with you gentlemen, I don't have an issue with houses. I don't have an issue with development. Putting houses on lakes, that's a little bit of an issue, but I'm not going to go there. As you can see, this is an aerial of King Lake. It's a beautiful lake in Wesley Chapel. Pasco has 2 King Lakes. This is the one out towards Dade City. Since I believe it was 2 months ago with the Gen Partners project that was up here, I tried to shed light on the fact that 106,000 square feet of commercial and 527 homes was going to shed about 1.7 million square feet of water during the storm season. We got with Swift Mud. The north outflow and the south outflow apparently is just fine. They have no issues with it. That leaves us 1 outflow for the entire lake. The only part of this lake that's been developed so far is Epperson Ranch on the east side. It's the Biscayne Bay homes. This is the west side of the lake. This, for the last 3 months, has been a continuous river through private property to come out of King Lake because the lake's about 6.5 feet higher than what it probably should be. This goes into a culvert, so it's a designed watershed. The culvert goes underneath this part of the road right here. This is right on Kenton Road, and you can see from the washout after the water receded that this is one of 4 places where we had water over the roads and washing out the roads from this single lake because the stormwater issue hasn't been resolved. We have stormwater issues there. Sounds like around most of the county, the development is causing stormwater issues. Let's not become like South Tampa here. This is one of the 4 places where the roads were washed out. That's where the culvert comes out. All of that water, the continuous river for the last 3 months. That's the field that the culvert dumps into. If you look in the middle of the picture, it's actually where the townhouses are going to go. What did we decide on, 257 townhouses? That's where all the water goes to. This is where the field drains into. It's McKendree Road on the west side of that field. There's no place for the water to go. This was a river. It took 4-wheel drive vehicles to get through here. Every place I'm showing you brought in truckloads of limestone because the water has to go somewhere. This is Kenton Road, right in front of the prior project that we spoke about. This was a river for about 10 days straight. This is what it looks like today at Elam and Kenton with all the water holding. Everything is ready to overflow and explode. There's no place for the water to go to. This has been like this for 2 months. If you look all the way to the right, there's a hill. That's the stormwater management facility. This water could be redirected and reused. It could be sent right back out. We could use it for irrigation. It could be used for whatever reasons we come up with. But the problem is right now, there is no stormwater management plan, and that water is not being diverted anywhere. I have 8 acres behind my home, between my home and the actual Kenton Lake proper.
Yeah, sir, we're just going to have to get you to wrap it up because your time's
Understood.
up, so.
2/3 of that has been holding water and underwater for the last 3 weeks. That's not fair. I have cows out there. I have a herd of Black Angus out there. The water level is 6.5 feet too high, and this is the rain graph from the last 10 years that I also showed at the last meeting I was
So
at.
we're going to have to, your
Understood.
time's up. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming out.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
So are you objecting to this project on the basis that it will exacerbate flooding?
This is another edge of the lake that the water has to shed somewhere. With gravity, the water's going to shed right down into the lake like the east side of the
I'm a
lake.
stormwater engineer, I understand, that's why I asked the question.
Perfect. I'd
so
love to, come on out. I'd love to show you what we're talking about. The only place all sides of this, the square mile has to drain into, after it gets through the retention ponds, is into King Lake. Historically, there was 3 outflows. Swift Mud has given up on 2 of them for
Okay.
development.
I just wanted to understand that you're objecting to this project, not just making a statement to us about the drainage in the area in general.
I object to this project only because it's going to add to the stormwater issue.
I understand.
If we could create a solution for the stormwater, put houses all the way around it, I don't care. I'm not opposed to the houses. But you can't flood out the existing residents because we're going to continue to develop all the way around this lake. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby, PA, 109 Breast Street, Tampa, Florida. I've been sworn. I'll be brief. The subject site that we have is on the north side of King Lake. He's talking about the west side of King Lake, and he's probably focusing on an area that's between 0.75 and a mile and a half away from our site. And I'm told by our project engineer that we actually discharge to the west, not into the lake in the area where he's concerned about. Regardless, these are stormwater management issues that we deal with at the time of site plan approvals. We are directly adjacent to the Epperson Connected City MPUD, that I believe it has about 3,000 units. This is 120 units on 40 acres. We do not even abut the lake. Subject site, there's another piece of property with a fishing club that's between us and the lake. So,
Is your
happy to
engineer
answer.
here?
Yes.
Can he come up and show us on a map, just so I understand?
I'm gonna have to get them to pull the aerial
Just
up
the
in the
aerial.
map series.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Moody, you can have whatever questions you want, but just frame of reference. So that's Tyndall Road that's running along the north side there?
Yes.
And so you can see our parcels don't run down into the lake. There's an intervening parcel, but he can answer any questions you may have on drainage.
Yeah, okay, well, bring him up.
Good afternoon, Trent Stevenson, Level Up Consulting, 505 East Jackson, Tampa, Florida.
Okay. So where does where's the natural direction of outfall for this property?
So it is to the west, and you can see the, yes, right where you are, that's going to drain into that wetland system.
And then where does that wetland system outfall?
And then it will migrate its way down to the south.
To the south into King Lake?
Yeah.
So ultimately, the stormwater gets to
Right,
King
but
Lake.
again, we're going to meet the state standards as well as the county
I
standards for
understand,
discharge.
I understand Swift Mud and the county
Sure.
standards, and you'll design to, is King Lake a closed basin or an open basin system?
It's open basin.
It's open basin? Would you say it's a constricted outfall?
Thus far, I mean, we're not in full design at this time, but we haven't had any indication that it's a constricted outfall.
Okay, and the gentleman's testimony before was, I think he was trying to make the claim that there was a constricted outfall.
2 to 1.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Again, Mr. Chairman, just, these are issues that have to be dealt with. You all, two of you are PEs on here, you get it. We have to deal with this during the site plan approval process, and these are things that Trent and his firm will have to go through at that time. I will say, we spoke with the man who spoke after the other hearing on the other project, and there were discussions, I know, with Swift Mud, and I'm not sure whether there have been discussions between he and county staff, but we encouraged him to do so because there could be an issue downstream on the other side of King Lake that is in the county right-of-way or before the county's reclaim facility down there. I don't know, but they were off-site of both of these sites, so.
Yeah, I mean, especially this time of year, maintenance on stormwater systems is a big deal around the county. I mean, obviously, we're getting a lot of rain, so they tend to show themselves a little more frequently now, but, I mean, a lot of times, there are maintenance things that can be done, I think.
But I
Should be
encourage him
noted.
I encourage him to get with county staff, and leaving here, I'll direct him to get with Gary Williver and the guys who deal with stormwater, and we can see if we can get them talking together and see if there's an issue.
Thank you, Clark.
I don't know if this is, David, I'm gonna need your help here. The gentleman that came up and spoke, Michael, what's his expertise in regard to stormwater?
Just first person to go.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Historical data in the last.
Well, it looked like he did some homework, so I was impressed. Okay,
Sir, you can't really talk from the podium,
Yeah,
but
thank
if
you.
he's answered your question, then.
thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else here to speak on this item? Any other discussion from up here?
I'd like to make a motion to approve, but I'd like to add a condition. And I don't want, Clark, don't panic, because I'm not going to condition. What I want you to do is, as the project moves into the PDP, construction plan, site plan process, that you meet with SwiftMud, you make an evaluation of the outfall for this lake, and if it's deemed to be a restrictive outfall, that we do more mitigation than just the 25-year, 24-hour storm, and I would be talking about the 2-year, 10-year, 25-year storms events to make sure that we're not overwhelming the outfall there.
I think I can, I don't know that I can agree to that. What I can say is that we will evaluate all those things during, during the site plan
I'm
approval process.
asking the condition that you'll evaluate them, because I know nobody from the county is going to force you to do that, because that's not in the county code.
I know.
It's
The
not
the only thing you were asking about, and I think it's honestly beyond my expertise, is you were saying that I had to then design it as a constrained system, and I don't know that that's what the code or the SwiftMud regs actually require. That's why I'm saying, we will evaluate it. I have no problem saying we'll evaluate it and consider all those things, but I don't know enough to say that a condition is acceptable, saying I will design it to that if it's not.
I'm asking you to design it, I'm asking you to study the outfall and determine whether it is a restricted outfall in those storm events. If it's not, then you will adhere to the standard criteria, and if it is, then you'll do something to mitigate the impact on the outfall.
My only,
We can't have that in the audience. I mean, literally, that's about the 5th time, please.
again, John, I'm trying to make a finer point here. I don't know that if it's a restricted outfall triggers the applicant or developer to design something or meet additional mitigation criteria. I don't know that that's actually the case if it's not a closed basin.
When we design, we'll evaluate the county model, and we cannot have any rises in the nodes downstream or upstream of our project. So,
I'm saying, and I
from a modeling
understand that,
standpoint,
and it's for one storm event, and after 30-plus years of practice, my experience is that we model one synthetic storm event. And what usually happens in my experience is it's not the one 25-year, 24-hour storm event that causes the flood. It's the 5 days in a row of 2 inches a day, none of which were the designed storm. But when we look at that event, then we find we've overwhelmed those outfalls. And I'm not asking you to design to it. I'm asking you to agree to make an evaluation and report of it when you file your site plan. And then the county staff can decide at their discretion what criteria you should adhere to.
Mr. Moody, the issue is, I think you're asking me to evaluate it as though it were a closed basin, and I don't
If it
think.
were a closed basin, this would be a volume restriction. I'm
Okay.
asking for a rate restriction.
You're asking us to evaluate it on the basis of criteria that aren't required by the Pasco County Code or the SwiftMud regs, as I'm understanding it. And
Well,
John, we can't do
The commissioner the
that.
other day suggested for your project that it may become a drainage basin of special concern. And what I would like to see is if we do some of this stuff voluntarily, maybe we don't start making this one a drainage basin of special concern and the next place a drainage basin of special concern.
I mean, there are technical criteria that have to be met on that. I think we're overreaching on what the county's role is. You can't ask somebody to meet criteria that the code doesn't ask it to meet. I am telling you, and I have the engineer here, who's the project engineer, that we will evaluate all that, okay? And we will look at the outfalls, and he's not going to design it in such a way that if he feels the outfalls don't work, that we're relying on outfalls that don't work.
I understand that. And I guess if they don't want to second my
I mean-
motion, they can do that.
Well, I mean, to be clear, this is an MPUD. You could impose requirements that are more stringent than the code, but it's up to the planning commission about whether you want to attempt to do that.
Understood.
I guess if, from what I hear John saying is he wants them to evaluate it, but them not to be, to basically be the staff's discretion to hold them to a different criteria. Is that something that we can even decide?
Well, I mean, I think,
I mean, you're getting into exaction world that are above and beyond what this project, it's already been, the testimony was that there is an existing flooding issue, has nothing to do with this project. So unless it's a closed basin, we need to follow the county and the Swift Mud criteria. I believe our engineer in the exercise of good judgment will make a lot of the evaluations that Mr. Moody's talking about. But the implication is that we then need to give this to county staff and perform additional analyses so they can evaluate it and require us to do things that are not required of open basins. And I think that is a slippery slope for the county to be going down. I mean, we have this stuff for a reason. It's been adopted pursuant to science.
And I mean, I agree, and I think, I mean, is there, at a minimum, I think there needs to be a note in the file for when this does come in for site plan approval, that this does, you know, get put under the microscope maybe a little harder than anything else, or a normal project, just to make sure that the problem, if there's an existing problem there today, which looked like there was in the pictures, that does not get made worse by the proposed development.
And that,
That's
again,
all I'm asking.
we have
right.
no problem with doing that.
Right.
I have no problem with doing that.
well, I mean, one potential solution is just imposing a condition that they notify this gentleman when they come in for the site
Correct.
plan approval. He appears to be very interested in some of the very issues that
And
Mr. Moody is.
we don't have a problem doing that either.
So I
No
think
problem with
he'd
that.
probably make sure that staff does that if he's
Yeah.
notified.
So John, do you want to make a motion that we notify him?
I'll make
at
a
the t-
motion that we notify I'll withdraw my motion first,
thank
and
you.
I'll amend it such that we ask you to notify the gentleman who spoke, and I apologize because I'm not good with names, but yes, that you get notification
At the time of
at the time
PDP or
is-
PSP approval?
at the time you file for your your simultaneous PDP, CP, SWM, and that's the part I'm concerned about,
Yeah,
the
Right.
SWM.
And that's acceptable to the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any other discussion up here? Or? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And sir, in the back, speak with your commissioners about possibly designating it a drainage basin of special concern.
Okay, so PC 9?
Does the planning commission want presentation on PC9, or is it, you'd like to get opposition? I mean, not opposition, to get comments from the public on PC9?
Well, I understand the developer agreement, but I understand there's opposition, so like, I'm fine with hearing what the issue is.
I guess, can I ask staff one question, or ask somebody one question on the developer agreement real quick, though? If you look on the developer agreement on page 2, section 3D, is in David. It talks about FGUA and utilities. Then when you go to page 6, section 5H, talks about county utilities. Is one of those a typo?
I suspect it's 3D that's
Yeah,
the
I don't
typo.
think FGUA is up there, so. Okay.
So
I don't think that's anything that needs to be answered. I think it just needs to be looked at before it goes to the board, that's all.
I think you just, when you make a motion to approve, it should be to correct 3D, because I think that's the error.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be Pasco County Utilities.
Understood. Okay,
I think it's Jeremy.
public,
Well, before we hear from the opposition, does the applicant want to say anything?
okay.
Okay, the applicant's saying no for the record.
Yeah, I'm not, Jeremy Couch, 6624 Wisteria Loop. I'm not here in opposition. I want to make that clear. I'm here for comment because I live on this street, and how it looks when it's all built is important to me, especially since the county is giving mobility fee credits. So I'm very happy that the road's going to get fixed. It's nice. We have rezoned it, so this is the next step. My issue is that what we're building. So we're building this really big typical section, but we're leaving huge gaps in the sidewalk. So the applicant is not required under the code to build a sidewalk along the substandard portion. So when you look at the area, I don't know if you have an aerial, but on 41, there is a multi-use path and a sidewalk. And then you have 1,000 feet across 2 parcels that has no sidewalk. And a lot of kids use this to ride their bikes and go to Land O'Lakes High, which is right there. Then in front of Arden Preserve, you have a 5-foot sidewalk. And then as proposed, in front of my house, for another 1,000 feet, you have no sidewalk. And then when you get down 1,000 feet west of me in the middle of nowhere, you got bike lanes, a multi-use path, a sidewalk, and everything. I understand that the typical section shows bike lanes, but when you have bike lanes and a multi-use path that's completely redundant, it seems to me like the bike lanes should go away and use that money, the county reimburse these folks to build the sidewalk connection. I mean, right now, from the people that live on Wisteria Loop and Bexley Road and the people in Arden Preserve, there's people out there walking, jogging, walking their dogs, riding their bikes. And then you're going to have this subdivision at the end of the little country road. Those folks are going to be out riding and walking their bikes, walking their dogs and riding their bikes too, without a sidewalk. And so it's kind of like the intent of what we're trying to do here is make a new road. And a good new road would have a sidewalk that connects the whole system. So, you know, I don't want them to spend money to do this if they don't have to, but maybe the county should figure out how to insert paying them. The applicant or the other party in this is one of the biggest general contractors in the country. I mean, they can manage building this sidewalk if we give them the money, so that's it. I'm not in opposition, I don't want to slow them down, but I do want it to be done right. And the bike lanes don't make any sense.
Can I ask a quick question? How many literal feet are you talking about?
So there's a 1,000-foot gap from 41 to Arden Preserve, if you want to look at an aerial. If you want to pan to the northeast, please.
So you got 1,000 linear?
You got a 1,000 linear foot gap to see the subdivision that you can see in the aerial that was under construction. It's built out, looks fantastic. Drainage works great. There's a 1,000 foot from 41 to their property line with no sidewalk. And then after that, you see like the W in Wisteria Loop. There's not going to be any sidewalk there. And then immediately we're going to have like urban section, curb and gutter, bike lanes, multi-use path, and it's just going to be goofy. And so I don't know if you can insert language or think through this, but I feel like there's a lot better improvement that could be done if it's thought through and the county gives them the money to do it. Thank you.
So you're saying basically 2,000 linear feet for the sidewalk or more?
It's probably 2,000 feet of sidewalk, but you know, there's like culvert piping, there's little ditches. I mean, it's a little bit more than just sidewalk to make it happen, but
Understood.
in the middle section, it's just sidewalk. There's room for days. They could build giant floodplain comp ponds, they can get all the dirt they need, there's plenty of room for the sidewalk. It's that segment from there to 41. And it's the same problem on Lake Patience. If you look at Lake Patience, between Oakstead and the build for rent deal, there's no sidewalk. There's like a snaked road, and people take their lives in their own hands to get to Oakstead Elementary right there. And then from the build for rent deal to the Pulte job, there's no sidewalk there either. So there's like these gaps. So we're approving projects. It's like, why don't we give these people mobility fee credits or give them the money to build this? They're gonna be out there. They're gonna be more efficient than the county at building this. Just have them do it, pay them.
So this is an off-site sidewalk for this project, so it would be mobility fee creditable. The issue is that the development agreement doesn't currently require it, as Mr. Couch noticed. So the real issue is whether the applicant's willing to do that for credits. But it would be creditable because it's an off-site improvement for this project. And it's not something that's required by our substandard road criteria, so it's really a question for the applicant about whether they are willing to add that to the required improvements for mobility fee credit.
Well,
If you look at the typical section, there's 10 foot of pavement that you don't need. Like, there's no point to that 10 foot of pavement and base and additional wetland mitigation and impacts. If you took that out of the typical section, you modified the typical section, I don't know how many feet it is from the end of their improvement to where they start for the Vision Road, but it's like a few thousand feet. I mean, they'll easily pay for the little sidewalk.
Okay, well, before we hear from the applicant, and we probably need to finish your public comment.
Thank you.
Ray Gadd, 6504 Wisteria Loop, Land O'Lakes, Florida. First of all, I want to echo the comments that Jeremy has made. I just want you to imagine what it'll look like out there. It's kind of like a rural lane right now. You're going to come in off of 41. You have 1,000 feet, ditches on both sides, and all of a sudden you're going to have a curb and gutter road, no sidewalks, and then you're going to go down, and then you're going to have multi-use trail and sidewalks. So it's just, number one, it just kind of looks funny out here in what used to be the country. Secondly, I'm an avid cyclist. If you're on my Facebook page, you know that. I ride about 100 miles a week. I would never use a bike lane on a road where I had a multi-use trail. Just doesn't make any sense at all. And you won't see many bikers that will do that. Occasionally you have bikers that are very rigid and adamant about people being in their way, and they might ride on the road, but they're a little stupid. You always use a multi-use trail if you're on a bicycle, and you can do that. My second point that I want to make is I want to thank the applicant, because the applicant and county staff came out to our property and looked at this situation, looked at this road, and I think we have a better project out there than we started with, and I think that's a testament to people working together. I have one concern, and I probably wouldn't have that concern unless it was raining, but I want to add this into the record.
Move to accept.
Second.
Motion to receive and file, all in favor?
Aye. These are pictures right now of the road flooded, and there are 5 different places where the water is flowing over that road. Mr. Moody made my point. It's not a 100-year event that's causing this flooding right now. It's been raining on our property for a month. I mean, if it rains 5 minutes, my property has 3 inches of water in the front yard. Not concerned about it. My house is not going to flood. But what I am concerned about is there's a culvert that, and I'll enter this into the record.
Move to accept.
Second.
There's a culvert that
Motion to
flows
receive
out
and
of the
file,
lake,
all in
and the
favor?
water flows into the
Opposed?
Clark property. And they're going to elevate the road, and I'm afraid that the water will come up, the lake will back up, all our docks will be flooded. So I just ask that the applicant take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Is there anybody else? The applicant present?
Thank you, Chairman. Member Shelley Johnson, 6400 Madison Street, and I have been sworn. We are taking notes of some of the concerns that are being raised. The only thing I can tell you today is we'll be happy to look at it between now and Board of County Commissioners, and as we move through process, we've got a year and a half of DEP permitting ahead of us. I know David knows that, and I think Ray's acknowledged that, you know, we've been working in coordination with them. This is the first we're hearing of this. We've been working on this for months at this point, the design, so it's kind of, we're a little bit caught off guard by it, but we'll be happy to look at it. And, if there's any, revisions that we need to make to the DA before it goes to the Board of County Commissioners, we'll address it then. But we have heard them and we have taken notes, so.
Would you be willing to place the 2,000 linear feet sidewalking into this project?
So because part of the road, we're already into the engineering on it, what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to go back and they're really just gonna have to look at it and evaluate it. It's not something that they can make a decision about today, by any means. So it's something, but by all means, we would say for the record that we'll be happy to look at it. They know we've continued to work with them through this process, so, we can definitely do that. But it's not something that they could make a decision today on because they have to look at it.
So you're willing, very
To
willing
evaluate.
to at least look at it?
Yeah.
And propose it, because sidewalks can be an improvement to any project.
Yeah, they'll evaluate it if it makes sense and it works and the county's good with it. I mean, it sounded like David, we could revise the agreement for the impact fee credits, so we're definitely open to looking at it. I mean, they're looking to be good neighbors. They're not, trying to be difficult by any means, which I think we've shown, so. We just need to continue to move forward to the board.
Yeah, I mean, to the applicant's point, it is a legitimate request, but I don't know if anybody's looked at whether there's sufficient right-of-way to add the sidewalk, whether there's sufficient drainage capacity. I mean, even adding the sidewalk adds impervious surface, so you need to look at, it's not as simple as just saying we're gonna build a sidewalk.
I think what Mr. Couch was proposing was that the bike lanes be eliminated.
Yeah, but he's talking about in the realigned section, but the area where he wants to add sidewalks is not in the realigned section.
Right.
It's outside of that, and I'm not sure anybody's looked at the right-of-way and drainage in that area outside of that, in the existing wisteria locations. Am I making sense?
Correct.
Yes.
Portion
Yeah.
41.
Yes.
Yeah.
New development.
But if the applicant wants to change the section of the road, it's not set in stone the way this developer agreement's written, and staff can't reconsider
Well,
a different section, can they, or
So
modification?
it is kind of set in stone, because the board wanted it set in stone. They didn't want them deviating from the alignment and cross-section once it was approved. However, between now and the board meeting, it could be
Okay.
changed,
Gotcha.
certainly.
That makes sense.
I would tell you that when I read the developer agreement and I got to the typical cross-section, I walked over to my partner and I said, when are we going to stop doing this? Nobody in their right mind, like Mr. Gadd said, would ride their bicycle along the bike lane. Well, Joe Public is doing this on their telephone. I'm not gonna do it. I'd rather have that pavement added to the multi-use
trail,
path
right.
or wider sidewalk, but there's no need to pave 10 extra feet of roadway when we've got, in fact, that's not an 8-foot multi-use, it's a 12-foot
12-foot, right.
multi-use path. I'd rather have that, and I'd even maybe a wider path,
So,
but
let me just say that, to a certain extent, bike lanes probably shouldn't be called bike lanes, because I think the engineers view them as effectively being a breakdown lane for, like, a shoulder.
but they put little bicycles and stripes and.
I understand that, but I think it's pavement that, you are absolutely correct, that probably not a lot of people using them are as bike lanes. However, any road needs some level of shoulder breakdown area that can be used so people aren't breaking down in the middle of the street. So that ends up being this area of pavement that we're all calling a bike lane, but it's not functioning as just a bike lane. So you gotta remember that when you start getting rid of bike lanes, that they function as more than just that.
And we call them shoulders.
Then maybe we just need to call them shoulders, but it's, Mr. Couch's point, it's not as simple as we're gonna get rid of 10 feet of pavement, because then where's your breakdown lane?
Right.
That's what you're getting rid of, so maybe we need to stop calling them bike lanes.
Yeah, so I guess really at the bottom line, Shelley, if you guys can look at that before it goes back to the board, I think that would make everybody happy up here and out there.
All right with you
So-
guys?
No problem with that.
Well, I did want to make a comment, because we do have a connection at the back end of Arden Preserve to Land O'Lakes High School. So certainly it would be important to have those sidewalks connected so that folks coming from the Renner property would be able to, at least walk to the high school if they're high school kids.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. All right, a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept PC9.
And is that with the correction to
The,
paragraph 3D?
of the developer agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, is there a
And it's,
second?
wait for the second.
I'll second it.
I was just going to make sure that staff has what Mr. Gadd produced as far as the elevation of the road and the culvert and all that stuff on hand.
It was entered in the record.
Yes, okay.
Let's make sure the record gets
Yes,
transmitted
exactly.
to the
Yes,
staff.
that's correct.
Then I'll amend the motion to make sure that the submitted record is transmitted to the staff along with the approval of this development agreement.
All right, is a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, APC 11. John, did you?
I don't need a presentation.
Okay.
Not need a
I
presentation.
don't need a presentation, and I will be very brief. I pulled this for two reasons, one of which I think got solved behind my office on the way here. And I don't know if I need to disclose that as ex parte communication. I
think
saw
you-
counsel on the way out the door and said, I'm going to
I
pull
think you
your
just
project.
did, I think you did just disclose it, so.
Thank you. I pulled this because I said a few weeks ago back in Dade City, I felt like the consent agenda is being abused and that we weren't here to rubber stamp 450-acre developments on the consent agenda. So out of principle, I pulled this off the consent agenda. And I hope that that practice will change as we go forward. Consent agendas for the duplexes, Mrs. Jones's variance for her shed, but not 400, not a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. The second reason that I pulled this and wanted to discuss it has to do with public notice. Saddlebrook Golf Course, the proposal here is that we're going to change the golf course to single-family homes, townhouses, multifamily, dorms for a golf academy, and all of these things may be good things, and I'm not necessarily opposed to them. But I know this, if I bought a house in Saddlebrook on the golf course and paid $750,000 or $1 million for that, my expectation is that's a golf course. And maybe I don't have the right to have that expectation, but at least if someone's going to change it, they need to let me know what's going on so that I can come out and exercise my right as a citizen to speak for or against the proposal. And so that's the issue and the reason that I brought it up or asked that it be pulled for the consent agenda. So I think Barbara actually has an answer to that, to which I'm going to tell you I'm satisfied, so please come forward.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard for the applicant. So with regard to this hearing, we did post, although the code only requires an ad, we did post 3 signs in very clear areas along 54, one being at the entrance to Saddlebrook. My client has had communications with all 5 of the homeowners associations within Saddlebrook and made presentations to them. This is a pre-transmittal hearing. This is the only time you'll hear the comp plan amendment. But what you do is you recommend to the board, then the board will have a transmittal hearing where they send it to the state. We have an MPUD pending, so we'll be coming back, and our MPUD requirements requires I have to send letters to everybody. So this gets the process started. The MPUD, which actually is the specific document that says what we're going to do where and what we're asking to do where. This is just an umbrella comp plan. That MPUD will be noticed. It'll come back to you and fully noticed, because this was already noticed in excess of what's required. Then the final hearing on the MPUD before the board will have both the consideration of adoption of this comp plan amendment and the MPUD at the same time. No action will be taken by the Board of County Commissioners. We won't request it, and staff was actually, Shelby was emailing the hearing dates and coordinating with Tammy Snyder and saying, hey, Tammy, when's the MPUD going to be ready to be heard by the board? Because my comp plan's not going to be ready, not going to be heard by the board for adoption unless they come together. So that coordination, even without this discussion, was already occurring between the staff members. So this comp plan, we're asking that you take action on it so the board can then transmit it if they deem fit. It can get going on along in the process. The MPUD catches up. You'll hear the MPUD, and then the board will hear this comp plan amendment and the MPUD at the same time. we're doing the best we can with the process. It's hard to get through this process, but I think we've come up with a way to make sure that we can continue to move forward, but at the same time, making sure that everybody gets heard.
David,
Thank you.
can the staff assure us that the two will be heard consecutively in front of the BCC?
Yes, because staff has control over the agendas, so they certainly can ensure.
Because my concern, and that was what I voiced this last time, my concern is when we put comprehensive plan amendments on the consent agenda, or we don't hear the accompanying MPUD consecutively, we're laying the groundwork for a legal argument in the future if we want to deny the zoning, for them to argue, well, wait a minute, my MPUD is consistent with the comp plan amendment that you passed a month ago or 2 months ago. And that's why I think in the past, we've always heard these consecutively. But since I've got here, I'm told, no, now we want to space these things out. But I think that creates a problem for us in the future if we ever want to deny the zoning on one of those. They then have a legal argument that says, well, wait a minute, you approved the entitlement X many months ago, and I'm consistent with what you approved.
So I would agree with you if the board already approved the plan amendment before the zoning's on their agenda, but I think what Barbara's saying, which Terry
Yeah, I agree
can
for this
confirm,
project.
but I think that's the case for almost all of the MPUDs that we process now, that the MPUD typically travels with the plan amendment, so that the final adoption of the MPUD and the final adoption of the PD land use amendment occur at the same board meeting. So,
As long as that's the practice,
Now,
I'm fine with that.
it's definitely the practice for PDs and MPUDs, unless staff tells me otherwise. Where that's more likely to occur would be if you had, say, a land use amendment to COM, like a straight commercial, and then you had a C2 zoning coming 3 months later. That actually could occur.
That's the concern.
Okay, but that wouldn't occur with this one, but
I understand.
but to address that concern, I will tell you that staff is proposing an amendment to the land development code to ensure that all comp plan amendments have signed notification. So that we recognize that nobody reads the newspaper anymore. However, people do tend to look at signs that are posted at the entrance of their neighborhood, so.
Yes, and as I pointed out to Barbara, my particular concern in Saddlebrook was that a great number of the property owners adjacent to the golf course to which this comp plan amendment applies live out of state. Many of them live out of country, so they didn't see the sign posted. I think they should get a certified letter.
Don't go certify that.
Well,
Okay. Well,
a
yeah,
certificate of mailing, how
That's
about
okay.
that? We-
Wow. My
Proof that they were notified.
poor other client that just did certified mail for the.
And I think,
conditional use.
I just find it bizarre that for a site plan approval, I'm required to notify all of the residents within 500 feet of the proposed site plan, of which there's no mechanism in the land development code for actually any of those residents to stop the site plan, and there's no public hearing about it. But when we want to change the land use on 400 acres, there's no requirement to send the notice. And yes, I understand that a ordinance change is pending. My hope is that we'll get on it. Let's get it done.
when that ordinance change comes to the planning commission, if you want to push for mailed notice as well, it's something that we can
I
discuss.
would be pushing for a mailed notice, yes.
But I suspect that Barbara and or others may push it back a little bit, because that is, it's additional work for, it's not additional work for staff, because
Well,
this
why
is
do we
all.
need to do it for a site plan approval?
Well, because you are, some of these developments occurring in their neighborhood, they may, just like the stormwater situation we had today, they may want to make comments on the stormwater plan for that particular project.
This is affecting people's land use rights.
I don't disagree.
their
The issue is you're saying that sign notification is insufficient. But I think this project may be unique, that it might have an abnormally large number of out-of-state residents. Most projects in the county don't have that situation.
I agree, and that's why I pointed it out for this project.
I would say that probably 99% of the projects in Pasco County, sign notification's probably sufficient.
May I say something? Because I actually pulled the proposed modification to the code, and it is requiring mailed notice as well.
Well, there you
And
go.
that was presented to the ordinance development team on July 14th of this year.
Well, then apparently you
So
already got
it's
your
mailed,
request.
published, and posted.
When are we gonna see it?
So I've been out for about a month, just saying.
You
You
get
will
passed.
see it way before the end of the year. I'm actually working on possibly October.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Denise, is that certified mail or just?
No, it's actually no, it's certificate of mailing.
I mean, it's a
But they
joke.
do
I'm
have to
serious
give us,
about that because, you know, there's a difference between I get a letter in the mail or I get it certified and I have to sign for it. You know, there's a significant difference. I wasn't trying to be
Yeah.
humorous.
no, it's certificate of mailing, so they have to, the applicant has to show us that they sent it to this,
Yeah, well,
each
this-
and every single individual person.
And I realize that there's additional cost, but it's the cost of doing business. I look at it, so.
It's $8 a letter, so, I mean, my other client did 600
Wow,
of them.
did I not invest in the US Postal Service?
Yeah, my other client, the short-term rental one that we were able to go out there and talk, he did 600 of them for that conditional use at $8 a pop.
Oh.
He did them, he didn't even want to think about what we might charge him
Charge
to do
him.
it, so. We actually pretty much do it as a courtesy.
Nice
but-
side business at my company, too.
Yeah. So, yeah, so certificate of mailing works, people get them. A lot of times people don't even go pick up certified mail, so I think the certificate of mailing, my experience is people get them if they're mailed. I know we're totally off topic here.
Yeah,
But,
I was,
so anyhow,
Good.
go ahead and do your business.
so I guess that's the applicant. We asked for public comment. Is there anybody here to speak on this item? Okay,
I'm
anything else from up here?
satisfied for this project and will move to approve.
Second?
All right, there's a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I would just say on those two other items, we were able to meet with the residents, and they have advised that you didn't need to rehear it, so.
Excellent. Thank you. And that was on PC4 and PC5?
Yes,
Yeah, right.
thank you for giving us that time.
Yep, thank you. So I guess the item that's left on the agenda is P10, is that correct?
Vote on the two that she just discussed, 4 and 5.
Well, I think we already did, so there's no
Yeah,
reason
You
to.
already, you already voted on them, you would have to
Leanne, hold
reconsider
on
your
one
vote.
second.
Thank you.
Before we go to P10, because I imagine we're going to be here for more than 5 or so minutes, but if I can take a quick recess for 5 minutes.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
I was jealous. I'm talking back.
got pins and needles yet for that storm? Way out in the Caribbean?
Our EOC is starting to ramp up for it, I guess, so.
My daughter's significant other is a lineman, and he said, get ready for it. They're all there.
All the tracks looked like, Wednesday, Thursday, everything somewhere between Naples and Pensacola.
So it's Wednesday or Thursday?
Planning on driving to Pennsylvania, leaving Wednesday, maybe in a lot of rain.
Unless it's like higher than a Cat 3, I'm not too worried, because my house, I think we had a Cat, what was it, like 7 or 8 years ago, we got a Cat 2 and come hit us. Didn't it go right through?
It was the one that went through Punta Gorda and up through the middle of the state, right?
Yeah, through Orlando, where everybody went.
There was one recently where it came right through Pasco. I think it came as a Cat 1 or Cat 2. My house did fine, so I'm not going to start worrying unless I see it's Cat 3 or higher, and then
We have a pretty large property, including a lake, a couple of acres, and I have water now in places where I've never seen it. It's definitely a risk. I'm in Cranes Roost.
oh, okay, yeah.
All the lakes are up.
Cranes Roost? That's
Yeah.
always been a problem, that
Yeah.
whole Lake Worrell area back there.
Well, first time I'm seeing water where I haven't seen it before. Back up.
So I live in Longleaf, which has one of the best drainage systems I've ever seen, ever. So kudos to whoever designed it. I don't know if it was one of you two, but.
No, I think it was FDC.
Kind of. And even during the worst rain events, Fairway Springs next to us will flood, but we don't flood at all.
Well, Fairway Springs and like Seven Springs and Veterans Village.
So it'll count down, when it gets to 1 minute, it'll beep.
One
But
minute
you
where
have,
there was
it'll
the
beep
water
before
management
one.
districts, right? Well,
Okay.
the water
So
management
don't get
district
alarmed and
existed
don't
but did not
stop
regulate
talking when you get to the first set.
And it wasn't even until
Okay.
the late 80s where we
Thank
actually
you.
started regulating the rates. They're gonna be a problem, and I don't know that there's any fixing any of those, that just is what it is. Some of these, what I see in practice is it's not the one big spike event that Swiftmud makes us model. It's that steady, 2 inches today, 1 inch today, 3 inches tomorrow. That's the one that gets us every time.
Incredible. Yesterday was, I think, one of the first days we haven't seen rain in our place. I could
Guys
hear
all
the
ready?
thunder.
Everybody good?
I'm good.
Ready?
Chris is over there.
Chris, you ready? Are you still on the phone?
I'm good.
I call the meeting back to order. So we're on to P10.
Hello again, Tammy Snyder, Planning and Development. A couple housekeeping things to note. I did receive several ex partes on this one as well. They have been forwarded to the clerk's office. And I was notified just a little while ago that there is a condition of approval missing, actually. It was in the initial drafts, and somehow it fell off of the final draft. So I'd like to read that into record. And it regards motorized boats on the adjacent lake. The developer will prohibit any type of motorized boats on the lake. The developer will have a dock structure that will be located at the current dock location and will mirror the design of the Rosebud Continuum dock. The developer will not develop a new lake access. And here we have the Hale Collier MPUD PDD 227574. Here's a location map. That is Collier Parkway running north and south on the east side, and that is Hale Road that cuts through this proposed project. And here's a bigger location map, so you can kind of see where everything else is. We've got US 41 on the west boundary over there. Proposed is a rezoning request from AR Agricultural Residential and R1 Rural Density Residential Zoning Districts to an MPUD to allow for a maximum of 109 single-family detached dwelling units and associated infrastructure on approximately 46.1 acres. And here's the master plan. North is to the right. Presently, the subject parcels are used for residential and agricultural pursuits. Based on the analysis provided, there will be a substandard roadway mitigation fair share payment required of this project. The applicant shall design and construct a site access left turn lane within the subject segment, and this improvement will serve to physically mitigate the current deficiencies, which will negate the need for the fair share payment mitigation. That's an old finding of fact. The proposed request is consistent with the Pasco County LDC Chapter 400, subsection 402.2 zoning amendment and PUD master planned unit development, and with the applicable provisions of the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan. And with that, the PD recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, any questions for Tammy from up here?
Just one quick for clarification, I wasn't understanding about the substandard road condition. The report said that the substandard condition was a problem with shoulders, but that the mitigation is a left turn lane. I'm trying to figure out how the left turn lane mitigates shoulders.
I will let the applicant's representative speak to that.
Okay.
And Tammy, just for clarification, in the conditions of approval, number 43, under the conditions of approval, references 127 lots. I think it's 109, is it not?
It is 109, yes, so it could be a typo.
Yeah.
One other, too, since I guess we're getting technical. In condition 35A10, the max lot coverage is 75%, but on the MPUD site plan, it says 65%.
Right.
That would be another typo.
Is
I
it
believe
supposed to, it's supposed to be
I believe
75 or 65?
I believe 75 is kind of the standard.
Yeah, so I think just in making sure that the conditions of approval and the master plan line up, because I don't know what happens. I mean, I don't know what governs if they don't.
They should be lining up,
So-
so.
They should be, I'll look into
Okay.
that.
And then I have one other question, and it has actually, I don't think it's going to affect this case, but I'm curious. And that is, if more than 50% of the lots are built as 40-foot wide lots, or actually, I'm sorry, if 100% of the lots are built as 40-foot wide lots, and they have alley access, they get a break on mobility fees, but they don't have to meet the rest of the TND design standards.
That is a new standard condition.
Why?
I think
I'll let Terry speak to
Mr.
that one.
Pito's can address that.
Yes.
So that, Nectarios Pitos Planning Development, that is a standard condition that was adopted, or directed rather, by the Board of County Commissioners as an incentive to influence the development of single-family residential lots that are 40 feet width and less. So that if a development is to do that, is to have over 50%, let's say, of their single-family residential lots developed at a 40-foot width dimension, that they would have to rear load all of those lots and create alley access for those lots. And as an incentive to offset some of the additional costs associated with alley construction, the Board of County Commissioners agreed and directed the Planning and Development Department to include in the conditions of approval the application of the T&D mobility fee incentive.
Okay. Not sure that's wise, but okay.
And I guess, Terry, and maybe this is a question for Shelley, or there's that whole condition 36, 37 of the conditions of approval, and then there's a general note 10 on the bottom of the master plan that, on the master plan, it says the number of 40-foot lots shall not exceed 50% of the total development, period.
Caught that.
Done. And then there's other conditions that talk about if they go more, what else they can do, so I don't know how you, Yeah, is that consistent? Is that some other kind of allowance that's given to them, or?
Well, if they're placing a restriction that they're not going to go beyond the 50%, then the provision is, well, the provision would somewhat be innocuous. However, if there was a change later on in the development proposal where they needed to go beyond that 50%, then the provision becomes activated.
Okay.
And so it's similar to the land development code, where the land development code is in place, even though you may deviate from it from time to time with a condition or what have you, but it's still there, ready to go.
Okay.
This is a condition that exists only within the MPUDs,
I
not in the
gotcha.
land development code. If something were to change later on in the MPUD, we would still want that provision to
Oh,
stay
it's in
there.
place.
It's not something that we would negotiate away.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. The applicant, I guess at this point, if there's no other questions from staff, from here for staff, we'll hear from the applicant. I think you've asked for and been granted 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Member. Shelley Johnston, 6400 Madison Street, and I have been sworn. I do have my team here today. We have a PowerPoint presentation, so I just wanted to do a brief introduction of who we have here to answer any questions or concerns of the commission, as well as the residents that we know are here, that we've been working with, at least the Rosebud Continuum over the last couple of months. We have Mike Dady here. He is with KB Homes. He is the Vice President of Land Acquisitions for KB Homes. We also have here Robert Fudge. He's here with Florida Land Design and Permitting, and he is our civil engineer on this particular development. We have Mike Razor, who is with Razor Transportation Consulting, as you all know, and he is our traffic engineer, and he is here to testify as well today. And then, of course, we have our planner, Cindy Terrapini, with Terrapini Planning Strategies, and she actually is going to do our PowerPoint presentation today. So without further delay, I will let her take the floor. And we are, again, here to answer any questions, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Cindy Terrapini, Terrapini Planning Strategies, 128 East Tarpon Avenue in Tarpon Springs, and I'm the planner on this project. I do have my resume. Many of you know me. I've appeared before Pasco County before and previously been qualified as an expert in urban and regional planning, but I just wanted to present these resumes to you and one for the clerk.
Motion to accept?
Second.
Motion to receive and file. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'll be very brief. I've been qualified before as an expert in Pasco County, also in circuit courts of Hillsborough, Pasco, Hernando, and Pinellas counties. I've been an urban planner for over 41 years, in Pasco County since 2005 for over 17 years. Have a master's in urban and regional planning from Florida State and a political science degree from Clemson University. So I'm clearly qualified as an expert, and I thank you for your appreciation of that. Shelley's already mentioned our team that is here today, the different disciplines that are here, and they're happy to answer any of your questions at the end. Mr. Razor will speak after me, but of course, any member of our team is available for your comments or questions. KB Home is the applicant and the proposed builder. As a national builder building for over 50 years in Southwest Florida, they have the financial and administrative capability to do this project. They have 3 residential projects under construction in Pasco today: Legends Point, which is north of State Road 52 on the west side of Hayes, River Run on US 301, Life Church Sanctuary Ridge on Old Pasco Road, and 2 projects in design, the Riverstone or Renner project that you were just speaking about, and Phase 3 of Legends Point. KB Home has been recognized as the #1 ranked home builder for customer satisfaction. This is the site. As you can see, it's located in central urbanized Pasco County. It's north of State Road 54, on the west side of Collier Parkway, and on both sides of Hale Road. The total site is 46 acres. 32 acres are uplands, 14 acres are wet. Just wanted to show you some historic photos to demonstrate that this site has long been used for agricultural purposes, primarily agricultural, cattle grazing and other animal grazing, but again, some citrus grove on the east side, which, as we all know, has fallen prey to whatever has happened to all of our citrus groves over the last 10 years. The site is highlighted here in red, and what I wanted to focus on and emphasize here is this site is completely surrounded by single-family residential development. That residential development have moved up from State Road 52, it's moved east from 41, and it's really developed that entire area of the Land O'Lakes area. In fact, our site is the hole in the middle of the donut, one of the last undeveloped parcels in that donut. Again, this is an example of the Res 6 plan category that exists on the site, as well as everything you see there in green from 41 all the way over to the Cypress Preserve Wellfield is also Res 6. Of course, Res 6 allows a development at 6 units per acre. Now, our opponents are going to speak to you later, and they're going to ask you to set aside the comp plan and just focus on the zoning, and they're going to ask you to focus on a very narrow area of the zoning map just right adjacent to the site. And I would ask you that that's really the wrong interpretation. The comp plan is this county's vision, their long-term vision for the future. And so that is what you are to be relying on. That is what developers rely on when they look for sites and projects. The comp plan and the zoning code envisioned that many different zoning districts and different developments can exist compatibly within the same plan category. Just another map of the, showing you on the aerial. Again, the subject site is in red. Everything you see in that tan color that's developed as single-family homes is also Res 6. There is a site, so the Res 3 begins to the east, and the public, semi-public is the county's wastewater treatment facility, and also a school is located in that area. The north side of the site contains 26 homes, neighborhood parks, and the community boat dock that currently exists on Lake Placey. The larger south side contains 83 homes and the neighborhood parks. Again, this is just the concept plan to demonstrate. The larger south side has more of the homes, whereas the north side has fewer homes, but of course is primarily occupied by Lake Placey. We made a concerted effort to be good neighbors, first by holding an advertised neighborhood meeting on February 17th, 2022, second by listening to their concerns, and third by making changes to the proposed development in response to their concerns. And in response to their concerns, the neighbor along the west boundary on the north part of the site, which is on the slide today, there previously were 18 lots along that western boundary. We reduced that down to 12 lots. We've also committed that all of these lots would be 50-foot lots. And we've also committed to a 20-foot buffer along that west boundary on our property where no buffer is required since we are developing single family next to single family. On the south side, based on the comments we heard from Sable Ridge homeowners, in addition our thoughts on the process and the project, the pink that you see, that kind of sideways L-shaped, our southern boundary is adjacent to Sable Ridge. We have committed to 50-foot lots along this entire boundary as well. We've also committed to a 10-foot buffer along that entire boundary as well. Also should be noted that we are not overpowering the Sable Ridge development, even though our lots are slightly smaller than Sable Ridge. There's only 3 lots more in the Hale area along that boundary than the Sable Ridge development. In other words, we have 3 more lots in that little S shape than Sable Ridge does. We made a variety of environmental commitments to the project. We are mindful of that existing Lake Placey within the northern site. First of all, we will not allow any motorized boats on the lake, and this is the the condition that Ms. Snyder talked to you about, and I do have copies of it if you'd like to have that, a copy of that, but we are, for some reason, that one was dropped off, was not our intention. We always wanted that to be included. Secondly, we will repair and replace the existing dock, but not increase its size or change its location. And again, that's in the condition that Ms. Snyder read to you. Third, we do not propose any environmental impacts to the shoreline of Lake Placey. I want to emphasize that we've had many conversations and emails between KB Home and the property owner on the east side of Lake Placey. KB Home principals also visited the site at the invitation of that property owner. We believe we made every reasonable effort to be a good neighbor with the owner who shares the use of Lake Placey. I'd also point out, let me go back if I could. If you look in the very, now this area right here, that's the only place that we are adjacent to the adjacent homeowner, the 20-acre property that they'll talk to you later. And you can see what we have in that area adjacent to their property is a neighborhood park and retention area. So there's no development in the area where we are adjacent to them. I'd like to be very clear about our transportation commitments. We are proposing, and the county has agreed, that it is appropriate for us to donate $281,605 to mitigate our impact on Substandard Hale Road. And that's in condition, I believe it's condition 11 of your COAs that was passed out today. Secondly, we are building a turn lane for the project that will go from Collier Parkway to the project entrance on Hale Road. That turn lane will be designed, permitted, and constructed entirely at the expense of the applicant. This is condition number 14. I'd like to talk a little bit about compatibility. Compatibility is that two uses can coexist together without negatively impacting one another. That's the state definition of that. It's hard to imagine how single-family development can impact other single-family development because they are the same use. But we have gone above and beyond that. We have proposed buffers where they're not required. We have increased lot sizes along the southern edge and the western edge where we are adjacent. We have no uses proposed adjacent, no residential use proposed adjacent to our neighbor to the east. It's hard to imagine a more compatible project of single-family detached homes well buffered from Hale Road next to and in the surrounding area of other single-family neighborhoods. Just want to briefly show you, starting at the top, that's the application we have before you today, which is 109 lots. This project was initially envisioned as 150 single-family lots. It has been reduced over time to today's application of 109. The comp plan, the comprehensive plan of Res 6 would allow 213 lots. So you can clearly see we're at less than half of the comp plan category. Actually, this is a really pretty straightforward application. It's not very complicated. The sites plan category, sites Res 6 plan category is in a suburban area of the county. We do not request a plan amendment for the application. The proposed development is less than half of the allowable density in the Res 6 plan category. The area bounded by State Road 54 and 41 and Collier Parkway, if you imagine that triangle, has developed as a suburban community in Pasco, resulting in the almost built-out residential neighborhood that exists today, with this property being one of the very few exceptions. We understand the neighbors are used to driving by a vacant property and reluctant to embrace change. We are asking that the MPD's property owner and contract purchaser be given the same property rights to develop the site in a reasonable, compatible manner, just as the existing homeowners had the right to develop the property as they saw fit. We also understand the neighbors are concerned about existing Hale Road problems, an existing situation we did not create. However, in recognition of this issue, as I mentioned earlier, we are contributing $281,000 to the county towards road improvements, and this is memorialized in your conditions of approval. We fully comply with the county's new rules with regard to lot size. We comply with architectural diversity on trees on every lot. We do not request any alternate standards at all, and we are fully compliant with the Land Development Code. We respectfully request your approval of this MPD as presented. I'd like to turn it over now to Mike Razor, unless you have questions for me. Mr. Razor would like to comment on the traffic issues.
So I do have one question.
Go ahead, David.
So Cindy, can you go back to the master plan that you showed us? Yeah, so,
This the north half only, or do you want the whole master plan?
I guess the whole thing, because that's what my question relates to. So what we have in our agenda is not that. So the MPD plan that is in the agenda doesn't have the same level of detail that you're showing in this plan. So I guess what I'm asking is what you're showing the binding MPD plan, or is it what's in our agenda?
The MPD plan does show the same issues that I just mentioned. I'll go over them just to be very clear. That is shown on the concept plan. The concept plan just illustrates it a little better than the MPD plan. But to refer to the MPD plan, which will be the binding plan subject to approval, there are orange areas, as you can see in the MPD plan, that are 50-foot lots, and they are the same pink areas that you see on this concept plan. So those are in the master plan. They're required to be 50-foot lots. The buffers along the edges, both along the west side here and along the entire boundary next to Sable Ridge, are also shown in the MPD plan. Our 15-foot buffer along Hale Road again, also shown on the MPD plan. And I forgot to mention, the other transportation improvement we're making is a 15-foot right-of-way dedication along the entire frontage of Hale Road, and that is also shown on the MPD plan. So those all of those provisions that we talked about are indeed shown on the on the
Okay,
MPD
but I just
plan.
want to be clear, for Planning Commission's benefit and the public's benefit, that this plan you're showing is not binding.
The concept plan is not binding. I guess I should have had the master plan in there too. Maybe Tammy has it in there, we can put it up. But the master plan has those same provisions that I just spoke of. They're in there with the same provisions of where the 50-foot lots are required to be and where the buffers are required to be and the right-of-way dedications.
And is the max lot coverage 65% or 75%?
It should be 75%, so there's an error on the master plan. We'll correct that before we get to the board. And maybe, I don't know if, I'm not sure if Ms. Snyder had the master plan in her presentation or not, but we can certainly go back to that.
That answers my question.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Razor.
Good afternoon. Michael Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting, 19046 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard, number 308, Tampa, 33647. I'm a registered professional engineer with over 25 years of experience in the field of traffic engineering, and I have been sworn. At the conclusion of my presentation, I'll enter my CV into the record. And I do have a fairly detailed amount of information to go through, so I understand we're short on time, so I will stop when the buzzer goes. So I performed the traffic study for the Substandard Road Review for this project, and the traffic study and Substandard Road Review. Two versions of the traffic study were prepared, formerly referred to as a timing and phasing analysis, with the requirements for this study pursuant to Pasco County Land Development Code, Section 901.12. The first version of the timing and phasing analysis was documented in our report dated June 11th, 2021, and evaluated 127 single-family detached residential units with 3 site access connections to Hale Road. The second and final version of the timing and phasing analysis was documented in our report dated April 13th, 2022, and evaluated 109 single-family detached residential units, also with 3 site access connections to Hale Road. Other than the revision to the unit count, the second version of the analysis was revised to A, update the chip generation estimate to reflect the 11th edition of IT's Trip Generation Manual. The first version used the 10th edition. And B, which incidentally, the 11th edition was published after the first analysis was done. B, we revised the anticipated distribution of peak hour traffic along Hale Road from 50-50 east-west to 40% west, 60% east, based on data collected at proxy sites along Hale Road. Both of the versions of the analysis resulted in the same conclusions. The study roadway segments are anticipated to operate acceptably for post-development peak hour traffic conditions in consideration of Pasco County Transportation Performance Standards. The study intersections, including the project site access connections, are also anticipated to operate acceptably for post-development peak hour traffic conditions in consideration of Pasco County Transportation Performance Standards. Site access turn lanes were found to not be warranted on Hale Road at the project site driveway connections for post-development peak hour traffic conditions. However, in the second version of the timing and phasing analysis, we recommended that a westbound to southbound left turn lane be constructed on Hale Road at the easternmost project site driveway to provide for enhanced traffic safety and operations due to the proximity to the traffic signal at Collier. Again, not warranted based on traffic volumes, but recommended for safety purposes. In addition, actually, I'll skip that part. Both versions of the timing and phasing analysis are requested to be included in the record as they have been formally submitted via Pasco County's Acela system under record number TNP-2021-00040, where this record also reflects staff approval of the analysis, stating that timing and phasing analysis is approved. However, at time of site plan stage, a more detailed site access analysis may be required. Multiple versions of the substandard road review analysis were prepared, with the requirements for this analysis pursuant to the LDC Section 901.4. The revisions were in response to several factors as detailed in the latest version of the analysis as documented in our report dated September 13th, 2022. In general, the revisions were made to reflect both the changes to the unit count and to reflect increasingly detailed methods of estimating the distribution of daily project-generated traffic in response to comments made by Drew Rourke, PE, whom was retained by an area resident to review the traffic reports. Each version of the substandard road review analysis is requested to be included in the record, as they have been formally submitted via Pasco County's Acela system under record number SSRRA-2021-00054, where this record also reflects staff approval of the analysis stating approved with conditions. The substandard road review analysis found that portions of Hale Road are substandard. Specifically, the substandard characteristics include substandard lane width, shoulders, and clear zones. Substandard lane width was identified for a distance of 0.9 miles from the Circle K driveway to the west, eastward to Alpine Road at approximately 9.5 feet typical. Substandard shoulders were identified for a distance of 1.4 miles from the Circle K driveway to the curb section of Hale Road, which is approximately 500 feet west of Collier Parkway, with the shoulder width ranging from meeting or exceeding the 6-foot standard down to virtually no shoulder, all unpaved. Substandard clear zone was identified for a distance of 1.4 miles from the Circle K driveway, also to the curb section of Hale Road, west of Collier Parkway, with 56 utility poles located within the 6-foot clear zone. Hale Road is designated as a county collector road, and pursuant to Land Development Code 901.4, mitigation of substandard road conditions for county collector roadways shall be the payment of development's fair share of the cost to improve the roadway to restore roadway standards. An engineer cost estimate was prepared by Florida Land and Permitting to quantify the cost to resolve those deficiencies at a cost of just over $3 million. The resulting proportionate fair share for the referenced project was $281,605, where this mitigation is reflected in the conditions of approval. And specifically in regard to east of our project, may I answer your question, John?
Yes.
So there was a discussion about a left turn lane and how would that mitigate shoulder. Well, when we build the left turn lane, we're going to have to rebuild the entire section of road through the transitions to and from that turn lane and the full width portion as well. So by virtue of doing that, that would restore county standard conditions for that distance, which is essentially from just west of the that eastern project driveway to the curb section on the approach to Collier Parkway.
Understood. Can I ask another?
Absolutely.
You talked about directional distribution and a discussion with the other engineer. What transpired here?
Okay, so to walk you through the substandard road distribution, initially we had used a distribution, and this is at the very beginning of the project, of 50-50. Due to general area characteristics, there was no modeling done, there was no data collected to specifically support that, but that was the initial, as we typically do in the traffic world, make estimates based on land development patterns and adjacent roadways. So that was one of, I believe, 5 different versions. So moving from there, when we updated the substandard road analysis to reflect the change in unit count, we had gone out and collected data at a couple subdivisions to the west of our project. There are 2 subdivisions, and I have the names in my notes, but I believe one is Lago del Rey and another one that uses, I believe, a road named Cazo. I could be mistaken on that, but during rebuttal I can grab my notes and tell you what those were. So either way, those are subdivisions of a concentration of units that's not seen elsewhere along the road that provide for proxy distribution data. We counted the driveways during peak hours and identified what that distribution was based on those peak hour counts for those 2 subdivisions. So that identified a distribution of, I believe it was 40% to the west, which took this project mitigation away for the western portion of Hale Road, west of our site, because we dropped below 500 daily trips. Again, the threshold, and I don't think I actually mentioned this, but the Land Development Code section 901.4 requires substandard road mitigation for county collector roads when the trip impact is greater than 500. So at 40%, we were below 500, mitigation went away to the west. So the engineer that was retained by the neighbor had looked at that and said, well, what we need to do is look at a daily distribution because peak hour may or may not be reflective of daily conditions. So we agreed to do that. And at that time, he had suggested that, and Drew Rourke, PE, he had suggested that we use the traffic counts that are available from the county or DOT, I actually think it was, to identify what the east-west travel volumes are on Hale Road. And doing that was resulted in about a 50-50 more or less split, similar to what we had identified in the very original study version. However, by doing that, I had pointed out at that time to both county staff and to Mr. Rourke that taking traffic counts on Hale Road on a daily basis does not reflect what's going to happen for this particular subdivision or any subdivisions, because you're also including the effects of pass-by traffic. So Hale Road does have a good amount of pass-by traffic trying to get from Collier over to 41 to bypass the intersection of 54 and 41. So the resulting proportionate share from using the 50-50, more or less, distribution was in the range of $120,000. So rather than continue arguing back and forth, we agreed to use that distribution and move forward with a cost estimate at the time that resulted in that $120,000 proportionate share. Mr. Rourke reviewed the cost estimate prepared by Florida Land Design and Permitting, and identified several areas which need to be revised, which changed the cost estimate by a factor of, I don't know, 2.5 times, more or less. And with that, my client, the applicant, had instructed me, well, let's go out and get daily traffic volumes at the proxy sites. So daily traffic counts compared to peak hour traffic counts obviously involve, if we're doing AM and PM versus 24 hours, 12 times as much effort and cost and whatnot. So we chose the the largest and the most proximate subdivision as our proxy site, and we counted it for a day, and we got a distribution of, I think it was 56% or 40%, 40% west or something along those lines that did get us below the substandard road threshold yet again. So we moved forward with that version of the analysis. Incidentally, that count was taken during summertime because that's when this came up, and that was we initiated those counts as soon as we could after that comment was made. And we moved forward with that until school started again, and Mr. Rourke had at that point commissioned traffic counts, belt and suspenders traffic counts at both subdivisions for 2 days while school was in session, which resulted in a distribution of 56% west. So the takeaway between all these different values is that we're changing percentage points right around 50%. I think we went from 40% up to 60%. We had 45, we had 55, we kept going back and forth until the data that Drew provided was, in my opinion, and I mentioned this back to the applicant, that was the most comprehensive and best data that we could use. So at 56% westerly, we did trigger substandard road criteria at over 500 trips, which resulted in our current proportionate share amount of $281,000 and change. And of course, I will be here for rebuttal. I have a lot of information on traffic safety.
Can I just ask one more follow-up? So the statement about the turn lane mitigating your impacts, is that because the cost of the turn lane is equal to or greater than that proportionate share amount?
It doesn't mitigate our impacts in the sense that we are even required to mitigate east of the site because we are below 500 daily trips east of our site on a collector road. However, where that turn lane is going to be constructed, by building that lane, we widen the road, and then proper shoulders are put in, proper lane width is put in, proper clear zones are put in. That lane and those entire limits of that lane, including the transition from 2 to 3 lanes, the lane itself, and the transition back from 3 to 2 lanes, the limits of that improvement are built to county standards. So therefore, there is no more substandard road deficiency within that segment. And that turn lane does take us to where substandard road conditions are gone. East of the site, as you approach Collier Parkway, about 500 feet west of Collier Parkway, a curb section begins where the turn lanes are developed to the traffic signal at Collier Parkway. That is about where our turn lane is going to extend to, which is where standard conditions are once again encountered. So essentially, David, the turn lane is mitigating substandard road conditions, restoring them to standard rather, but we're not required to mitigate substandard road east of our site, but we're doing it by virtue of constructing this turn lane that's needed for traffic safety and operation purposes.
So, but you're making the proportionate share payment on top of...
Correct.
The top of that.
The proportionate fair share payment is specifically for mitigation to the west of the site.
Okay.
From the eastern driveway, rather, from our eastern driveway, west of the site. And
Okay.
if we can pull back up the map, I can point to that. Which is the button to do the pointer?
Just give me a second to bring back your...
Mike and David, I have a question about that. In the substandard road ordinance, if we're asking for a change of entitlement, the mitigation is you build it, not your proportionate fair share.
Well, that would normally be, that was the old rule, but the code was changed recently so that if it's on a county collector road, you don't necessarily have to build it. And is Essen or somebody, or
I can
the
address
staff
that.
that reviewed this?
We have
or-
several staff members available that can address that.
Okay. Or Mike? you want-
I can address that, John. In December of last year, with the land development code changes, that section of the code was rewritten. Mitigation was restructured, such that the only time that a physical improvement is needed is when you impact a non-collector. Arterials are exempted now. Collectors are only mitigated at 500 trips and above, and that mitigation consists of proportionate share. The only time physical construction is required is for local roads where you exceed, I think it was 100 daily trips.
Okay.
So that section of the code is now different than it was 12 months ago.
This is Asan Khalil with the current planning. What Mike raised is correct. And that is the reason why the issue of the western leg of Hale Road was eliminated initially, because the impact was less than 500 trips. So when the percentage changed and the impact grew to over 500 trips, that is why the large amount of proportionate fair share came into play.
Okay, so, and then I have one follow-up question, which is, what did you say the proportionate share amount was again, that you are paying?
$281,000 and change. The
So,
exact number is $281,605.
So, and which condition requires that? Because I'm,
There was an addendum sent out last night.
oh, this is something in the addendum?
Yeah, it was the revised condition.
Condition 11, perhaps?
So it's,
I don't have the conditions, David.
Tammy,
Tammy, is there revised condition 11? Because the version I have says 100,000. Okay. So was the only revision changing 100,000 to 286,000? 281,000?
The prior version, the 100,000 was a voluntary contribution by KB Homes towards safety improvements on Hale Road. At that point, we were below 500 daily trips west of the site, which means there was no substandard road mitigation required. So in an offer of good faith, KB had agreed to pay the county $100,000 towards road improvements and install 2 digital speed signs. So now, with substandard road mitigation being required by code, those 2 requirements were subsequently removed and replaced with a substandard road mitigation payment of $281,605.
Okay, I see the revised version now. Okay, that answers my question.
And I can still clarify the east and west and the turn lane if we can put up a graphic of,
Well, I guess.
if that's needed at this point.
Well, my only concern is, does the public know that this is a fairly major issue for this project? I know that this revised condition was emailed to us. How would the public know that we've changed? Does Mr. Rourke know this?
I had spoke with Mr. Rourke about this approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago and informed him of what we were modifying and made him aware of that, yes.
okay,
Ma'am, I'm asking the questions. This is not a time for you to object. You can, during your presentation, make all the comments you want about what he said. So, I guess, I'd like to know before, whether Mr. Rourke is in agreement with the revised condition or not when he gets up. So, Tammy, can Mr. Rourke raise his hand? Is he here? He's not? Well, my only concern is if you've been working with Mr. Rourke on these revised assumptions, and now we have a revised condition that in theoretically documents the revised assumptions and revised revisions. It'd be good to know whether he does or doesn't agree, or if he doesn't agree, I'd like to know why. Is there some way that we can figure that out sometime? Is somebody here that can speak for Mr. Work to know, we know whether he agrees or disagrees? Ma'am, do you know the answer?
You need to come up.
Can you
Jane,
come up here, please?
Yeah, go ahead and come to the podium, please.
Good afternoon, Jane Graham, Sunshine City Law, 737 Main Street. I represent Mary Ann Bishop. To answer your question, Mr. Rourke is actually temporarily unavailable. Today, we can try to call him, but I can't promise that we'll be able to reach him. He's in a place where we may not be able to, he may not have that kind of access.
Do you know if he's seen this revised condition?
He has not seen the language of the revised condition, to the best of my knowledge.
Is it possible to email him the language and get his input while, we may be here a while, so is there any way we can get his feedback sometime during this hearing?
Well, I would say no, because I would think that, first of all, I mean, he can review it, but he would need more time than just, have it put in front of him to say yes or no. I mean, he would have to base it on some further analysis. And while he, to the best of my knowledge, did hear from Mr. Razor that they were adjusting the substandard road analysis, as far as the specific numbers for the cost of improvements and, the 281, I mean, that's news. I certainly haven't seen that, and that's not something that had been even emailed to me lawyer to lawyer from Ms. Shelley Johnston either.
Well, I mean,
Now I'm guessing that all these people out here don't care whether it's $281,605 or $222,147. I'm guessing they've got objections over different issues.
Well, okay, but I do think that part of their objections relates to the road, the substandard condition of the roadway. I'm guessing that from the sign that's sitting right here in front of me, Mr. Moody. So I do think this is a significant issue for this project, so, and since Mr. Razor has worked, seems from quite a while with Mr. Rourke, I guess I'll ask the applicant, does the applicant have any evidence that Mr. Rourke is in agreement with this? My concern is that we got this at the 11th hour, this revised condition. And so I'd like to know that the opposition's consultant is in agreement or not in agreement with it, because it's a concern to me that if we got it this late and I have no idea.
Mr. Goldstein, what I can tell you is that I did speak with Mr. Rourke, and while he had not seen the specific number, what he did tell me is there were still serious concerns about the cost of improvements and the calculations, and I know in looking at the breakdown, he did have some disagreements as to those specific numbers. So he has never told me that he is in support of the number given by KB Homes.
Okay.
Hey, David, this is Essen again. The county had our Public Works Department review the cost estimate, and they approved it. Do we need to get approval from Drew Rourke?
Well, okay. Well, my concern, Essen, is that Mr. Razor said that he worked with Mr. Rourke on some of these assumptions. And so apparently you all have allowed Mr. Rourke to have some input in this process, yet at the very end of the process, we get a new condition and apparently you left him out. That's my concern. So.
Actually, David, he was copied on the emails that another staff member, Stacy Burgess, corresponding with Terry, Mike Razor, and Drew Rourke was on the cost estimate and the calculations that were being emailed back and forth.
Well,
We can provide that evidence that he was.
To clarify, I had requested some information as far as the cost estimate. It wasn't specific language of a condition, and I can tell you that there is no agreement from Mr. Rourke or my client that this is a number that she's in agreement with.
Okay. Again, if he's not in agreement, it would be nice to know why, but apparently we can't get that, so you all have answered my questions for now. I will just have to proceed, so, thank you.
Was there any other questions for me at this moment?
I have a question, unless, John, you still have a
Go
question?
ahead.
So I kind of got a little confused there as to, so if this were to be built, what improvements would be made when it's built, and what, and/or deferred?
So paying a proportionate share of the entire cost obviously will not bring the entire road up to standard.
Correct.
There was a field meeting between certain county personnel and certain applicants team. I was not present at that particular meeting, field meeting, where I believe there was a walkthrough done, and I could ask the engineer who was involved in that, Mr. Jay Hunting, to speak about that conversation with public works staff or traffic operations staff perhaps as well. I wasn't there, I'm not sure. May have been representatives from both departments. And there were certain specific concepts that were being discussed about how safety could be improved along the corridor.
Has the staff, has Essen's department or the Public Works Department, I don't know which department is in charge of this, when you write the check, if this is approved and you write the check, when's the money get spent?
Question for staff.
To my point about whether
John,
it doesn't really matter whether it's this number or that number, because if the money isn't going to get spent and improve the road, we're not going to satisfy the lady down here with the signs concern.
Essen, did you want to add something there, Essen?
Yes, I was going to speak. Actually, it was myself, Stacy Burgess, and Venkat from traffic operations with the applicant's engineer. We met up at the site location and drove Hale Road going from Collier all the way to 41. The engineer can identify some of the specifics, but what we found was that there were several utility poles that were very close to the edge of the roadway. We thought, there was right-of-way there. Those utility poles need to be relocated. There were some really tight corners, that may obstruct the visibility, the triangle, site visibility triangle. There was one intersection, I'm forgetting the cross street, but it goes all the way to the south, that needed possibly a left turn there. Aside from that, there were certain bends in the road that may need some street lighting provided over there. We talked about that as well. So we do have an idea, but once the money comes in, I think Venkat was going to develop a plan for safety improvements to spend that money for Hale Road that we collect.
So
I'm not sure if Mr. Venkat is present right now or not. I thought he was going to meeting virtually. I'm not sure if he's here or not.
Is the section of
Good
the ordinance?
afternoon, this is Margaret Smith. I can speak for Venkat, who's in India right now, visiting with family. Before he left, he had done a study, had been out in the field, as Essen said, with the team. And what we're looking, and when he came back, of course, he looked at the volume of traffic out there. He looked at the speeds, not only the posted speed, which is 30 miles an hour, but the 85th percentile. And we find that many people are, residents in the pass-through are speeding with a posted speed of 48. So you have a road that was designed back in the day with standards of back in the day. And so when you can't look at standards today and condemn that road. I'm just going to say that. When you talk about clear zones not being met, or our shoulders not being what the standards offer today, we don't automatically go out and update every road every time standards change. That happens when there's changes made in the roadway that we try not to make those situations worse. We don't go out and just try to update every time a new update comes along. So what we looked at that we can do rather quickly, in the last 5 years, there have been roughly 30 accidents in 5 years. So say six a year, and it goes up and down. The last year, I think we were up to 8. So a third of those, 10 of those were at night. And so one of the things we looked at that we could do within the next fiscal year, so by this time next year, we could have lighting along that corridor at 4 of our intersections. So, and that would probably totally, 281,000 may sound like a humongous number, but as you probably know, when you're talking about improving roadways, that is a tiny chunk of what we need. So what we're looking at is 4 intersections, and those are King Lake Drive, Deerhound Drive, Alpine Road, and Collier Parkway. Those are the 4 intersections that would benefit from new lighting sometime within this next fiscal year. So by fiscal year starts in a couple of days, by this time next year, we should see some new lighting. Also, we noticed some of the chevrons were either knocked down or missing, and so we're replacing some of the chevrons in those 2 curves that are rather tight along Hale Road. And also working to get some of the backlit chevron solar panel, digital lights that provide more emphasis that, hey guys, get off your phones, slow your speeds. There are curves coming up. So in order to get the distracted driver, to get the speeder, we do have, I think the lighting will help. I think the LED chevron lights will help. The chevron lights are, as everything else, we're having supply line issues with getting those in again. Somewhere in the next year, we should have those in.
So Margaret,
The chevrons, they're just a plain sign chevrons that we can have those in rather quickly.
so Margaret, following up on Mr. Moody's point, and I do understand the source of his confusion, because the prior version of this condition actually identified where that money would be spent when it was 100,000, and it talked about roadway lighting, rumble strips, some other signage. The new condition that's been presented just says they're gonna write a check. There's no indicator of where it's going. So do you know why, or does Essen know why all the language was stricken that talks about where we're gonna spend that money? Mr. Razor, do you know why?
No, I can tell, David, I can tell you what we have reviewed and our results of that review and what we think we can do in the next fiscal year, which is gonna more than eat up $281,000. I mean, that's just like, a small drop in the bucket. So yeah, I can tell you what we intend to do after our review, but I cannot tell you what the conditions of a development agreement are trying to define.
Okay, well, I'm asking anybody who knows the answer.
I can answer that, David.
Okay.
Again, and it goes back to the prior version of the analysis, which matched up with the prior version of the conditions. There were fewer than 500 trips estimated west of the site. So at that point, substandard road mitigation was not required by code. So under that scenario, the applicant volunteered a payment of $100,000 to specifically go towards safety improvements. Now, with the revisions, we do trip the threshold for substandard road mitigation. So we are back into a code-required payment, a mitigation payment. So it's not, we would love to see it spent on safety improvements. We think that would be the most applicable and appropriate thing to do. However, that's not our call to make. That's not part of that section of code. That section of code and the resulting condition were written up standard like any other project that I've been involved in that is required to mitigate substandard road through proportionate share. It's a proportionate share payment to the county for the county to do what they feel is appropriate to do with that money. So that's the distinction of voluntary payment versus a code-required payment under a specific section of the code.
Well, let's just go back to the voluntary payment for a minute. If you gave the county a voluntary payment of $281,605, what says that payment gets spent on these things today. One of my concerns about this is that it's a proportionate fair share. That means it's only a fraction of what's actually needed to improve the road out here. And there's another little landmine in the substandard road ordinance that says if the county doesn't spend this money in, is it 15 years, David? Then you get it back.
And I would say two things in response to that, John. One is that, unlike many other projects, actually most every single other project that I've been involved in, there's already been a concerted effort by staff, both development and traffic operations, to start identifying those improvements, to get a plan together to, begin thinking about how that money is going to be used. I've not seen that done ever on any other project. And in regard to the proportionate share being a fraction of the total funds, you also have to keep in mind that that is a fraction of a cost to bring the road up to full county standard. So, for example, that would be 11-foot lanes. Well, would 11-foot lanes even be appropriate here on a road that's already experiencing speeding issues with curvature that, is the alignment is pretty well set, and you're going to have curves regardless whether they're flattened out a little bit or not. You're going to have curves, and you're going to have need to have a design speed that's relatively low. So would it even be appropriate to implement 11-foot lanes? And along with that, as the engineers on the board know, that speed and lane width are generally proportional. Narrower lanes are a speed calming, traffic calming measure. So extending that out, whether or not restoring or making the road meet all the substandard road characteristics, well, maybe that's not even appropriate. So the $300,000 or nearly $300,000 is about three times what KB had volunteered previously, and to make the safety improvements, which included the lighting that Margaret had discussed,
You don't need to.
shielding of the guardrails and shielding, but
You don't need to defend it. I appreciate that you're going to pay your proportionate fair share and do what the ordinance says. What I'm concerned is, these people, I'm guessing, are going to say they want the road fixed, and I want to know what happens. What mechanism is there to force the road to get fixed?
So,
Other than he made the payment, doesn't mean the county
Yeah,
has to go
so, I
spend the
mean,
payment
it's
next
not-
week or next year.
so the LRTP would, I don't know who said that, but that would not address the type of road improvement. So the condition could be reworded to say that the county will spend this fair share payment on X, Y, and Z. There's nothing prohibiting us from putting that in the conditions.
Okay, so that was going to be a question.
Well, okay, well,
David, does the
probably-
lighting
to be clear though, to Margaret's point, we have to come up with additional money. So I'm not suggesting that it's gonna say when we would do those things, because the county has to come up with other money to do some of those things.
I understand.
But it could say that the money will be used towards specific improvements whenever we get the rest of the money. If the concern is that we're gonna spend it on Ridge Road, okay, that can be addressed. I mean, we could add language that says the money will be spent on
You
this.
demonstrated in a case earlier this week at the BCC that you could allocate mobility fees to a certain.
This isn't a
region.
mobility fees, but
Well,
yes, the concept is
Similar
similar.
concept.
But yes, we could add language that says that the funds collected will be spent to address X, Y, and Z on Hale Road.
Concern here, but.
In fact, the prior condition had language to that effect, when it was a voluntary
concern here
payment.
Is not the how, it's the when.
Right, but I think the problem with when is that requires the county to come up with additional funds. And I don't know if, we can't really bind the Board of County Commissioners to come up with additional funds, because then, especially, these aren't even mobility fees, this is just probably general gas tax funds. So that's gonna be difficult to bind the
Hey,
county.
But they will be paying mobility.
David,
fees.
Yes.
David, we do intend to put the lighting in, and that's well over 281,000. We could apply that towards that cost on top of what we're already paying, what we are going to be paying. So, and as I said earlier, we intend to get that in before the end of this, so between this fiscal year, by the end of this
So
fiscal,
it doesn't,
next fiscal year.
so from what I'm hearing Margaret say is that if we put language in here that said, the county shall use this money towards roadway lighting on Hale Road, it doesn't sound like she'd have any objection to doing that, because that is staff's intent.
I mean, yeah, we already have plans, we're looking at that already. So that's not even close to covering it, but it would certainly fall
So,
within that.
If it's, while it's fresh in your mind, if you wanted to make a motion to add that requirement to the condition, we could do that.
Well, I don't want to do
David,
anything
instead of
until I've
saying
heard all
lighting,
the.
All right,
This
I
is
just don't want you to forget, okay?
David, this is Essen again. Instead of saying just lighting, can we not say safety improvements?
Let's keep it general.
You can say safety improvements on Hale Road,
Yes.
that's fine.
Yeah,
I guess
would
the
rather do
point
that.
is, whatever you call it, $281,000 is gonna be, either, if you put it on something massive, it's gonna take it's gonna take years to get that funding built up. But 281,000 is gonna cover a very tiny little, safety improvement. So, it's a lot that we're battling over the semantics of a tiny piece of funding that we're gonna be using somewhere. And if we're putting lighting in, that's well over that at this point, plus some of these solar-powered chevrons, backlit chevrons, and et cetera, we're, you know, I'm not sure how much more you could do for 281,000.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Margaret. That is part of the safety improvement.
And if you want to just call it safety improvements, yeah. that would be
Okay,
fine.
so it sounds like staff has no objection to a requirement that the funds be spent on safety improvements on Hale Road. So, but somebody just needs to not forget to add that to the condition whenever we get there.
Okay.
So is the sidewalk part of those road improvements? That may or may not happen immediately?
So
I mean.
So I think
mean, the
staff would,
question-
and I'll let Essen or Margaret address it, but I believe they do consider sidewalks to be a safety improvement, if that's your question.
Yeah, that's kind of my question, because that goes back to the timing of when that's
But
going to happen.
Margaret or Essen will have to address whether there's even something that we could do there. I have no idea.
Yeah.
No,
So,
no, well,
Mr. Williams?
Essen, I guess, go first. It sounds like you want to talk.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just to be clear, Substandard Road does not consider sidewalks when you're calculating a fair share. That is not part of 901.4. Unless Mike can say that they included it, that'll be something different, but the 901.4 does not require that.
All right, but there's mobility fees that are going to get
Furthermore,
paid,
we
and that's
don't
another
have-
pot of money.
Yeah, they will pay part of their site plan funds towards the sidewalk, which can be eventually used towards it. But we do not have right-of-way to do the entire improvement along this Hale Road. It was resurfaced, I'm guessing not too long ago by the county. And they did not widen it, they kept it the same, it was just a resurfacing job. We do not have right-of-way, it's very tight, you cannot get 11-foot lanes and then have the drainage swales and the sidewalks. There just isn't enough room unless you go through eminent domain process and start buying out properties along the frontage on Hale Road.
No, I understand, I understand, Essen, but I guess, but this project would have the right of way to do it in front of their project, correct?
They can, but at times when the sidewalk is not going anywhere, nothing to connect to, we just collect the funds.
Are we collecting funds are we collecting funds? Because we could separate those away for future, because this would be way out, putting sidewalks would be pretty
Right
far
now,
out.
they're not here with a site plan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the
I
site,
mean, I don't think sidewalks would be a bad thing to do, because if, every time we say we aren't gonna put sidewalks out because we don't have sidewalks on the rest of a corridor, we leave another gap. So I'm never opposed to sidewalk being constructed, or at all driveways, left turn lanes, because when we have new driveways and we don't have left turn lanes on a 2-lane road, we are actually taking a 2-lane road that, as you guys say, is substandard, and we're making it more substandard by not putting those left turn lanes in. As you can see from the accident history, if anyone's looked at it, we have side swipes and that type of thing. At driveways where left turn lanes have not been required. So I noticed there's 3 driveways for this development, and only one has a left turn. So that gives us a little concern, considering you're talking, as you said, it's an old road that's substandard, and we like to see driveways put into it mitigates that, where there wasn't a driveway before, there is now, and if you had a left turn lane in, through traffic could continue on. So, without worrying about hitting the back of the vehicle that's stopped in the middle of the through lane to make a left. Same with right.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. Point well taken. Just to be clear, the amount of trips that they will generate does not warrant a single left turn or a right turn.
I agree. I understand your numbers, Essen, but I'm telling you the facts that when you put new driveways in on these roads, you are creating an issue and I'm saying to mitigate that issue, even though it doesn't meet the numbers, you're putting new driveways in, you're having new vehicles stopping in the road to take left or slow to take right. And I'm just saying, if you wanted to mitigate complete impacts of a development, you would always put a left on a 2-lane road, no matter the numbers, you would always put the auxiliary lanes, the left turn and the right turns.
Margaret and
And then you would
Essen,
mitigate that issue.
Margaret and Essen, I think we're kind of getting sidetracked here, and there's
Yeah.
plenty of people here, and I don't think the county's buying dinner. So,
Okay, I'm just giving you some mitigation.
no, I appreciate that.
And just real quick, so the reason I bring that up is because there is sidewalk along Collier Parkway. So since this is on the corner, it would make sense to do that
Now,
at some point.
is it standard for sidewalks to be identified and required as part of the site plan, or as part of this rezoning?
Yeah, as part of the site plan and construction plan design, the roads are to be standard. So those sidewalks are included in the complete streets concept. But like Essen was saying, is at times when there's another improvement on a roadway in the near future, we defer that and allow the payment instead and apply the payment towards the future improvement to put the sidewalks in when the future improvement comes in. But you can simply require that those sidewalks go in now as part of the site plan and not allow that other option if you want. That's perfectly
Okay,
fine.
but is it normal to make that a part of the approval of the site plan, or a part of the zoning?
Part of the code. The code requires pedestrian facilities.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't know whether it was normal to defer that till they
But
came in
only
with their
in front-
construction plans.
only in front of
Only
his
in front of the project.
project.
That's right, correct.
If we wanted to make them extend a sidewalk like out to Collier Parkway, we'd need to make it a condition here.
Yes, and if it's off-site, we'd probably have to offer some form of mobility fee credits to make them do that.
But don't
But I
they
think-
go all the way to Collier?
But I think there's a bigger issue here, though, which is that,
Yes.
I think what Essen said, there's not enough right-of-way to add a sidewalk off-site.
I heard that.
So, we can't really make, but, I mean, that would require condemnation power, which the developer doesn't have.
On the south side, they have all the way to Collier.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Right.
But through their site, they could clearly dedicate enough right-of-way and build a sidewalk through their site.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so on the one side of Hale Road, just not on both.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Anything else for the applicant? Oh, one more thing, Mike, if you can, with your team, while we're hearing from others, if you guys can revisit condition 9, or the note 9 on the master plan. I'm just not quite sure what that language says. You don't need to address it now. I'm sure you're going to have a rebuttal, so if you just look at it and.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, so now, public comment period.
Mr. Chair, how would you like to handle this? Because we do have, I
Motion
think,
to
4
receive and
folks
file.
on WebEx.
Hold on one second, Denise. Sorry,
Yes.
motion to receive and file from,
So moved. Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So
Okay.
my recommendation, Mr. Chair, would be to first take the people that have requested additional time,
Mhm.
because I suspect that once the public hears from all those people, they may cover a majority of the issues.
Okay.
And then take everybody else, whether they're on WebEx or
Okay.
general public.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll start with, I think there was 5 people total that requested
Let's
additional
start
time.
from whoever requested the
Jane
longest period
Graham.
of time and then go down.
Requested 15 minutes.
Okay, we will start with Jane Graham. Yes, the 15 minutes are for Jane Graham, Marianne Bishop, Drew Rourke, and Jared Jacobs per Ms. Graham's request.
Thank you, but before I go, I'd actually like, if Lily Zhu could go. She's a high school student that has to leave. She had signed in, and I think her name was first. So if we could defer just to her.
I don't have a problem with that. So she had requested the 5 minutes, I think, is that right?
Yeah, and can my classmates go after me because we're sharing a PowerPoint presentation?
Can you come to the podium? Well, I don't know.
So,
And my question's going to be, obviously, when you say, can your classmates come, are they part of your 5 minutes
No, they have 3 minutes.
on the same presentation?
Yes, because we have a shared PowerPoint.
okay, so you're doing 5 minutes, and then they're each doing 3?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not the way the request came in. I mean, there's other people that requested additional time based on combinations of people. I mean, we have a protocol here, and we've got to follow the protocol, okay? Do you have any idea how long your presentation is? Is it 14 minutes? I mean, just get through it as fast as you can, understand, you're limited to 5 minutes.
Say in theory, you could share a slide and each do 3 minutes of that slide.
Do the same presentation?
I mean, if they're just using one PowerPoint and they each have 3 minutes of slides, it's probably fine, because they could speak for 3 minutes anyway.
Okay,
May I begin?
yeah, you can begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Lily Zhu, and I am a senior at Land O'Lakes High School. I live about 8 minutes away from Hale Road, frequently passing by on my way to the Rosebud Continuum or school. Land O'Lakes High School is also about 6 minutes away from Hale Road and has over 2,260 students, making it the biggest school of our county. However, with heavy congestion daily, our school system and staff are constantly strained. The alarming trend of the increasing student-to-staff ratio affects our ability to learn and evacuate if there is ever an emergency in the classroom or bus. As Scientific Journal Club president, the Rosebud Continuum Sustainability Education Center by this proposal is invaluable to us in a realm beyond words. It is where we, along with other students, can connect with our earth, stimulating research and people who come from all around the world to this biodiversity hotspot in Florida. It was through the Rosebud that our club began our intensive 10-month research project, starting last year, investigating the effects of development on lake water quality and biodiversity. We spent hours upon hours outside, testing water samples, scouring online data, meeting with organizations over the state for this very purpose of protecting this ecosystem. That's how much it means to us. It is necessary for me now to emphasize that it is not just my small group here today that is concerned. We have collected about 200 letters from concerned Land O'Lakes High School students and other Pasco high schoolers. As youth, we are all stakeholders affected by this rezoning. I wish I had time to read each of the 200 letters that are part of the record for this hearing, but some talk about their siblings who walk to Pineview Elementary School daily on Hale Road despite all the hazards of open ditches and lack of sidewalks. Thank you, KB Homes, for your proposal. Some who have experienced preventable flooding firsthand in their home. Some who just describe the unique character and wildlife of this region. I chose a quote from student Aiden Rosso, a senior, whose letter captures how many of us feel. He writes, "I really care about my fellow Land O'Lakes students, and I would hate to lose a friend to a car crash because of a lack of a swift response due to an abundance of traffic on Hale Road." Another junior, Bhavya K., writes, "As a child who grew up here, I have so many memories of driving past these beautiful forests, breathing in the crisp air and playing on the fields with my friends. I hope that the next generation can have these future memories that they come to cherish as much as I do. And we have the power to ensure this." And it's not just the student stakeholders. The Pasco School Board and my school staff that I've been communicating with have also expressed concerns over this. This is not an issue fixable by money, but for character and nature that is harder to quantify, as this lake is also connected to the Cypress Creek watershed, what each of us in this room and all in the entire Tampa Bay region rely on for our water, our lifeline. The dangers of this development extend to a much more concerning level. We are not against development. As youth, we are very open to positive change in our community, but we want to sustain development that is sustainable and transparent for this region, that is the heart of our community and has shaped it into what it is and who I am today. The buffer proposed is not nearly sufficient, as every square foot of this region is important to the ecosystem, history, and character. As student scientists thinking long-term ahead, The effects and the numerous detriments have not been sufficiently investigated yet. So for the sake of the future, for me and other concerned youth of Pasco, please understand that there is always a wisest time, place, and practice for development. We do not believe this is one of them. Thank you for your time and consideration of our future.
Could you just make sure the timekeeper's now doing 3 minutes each? Okay, thank you.
And just please state your name and address and confirm that you've been sworn.
Good afternoon. My name is Ajinkya Bharadwaj. I live on 3510 Hickory Hammock Loop, Wesley Chapel. And I'm, sworn under oath? Okay.
Were you sworn under oath? Did you raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm a senior at Land O'Lakes High School and a Scientific Journal Club officer. We have compiled a database of different lakes in Pasco County with information including phosphorus, nitrogen, and chlorophyll A levels, which are essential nutrients to a lake's ecosystem. If their levels are not in a healthy range, it could disrupt the fragile ecosystem in the lake. Unfortunately, these chemicals are often associated with new developments. Fertilizers, industrial waste, sewage water, etc. are all sources of phosphorus and nitrogen pollution in lakes. When there's too much of these nutrients, eutrophication occurs, as rapidly growing algae and aquatic plants absorb the dissolved oxygen in the lake, leaving other organisms without sufficient oxygen. High amounts of phosphorus can also result in algae blooms, releasing toxins in the water, a hazard not only for the wildlife, but also for humans. Additionally, if there's too little of the chemicals, the growth of aquatic plants would significantly decrease, disrupting the fragile food chain of the lake. A decrease in these nutrients can result from nutrients being heavily absorbed from the soil, which can result from non-native plants often used in housing developments. The chlorophyll A levels is a determining factor as to how much plant life is present in the lake. As I unfortunately didn't have time to explain all of our research nor describe how much effort and dedication we have put into it, I will briefly discuss two cases. Lake Joyce is identified as a clear, hard water lake. A healthy range of phosphorus in this type of lake is between 30 and 90 micrograms per liter. The healthy range of nitrogen is between 1050 and 910 micrograms per liter. And the healthy amount of chlorophyll A is 20 micrograms per liter. As you can see, Lake Joyce does not meet these requirements for any of the chemicals, being below the required ranges. Lake Joyce has housing surrounding it, and although the housing is less crowded and older compared to newer developments, there is still an apparent effect on the lake environment, evident by the low amount of chlorophyll. Looking at Lake Lazy Duck, we see a different trend. The lake is identified as a clear, soft water lake, so its ranges are a bit different. 10 to 30 micrograms per liter for phosphorus, 51 to 930 micrograms per liter for nitrogen, and 1 to 10 micrograms for chlorophyll A. Looking at the graphs for Lazy Duck, we can see that the lake has met all these requirements. Subsequently, the lake has barely any development around it. I want to emphasize that as a young scientist and student stakeholder, it is clear that the current infrastructure and precious lake cannot be supported by this unsustainable development. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is the lake adjacent to the proposed development was listed at the state's website of waters not attaining standards?
I'm not sure about that.
Because the state actually has a website that categorizes all water bodies and their nitrogen and dissolved oxygen levels and chlorophyll A levels. And if the waters do not attain standards, the Southwest Florida Water Management District makes the developer design his stormwater system to demonstrate numerically that the runoff will have the excess nutrients removed. So I think it would be important that we check to find out whether or not this lake is actually listed. And also to find out, does anybody know, is there a basin management action plan in place in this? Have you all met with the Water Management District?
We have been in contact with SwiftMud, but we haven't spoken to them specifically about these two lakes that we showed. These were from the Lake Watch program, which is in contact with UF. And we haven't checked the website you mentioned, but we will.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rashid Shanvas. I live at 2551 Rosehaven Drive, Wesley Chapel, and I'm a senior at Land O'Lakes High School, and I was sworn in already, so it's all good.
Very good.
As a student who lives in Pasco County for most of my life, I have come to love the nature and wildlife that it contains. Pasco County contains a great amount of wildlife and enjoyment for our diverse community. Kids love to go to the parks and trails, others like to go to the lakes and ponds, and some just like walking through the various cypresses and wetlands that it contains. Essentially, our environment is what ties us all together. For example, I love biking down the quiet open fields past the Wiregrass Mall, and it was very calming as the air was very fresh and the scenery was very comforting. I get the same feeling when I go to Rosebud Continuum, and I absolutely love the clear lake and its calming and quiet atmosphere. However, with development, I fear that it will become crowded, just like what happened to the Wiregrass area, because once high development comes in, the animals and people living here will be greatly affected. Animals will have to become accustomed to new light and noise population from these development that will affect their habitats and, life routines. Citizens lose the peace and quiet that they once had due to congestion and traffic in these areas, as they will greatly increase. And runoff from this construction would also pollute the water and the vegetation that makes our beautiful county beautiful. Due to the fact that all the lakes are interconnected, if one is affected, all of them will be affected, causing a domino effect in which all the lakes suffer as time goes on. In essence, everything that grows here and makes Pasco County such a valuable place would be undermined. Additionally, the rezoning does not have appropriate access to a standard roadway.
You get one more
Will
minute.
likely cause more traffic congestion in the Land O'Lakes area and will disrupt public services as there will be a delay in fire and police responses and school transportation systems. As a young adult who has just begun driving, it scares us to visualize the kind of impact that development on Hale Road would have on our safety. My school cares deeply about this, and as Lily said, I hope you take the time to go through each of our 200 letters voicing their concerns as stakeholders for a mature decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mackenzie Ivancic. Address is 28811 Kirkhead Stick Court, Wesley Chapel, and I was sworn in. Good afternoon. I am currently a senior involved with the Scientific Journal Club at Land O'Lakes High School. Throughout the past year within this club, I have been able to have great involvement with both the community and research relating to new development and the environment, and I have become increasingly concerned along with the other members. With a rush to develop, we are ignoring the significant problems that could be created within our environment. As we begin to look upon building in these areas that could impact the Cypress Creek watershed, we risk creating larger scale problems with not significant enough solutions. To build within this watershed could remove a lot of the, would remove the prevention of a lot of the chemicals, as Ajinki had mentioned, seeping into the water, and which would be heavily impactful to all of our ecosystems and the animals along with us. The watershed also helps to minimize the likelihood of flooding and damage to both the ecosystems and buildings, and while there are retention ponds, they're much more likely to be overflowing than these watersheds and require more maintenance to be as successful. Without significant maintenance, they can become overrun with water quality issues in relation to the amount of nutrients and chemicals present, which can exacerbate problems within an ecosystem, presenting problems for wildlife and the general environment if and when they do overflow. We are especially concerned about lakes such as the one at Rosebud Continuum, which have been so well preserved over such a long period of time. If there's no clear established plan over what we're going to do to maintain these retention ponds and to keep these nutrients from heavily impacting ecosystems, we could run into significant problems. Aside from general environmental concerns, through conversations with community members, I've also developed deep concerns about whether this is currently a realistic plan with the already stressed infrastructure within this area. Without full use of the watershed to manage flooding, community members already struggling with close calls of flooding at the bottom of hills or slopes during heavy rains are much more likely to experience problems, and likely with a greater intensity. Why must we add to already existing problems without first coming up with effective long-term solutions for the ones that we do have? I'm by no means against development, as are my peers, and it has been a beautiful thing within the past few years to see various areas in Pasco County flourish without harmful impacts to the environment. However, these new developments such as this one need more time to be carefully planned so we know we have the brightest outlooks for our community. Thank you for your consideration on this subject.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask the four of you, one, I'm very impressed with the knowledge that you have about water quality, and that's part of my profession. But as engineers, our job is to find solutions. If I just told my clients, I can't, nothing would ever get done. So the job here as a scientist is to find solutions to these problems. And I actually think if you'll go talk to the people at the Water Management District, you'll find that they have a vast expertise of people up there that actually do have answers to some of the problems that you're asking questions about. So that'll be your homework for next week, I guess. Go take a field trip to the Water Management District and talk to them about numeric nutrient removal, and I think you'll probably sleep easier at night.
We have actually talked to a few from SwiftMud, as well as other people invested in water quality in this region, including from the IFAS program. And I hope you understand that as student scientists, we're not just scientists, we're also students who have lived here for a long time. So I'd like to also emphasize that we're also looking at things not related to just water quality.
Sure. Yeah, and I think, just to echo John's point, good jobs. You guys seem to put a lot of work into it, keep up the hard work, but, I challenge you, and I always challenge the younger generation. I have younger kids myself, and I always challenge her to, rather than just say, why not, or you can't, it's more along the lines of how, or what can you do to get to point B, because that's more of the exercise and more of the challenge. It's easy to say no. So I just challenge you guys to, you keep striving forward and try to find out, what you can do to help the problem.
And we aren't against development. We just
Right.
want it to be more sustainable.
Sure. Very good.
And if any of you are interested in engineering internships, please call me.
All right, so moving back to Jane.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jane Graham, attorney and founder of Sunshine City Law. I represent Ms. Marianne Bishop, a neighboring property owner and affected party. Today, KB Homes has the burden to meet Pasco County Land Development Code rezoning criteria for both Euclidean rezoning and also MPUD rezoning, and they cannot meet these criteria. Specifically, the impact of the development on surrounding land uses and significant environmental features, adequacy of existing public services, which was already spoken about at length, existing land use patterns, adverse effects on living conditions, and the legitimate public purpose to keep the zoning how it is. This proposal is also inconsistent with the Pasco Comprehensive Plan in that it does not take into account agricultural buffers or the mission of the central market area, and creates conditions that are they're likely unsafe for pedestrians and drivers. Pasco County's code and comp plan promote innovations in MPUDs while protecting their surrounding communities. You will hear from Mrs. Bishop, who has lived on the neighboring property for over 2 decades with her family and transformed the land into a sustainability center and rewilded landscape with Lake Rosebud as its treasure. Rosebud Continuum is a pillar of the Pasco community, partnering with schools, organizations that help people with disabilities, and cutting-edge and innovative scientists and urban planning on sustainable living. She will speak about the surrounding land use, public safety, and flooding issues, and compatibility. And again, everything that we're talking about, we're relating back to the criteria under 402.1 and 402.2. You should know that my client has attempted to work with KB Homes to resolve this and be good neighbors for months prior to being here today. And you have already been introduced to the conversations with our traffic engineer, Mr. Drew Rourke. He did successfully work with KB Homes engineer to help correct some of the flaws in their substandard road analysis, and we do appreciate that. Although there are still underlying flaws in the definition of actually what a roadway segment is under 904.1. Plus, we do have ongoing disputes in the calculation on the cost of improvements. You will hear from our land use planner, Jared Jacobs, who analyzed the Hale Collier MPUD and found that the proposed MPUD does not represent an appropriate transition of land use. The lots are too small and don't take into account buffers and the existing zoning. Planning commissioners, I want you to know that your planning staff has largely refused to speak with my client and our team over the last few months to address the flaws in this proposal, and despite numerous requests. And it's really a shame that I'm up here today where we're talking about these flaws, because we genuinely wanted to work it through before. And just so that you know, my client, she's not anti-development. She owns a construction company, and she simply wants to see a project that complies with the code and comp plan while protecting the environmental integrity of Lake Rosebud. And she would like to see a conservation easement over the whole lake. You'll hear from numerous members of the community and representatives of a newly formed coalition of neighbors known as Hale No, who have evidence of existing and ongoing infrastructure problems within the area. Finally, I do have to make a few objections for the record. The hearing should be after 5 based on state statute, and is not, and it is, well, actually, at this point, I don't know if it is after 5 or not. But it's something to take into account. It wasn't advertised as such. Also, it has been continued numerous times since May, and as had been previously discussed, it is in Newport Richey, the opposite end of where it will be. It was initially noticed, and then will be in Dade City again. So there are just some complications involving public participation that we do want you to take into account. Pasco County has a really innovative code that directs growth in sustainable, environmentally sensitive, and a safe way, and it's up to you to make sure that these applications comply. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to our planner, Jared Jacobs, and enter our evidence into the record.
What are we accepting, though? What is that?
Sure, it's an affidavit by Mary Ann Bishop, a letter with it from, an article from Tampa Bay Times, a letter that she had received back in 2003 regarding a similar proposal for Dupree Lakes, information from Drew Rourke, and information from Jared Jacobs.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? So moved. Motion and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Opposed?
you, sir.
David, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Quick. She said there's a state statute that requires this hearing happen after 5.
So the board has waived that, the statute allows the board to waive that requirement, which the board has done, and I can, in a second, I'll pull up the statute that tells you, that allows the board to do that. So, I don't agree with her, because our board has
I
waived
understand.
that requirement.
Fair enough.
Okay.
All right. Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. My name is Jared Jacobs. I have been sworn in. I'm a planner with Paradise Key. I have been. Yes. I have been bonded by the ethics of the American Planning Association, and I have quite a few other accreditations. I have about 8 years of experience working as a planner with different institutions and municipalities. And I'm here to represent Ms. Marian Bishop. I first want to start out by saying, let's look at this map. So Lily pointed out how it is connected to the Cypress Creek, and as you can see, there is a direct canopy with only Collier Road separating Cypress Creek to the property. So that is what's feeding all of the birds and bees to the property. That's helping create the opportunity for all the STEM and education that you're seeing today. So this is one of the current uses of the property. It is an educational facility. People with disabilities, college students and high school students all come to the property to learn about their local environment and traditional agricultural practices. So the practices that are being, that's happening on the property go above and beyond the standards. There's a quote here by Dr. Craig Hugel, and he goes in to say how his experience working with the property for the past 5 years, he's seen substantial enhancement in the local ecology. So Lake Rosebud was discovered back in 1847 from a survey, so it has a historic significance beyond its pristine health. So this is a picture from the property right now. Its existing land use pattern is agricultural. It's very rural. So let's, as a planning commission, you know what the purposes are of AR and R1 zoning. But the purpose of rural density is to be a transitional use primarily between agricultural areas and suburban development. And the other area that's being proposed to zone to MPUD is agricultural residential district, which is designed to be a attractive large land to accommodate those individuals who desire a rural estate type living environment. All right, so neighborhood properties. The Rosebud Continuum is zoned AC. The purpose, okay, we just went over that, I'm sorry. So this is the area along Hale Road. As you can see, we'll talk about that in a minute. I'm not gonna read this, but let me dig into this. So this, as you can see in red, that's the AC zoning. I'm sorry, I'm not doing so well. Sorry for taking up time. I'm gonna go quickly through this. Here's the limited lot area comparison. We made some charts to make it easy to see. Maximum lot coverage. The possible gross density. So the future land use element, Appendix 4.2 of the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, states that property owners are not entitled to all zoning classifications or the most potential dense or intense zoning classification. So what that means is it's up to you as a commission to decide what the zoning density can be relative to the existing land use and the neighboring uses. The development standards, 522.4, the primary use of the site, make sure that it's compatible with its neighbors. This goes into buffers to make sure that there are compatible buffers between the input and the neighboring properties, and the inconsistencies. So this is the area that we wanted to highlight. Specifically, lots 109, 97, and 96 are right up onto the lake and is not a significant or an adequate buffer. The central market area. So this is an area of potential growth for the property. And the elephant in the room is housing as opposed to jobs, which is, this is the central business district area. So the Rosebud Continuum is in the very bottom middle of the central business district, or market area. This is a map of all the zoning. As you can see, everything east of the Land O'Lakes Boulevard, there's very little. It's restrictive to commercial zoning, and the only commercial zoning that is buildable right now is within the Rosebud Continuum's property. So what we're suggesting, what could be a potential use of the land, is to balance the job to housing balance. Pasco County has a deficit of jobs to housing. And as we can see from the commuting patterns, most people are leaving Pasco County to make it to their jobs. So that is going to create additional traffic concerns at the edge of Collier Road. All right, and so this is my conclusion. KB Homes fails to meet the burden to meet criteria for input rezoning and is inconsistent with the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
First, you said can you go back to your slide on buffers? You said there wasn't an adequate buffer around the lake.
Did we stop the time for questions? Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait. Oh, so you want to look at this one right here?
again, I'm sorry, because it's kind of small. So
Yeah, so there
what's-
wasn't a very high-res
explain the
site
inadequacy.
map that we could have there. So an adequate buffer requires a certain amount of distance between the wetlands and slope and the built property. And the plot size, if you have all of those properties at that size in that area, there's not going to be enough space between what has been designated as the wetland and the buildable property.
Well, what's the buffer that you think is adequate? Because the code's going to require them to, this is going to be a Category 1 wetland, so the code's going to require a minimum 25-foot buffer around that lake. Even though the Water Management District will let them go as low as 15, our county comprehensive plan's going to require it be 25.
So 25 would be the code requirement. There's also the FSU does have like ordinances on best practices, as well as what plants should and could be planted in those areas to restrict the amount of runoff. So that could be an example of what could be recommended there. But based upon the
What I'm
plot
asking you
sizes-
is 25 foot adequate? Is 25 foot, because that's what the code's going to require, is that adequate? You're making the claim that there's not adequate buffering. I'm saying there's going to be buffering. So the question is, are you satisfied that there's now going to be buffers, or do you think there needs to be more?
Well, 20.
Can I just say something, as living on this lake, that it's 25 feet from the delineation line. I don't necessarily agree with where they've drawn the delineation line based upon them doing it in May in a dry season, knowing that I have done it on my property more than once. So you can walk out there right now and step right smack dab into water. That is more than 25 feet from the edge of the lake. So you have to go from the delineation line, that additional 25 feet. And therefore, it does not seem as if that would work. I tried to go back over there, but it's so overgrown now that I couldn't measure for you where the actual wetland growth is from the edge of the lake. But I can tell you, it's it's, having lived on the other side, I can tell you, our house, if you could see on there how far ours is from the lake, because we followed those rules. I think at the time we did, it was 35 feet, but it's still that from that delineation line.
Okay.
And the other 2 points that I want to make is the plot sizes of what's in the plan, when it's added up, won't allow that 25 feet. So if they can make the 25
Well,
feet
it
fit.
doesn't matter whether their non-binding concept plan allows it or not, the land development code's going to require it.
Okay.
And the Water Management District's not going to give them a permit until they have a buffer,
Beautiful.
whether it be 15 or, I'm sorry, average 25 with a
Right.
minimum of 15, but they're going to have some buffer around that lake.
And
The
that,
concern is if you look at that 25 feet, past that 25 feet, you will find cypress trees, which are protected,
just for clarification, and the applicant can clarify this during rebuttal, but there's a clear note on the MPD on their master plan that says that the environmental or the wetland line shown on here is conceptual only, and the actual delineation will be approved by the regulatory agencies when they get into the design. So there's a line on a piece of paper right now. There's no set in stone flag out there that's been approved and adopted by the agencies.
But doesn't that create
So-
a conflict of interest on changing the rezoning for a particular amount of homes?
Well, it's how many they can fit, and their design standards are set forth here. I mean, they can only get, if they only have 100 feet and they got to provide 50-foot lots, they can only get 2 lots. It doesn't matter whether they show 5 on their plan.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Mr. Vice Chair. I think, from the perspective of the buffering, it's, Mr. Jacobs is speaking kind of more from a conceptual land use and zoning perspective, that it's, kind of looking through the neighboring land uses. And I think, we obviously do understand the code requirements as far as buffers and swift mud requirements. So I think that's, I don't want us to get too caught in the weeds, no
Yep.
pun intended.
I got
on
it.
this.
Okay, well, your next claim was that we should use the land for job-creating uses.
Yeah,
And what I'm
so-
trying to figure out is if we're concerned about buffering and water quality in lakes, I'm trying to figure out how the job-creating uses, whether there's a factory or a McDonald's on this site or Walmart, is different from the 109 homes as far as those kind of impacts?
So the two major concerns that we wanted to point out was the existing land use as transitioning. So as you go from R2 to R1 to AC, that is an appropriate use, transition use. But if the input gets approved, it's going to jump from that purple to that yellow, right? That's a massive transition. And then it's going to jump from the yellow to the red. So never, ever, ever should an input border agricultural. That is a drastic transition of land use. The other point we want to
everywhere in this county. Well, I won't say it's everywhere, but it's definitely not.
Again, the comprehensive plan, not the zoning, is the growth tool. And
I'm not sure you've answered Mr. Moody's question. Mr. Moody's question was, is this, you've argued that the site is appropriate for non-residential employment uses. I think he's asking you, are the site conditions and infrastructure sufficient to support a non-residential use in this location?
Right, we're going to hear from people. They're going to tell me about substandard roads.
Yeah, so the second point I wanted to make out was the central market area. The central market area's goal and mission and vision is to build a more compact mixed-use area. And by looking at this next map, you'll see that there is none of that. We do not have a shortage of homes. We have a shortage of commercial opportunities. There's a lack of job
Okay,
opportunities.
but you specifically said this site was appropriate for commercial.
Sorry?
I'm pretty sure you did.
Well, he insinuated it should be for a job-creating use.
Oh. Yeah.
There could be a small.
Right, let me get to one of the pictures. This area right here would be ideal for a small commercial area. Like, I'm thinking of like a Main Street. If we want to get creative, have some design conversations, I'd love to.
What's the future land use here?
The future land use is R6.
Res 6?
Yes.
Right, and does this fall within, it's not 5 acres infill, less than 5 acre infill development. We don't fall within the commercial node criteria, do we? Mr. Pitos? Would this site qualify to fall within the commercial node criteria for?
Off the top of my head, I would say no, but I have to look into that. Can I get you the answer in just a few minutes?
Fair enough.
So, but I think what he'd probably argue is that the land use could be changed to PD or some other land use that would allow for a mixture of uses. But you still haven't addressed his fundamental question, which is, can Hale Road even support those types of uses?
Yeah, so the access would be on Collier Road.
Okay, but this site doesn't have access to Collier, correct? The
Right now
one
there's-
before us.
Sorry?
The site that's before us today, does it have access to Collier?
There is no access.
Then how are you proposing access to Collier Parkway?
Well, that's the goal, is to try and remove the traffic from Hale, which can't support it, to Collier, which can.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how could this site be changed to a non-residential use, even if its only current access is to Hale?
Oh, this site? So the current access to Hale is currently being used for one single residential in this area.
But you suggested that it could be a mixed use or non-residential use. I'm asking, how does that work if its only access is to Hale?
You're not here to design it. You know, it's just.
I'm asking your consultant a question, not you, ma'am.
No,
Please
yeah.
don't feed him answers, thank you.
So, I would love to go in and design a Main Street and win a Complete Streets Award. But the access right now that is on Hale Road is just for one single home, as opposed to if it could be accessed from Collier, then that would work.
But it doesn't have access to Collier.
Right now it has zero access to Collier.
I'm pretty sure that the site, that the spacing and the wetlands and the environmental features and all that's gonna restrict the access onto Collier. I mean, they have 600 feet of frontage, and there's a road immediately south of the property boundary to the adjacent residential, so I mean,
But
we're kind of getting
currently-
sidetracked here a little bit, but,
Right.
did that answer your question, John?
Sorta.
Is their time up yet? I'm curious, because we got a lot of other people like to
Well,
speak.
the question stopped.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
okay. Hey, well, as long as I'd like to ask two questions.
Okay.
What does 1847 have to do with anything? I'm questioning that one. And, go ahead, please. You talked about 1847.
That's the oldest map we could find.
Oh, 1847. It's a historic lake. It was discovered on one of the original surveys of Pasco County.
Okay, I could probably go back a couple of years and say all of Florida was underwater at
So
one
how
time.
does that change?
Okay, no problem.
Whether the lake appeared on a map in 1847 or 1978, how does that change things?
It's being visited by residents all over the county as opposed to some indigenous people as a sacred site. So it has historic significance.
And honestly, I think, I mean, the environmental guys could probably confirm this, but I would guess that's probably why it's identified as a Category 1 wetland. As protected. I mean, you guys understand Category 1 wetlands are pretty protected in Pasco County. For the comprehensive plan. Okay, did you have other questions?
Yeah, I had one more question. You talked about Lake Rosebud. Was that a school or
So
environmental
Lake
school?
Rosebud is what a lot of people are calling the lake.
Okay, yeah, but you indicated on what I saw visually was, it looked like a environmental school or something where you have students showing up.
The continuum.
Is that what it is, an environmental school?
It is.
And you
it
have
is an
students showing?
environmental center.
Oh, environmental cell, and you have people coming?
For people, yes, for people coming from colleges, from other states, from other countries, from high schools. Lily and the group, they are out there all the time.
Hey,
It's
okay,
open.
let me finish. How do they get to that property then? By automobile? Foot? I'm just curious, is there roads in there to it?
No,
They come off
one
here.
driveway.
Okay,
and park and
so
walk.
it's that house that we saw there, that
Right.
piece of property, where he wants to put his, I guess, community center or some type of marketing.
No, that's across the street.
The other side of the street.
That's the other side.
Rosewood
Okay,
Continuum.
yeah, because you went through your presentation quite quickly and I got lost.
This is one of our groups, Life Inc., and
Okay.
there's supposed to be somebody here to speak on them today, but I'm
Okay.
sure she had to leave already.
Okay, thank
There
you.
was a video with the people from Life learning their function.
Okay, so do you want to come back up to the podium and finish your presentation?
Yes, I would, please. I would like to.
That'd be great.
I would like to submit this for y'all to see, part of what I'm going to be
Are they
talking about.
pictures, is that what they are?
They're just two packets of pictures.
Okay, very good.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, we need an introduction as well.
Yes, name and address.
Okay, my name is Mary Ann Bishop, 22843 Hale Road in Land O'Lakes. I'm going to try to go through, I had it all written down, but there's been a lot of discussion, so I've kind of changed it. But basically, I own the 19-acre parcel next to the proposed Hale Road MPUD, which you've seen in that part that's squared out and has the other part of the lake. I've lived there for over 2 decades with my husband, Sonny Bishop. I raised my family there. We founded the Rosebud Continuum Sustainability Center on site to promote sustainability education and to repair and rewild the land, removing the invasives and replacing them with native plants that create a living landscape. I own close to half of Lake Rosebud, the other portion mostly shared by the applicant. I'm also a member of Hale No Coalition, the community group composed of residents who live on and close to Hale Road and will be impacted by your recommendation today. I run a construction company, and I'm not opposed to development. However, I believe in putting the right development of the right size in the right place. First, for the context and answer to you, Rosebud Continuum Sustainability Education Center is a 501c3 with a variance for a school. We don't have a facility for a school. We're more like an outdoor education. We do, outdoor school type of thing. We invite people from everywhere. So anyway, it's like we have bees, bats, birdhouses, alternative energy sources, sustainable agricultural, including hydroponic and aquaponic. We use the natural spring lake on the property to use some of our growing native plants down by the lake. We have native plant demonstration gardens and areas for the high energy efficiency projects, all used for lectures, classes, research, and other educational purposes. The continued water quality of Lake Rosebud, which I'll explain. Lake Placey was the name of the original owner of the property, and over time, when they started this project, they were calling it the No Name Lake, and we, through time, have started just calling it Lake Rosebud. So that's where the variance comes in there. It's extremely important for our lake to function correctly and provide for us to do what we're doing. This relates to the criteria for the MPUD rezoning for 2.2F, the adequacy of the existing services serving the proposed development. The next observations is the Hale Road safety, and those are what you've passed out there. I don't know if you've got them or not. So the first one is from a car just, this was a year ago, a car going down in front of her house, which lost control. The second one shows the power pole that snapped off at the base, showing just how hard and he hit. This is the car. He had this thing on the front that allowed him, I think, to keep from getting seriously injured. And the last part is just a something off of Twitter or Instagram where the applicant, the owner of the property that's applicant, is actually on here complaining about, once again, the power's out, once again, there's a wreck in front of our house, and asking for help on that, which just goes to show you that even the person who lived there knows that this is an issue. The other one, the other one is showing another one in front of the house that was a little bit more serious. You can see what it did to our front entryway, completely destroyed it. So basically, since I lost the time, I don't know if we got stopped in time. Anyway, the traffic consultant, I'm the one who paid for it. That's one of the issues that I want to bring up. It probably doesn't help with Lake Rosebud, but I do hope that y'all will please verify that the documents being turned in by the developer are in fact accurate, so I don't have to. These things we've tried to get with the Planning Commission forever. I've paid every single time that he readjusted that was because we found out that it was inadequate. I just want, before y'all make any decisions, I do think that these things need to be thought through completely 100% before you make these decisions. I've fought against a gas station on the opposite corner of Hale and Collier 3 separate times because it was zoned incorrectly. And people keep coming back trying to build that gas station, which cannot go there because of the wetland issue. And yet again, 3 times, the citizens have to pay for that. So I have a lot more I'd like to say, but unfortunately, I don't have time.
You paid for the traffic engineer.
I paid for the traffic.
That's Mr. Rourke?
Mr. Rourke, correct.
Okay.
I paid for him. And if you want to know why he's not here today, because there's only, but I mean, I have to pay for that.
Let me ask the question.
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Rourke is satisfied with Mr. Razor's conclusions and the amounts that are going to be contributed towards substandard road mitigation, does that change your position on whether or not this development should be approved today?
No, there's a lot of reasons that need to be taken into account, but that is one of the major issues. And regarding the one, when they came up with...
So it's only one issue, there's multiple issues.
There's multiple, well, the flooding issues, which I'm sure I don't have time to go into it, but some other people will.
Okay.
But I will say that Mr. Rourke had their original quote back when they thought how much it would cost to improve the road at some point, and it was very inadequate. I just, I know you don't care about me, but Bell Lake cost $6.3 million to bring to standard, $3.2 million for Hale Road, which is far worse. Seems like a really cheap price, and like I always tell people at work in the construction industry, if you can do it for that, you should do it now. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Denise, who is next on the 5-minute list?
So it's up to you in terms of, do you want to take a WebEx participant who's been granted 5 minutes, or participants who are here who have been granted 5 minutes?
Let's take people that are here.
All right.
First.
So let's go with Deborah Martinez. And we're going to bring up her video in a second.
Yeah, Deborah, while you're coming up, and this goes for people speaking in after her as well, just please try, we've already heard once, we don't want to, we don't need to hear the same thing over and over again. Try to bring something new when you come to the podium, please. No, I didn't say that.
Copy of my original presentation, which goes over 5 minutes, and a copy of the schools.
Motion to accept into record.
Second.
Motion to receive and file, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And if you would give us a few seconds, because I believe your video has audio, is that correct? Or it doesn't have audio? It doesn't have audio. Okay, that makes a big difference. Shouldn't have audio. Okay, thank you.
I'm not a techie, so I'll just look at
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that one thing doesn't go over the other. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go. So, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Martinez. I live at 22559 Hill Road. I'm on the property that abuts the, let's see, the north side of the property, the little, where the lake is, okay? How many trips a day do you think a substandard road should take? Well, I don't think the road is safe now, and you're gonna add over 1,000 trips a day to an unsafe road. If you can see the video, I don't know if you all can, but you'll see that there's poles. There are 17 utility poles within 16 feet off the road. Some of them, and there's pictures of it, are only a few inches off the road, maybe 2 or 3. Many sections of the road do not have any proper shoulders. There is no breakdown place on Hill Road. You either go on the road or on the ditch and in the water. Many residents have to back out of their driveway now onto Hale Road. The road width is substandard. You've already heard that. Recently, all truck traffic that was going down Bell Lake, which was improved to make it a standard road, has been banned from going down Bell Lake. So guess where they come through now? Our substandard Hale Road. That's where the truck traffic is now going. We purchased the property in January 31st of 2008. The property was originally owned by Beezer Homes to be used as an ingress and an egress from the subdivision directly behind our home, which is a section of Dupree Lakes. The county at that time denied their request for an ingress and egress on Hale Road due to the substandard. They said Hale Road was substandard, dangerous road, and could not support any additional traffic. So what has changed? If it wasn't safe in 2007, how can you add over 1,000 additional homes now, 1,000 additional vehicles on that road now? What's changed since 2007? They didn't allow Beezer. Hale Road has become a heavily used shortcut. The accidents are ridiculous on that road. I can speak to a few that have involved my family. Traffic planning decided they were going to put a passing zone in for 0.3 miles to just west of my property to just east of Rosebud Consortium, a passing zone on a 30-mile-an-hour insufficient substandard road. I called the county and they told me people had a right to pass on that road. Shortly after that, my son was involved in an accident turning onto our property where someone behind him decided they didn't want to wait and were going to pass him and ended up in the ditch. He hit the car and the car literally flipped over and went upside down in the ditch. That was personal. I won't even get into telling you what they told me that my son should have been ticketed. Of course, FHP started laughing at that when I questioned them. My niece and her family were driving south on Collier. A young lady, I know it's on Collier, but she was taking a shortcut. The young lady decided to take a shortcut down Hale Road. Cut in front of my niece, sent all 4 of them to the hospital by ambulance because of trying to take a shortcut on Hale Road. They're still recovering from that accident, and my little 4-year-old and 7-year-old nieces are still having nightmares. My son and grandson have pulled vehicles out of the ditch continuously. A lady skidded recently directly in front of my home and went into the ditch and hit the mailbox because there was no shoulder. The first week of August was especially active. We had three multi-car accidents and 1 single-car accident. One accident occurred when it was rear-ended. One car was rear-ended by another because in front of the other car, a bicycle had to swerve to avoid a pole and the wet roads and swerved in front of the vehicles on the road. I want to talk a little bit about the 15 or so homes being built on the property, which I'm told now is 12 homes, right next to my property. That's a flooding that you can see some of my pictures that I have on my property now. The gentleman that sits in here now, that they said that he didn't say this, told me they would bring in, when I questioned him about this, they said, we'll bring in 12 or 15 feet of fill on that property, because I told him it's a swamp. And he said, can I finish my statement? He had told me, don't worry, we'll slope it off so it won't go and flood your property anymore. So where's it gonna go? The road, the lake? If you watch this video, you can see. I'm not sure if this was 3 or 5 minutes, but,
Yeah, that was set at 5, so just do your best to wrap it up.
okay. I'm not opposed to development, the right kind of development in the right area. Hale Road is substandard. It has no shoulders. It has no place to stop. The police officers, when they stop cars, they have to stop them. They stand on the roadways. It's unsafe. And I would like to point out one thing because it directly affects me. The infrastructure is not here, especially in schools. Every school in Pasco County, every school has portables. My granddaughter was in one of those portables. It's out in the open. There is no security. But let's forget about that for now. Let's forget about the shootings that occur when there's no security. Let's think about every time it's raining and thundering and storming. She has to run from that portable to go to the bathroom, to go to art class, to go to lunch, to go to the library, to go to all these places. That's my granddaughter, my elementary school granddaughter, but there's hundreds of thousands of kids in this community that are facing the same thing. Every school has portables, yet you keep continuing to agree to these large developments all over, adding people with no infrastructure. Your sheriffs are lacking, your fire department's lacking, almost 100% deficit on each of them.
Okay.
So you need to start thinking about that first.
Okay. Thank you so much. Do we have another one?
Mr. Chair, yes, the next person will be, that's been granted 5 minutes and has a PowerPoint presentation, is Valerie Van Stronder.
My name is Valerie Van Stronder. I live on 22240 Hale Road. And I'm a member of the Hale No Coalition. I live on Hale Road near Dead Man's Curve. Over the last 7 years, I've witnessed numerous crashes on Hale. One SUV plummeted into the canal upside down and had to be retrieved with a crane. Drivers often lose control when the roads are slick and wind up in the ditch. Some drivers smack into power poles. One pole snapped like a twig. I have provided photos for many of these crashes, but there are far more. I could go on about safety concerns on Hale for hours, but I'd like to talk about infrastructure. I used to work at Connerton Elementary, which is the district where I live, though it's nearly 7 miles away, while Pineview is just under 2. The reason for these boundaries is overcrowding. All the schools in our area have portables. Nobody wants their child to have to walk through the rain to switch classes, go to lunch, or to the bathroom. And unfortunately, we have to recognize the modern danger kids face in a portable during an active shooter situation. Due to shortages, we also have kids walking almost 2 miles to school in the rain, heat, and cold. In our area, that means sometimes through the woods without a sidewalk. The ditches on Hale are impassable due to flooding, so these kids have to walk in the middle of the road. There's no equity for our kids compared to peers in less crowded boundaries and districts. Now, I'm not anti-development. I have developers, brokers, and attorneys in my immediate family who make a living from development here in Pasco. I respect what they do. I appreciate hospitals, roads, and good food. But I also appreciate a quick response time when I call 911. We have such a shortage of 911 operators, first responders, teachers, and bus drivers that they've considered calling in the National Guard. We can't even sustain our current population. Speaking of equity, this plan isn't consistent with our way of life. Most of us have large properties. Some are zoned for agriculture. We have chickens, goats, and horses on this road. I live on half an acre, and my yard is one of the smallest on Hale. There are no 40 to 50-foot lots on Hale. We have developments going up all around us, including under a mile from the proposed development. As an Army veteran, I appreciate tunnels to towers, but I feel for the Gold Star moms that will have to send their kids to school on foot over a mile away because they have to work and we have no buses. We don't have the infrastructure to sustain this growth. Another important issue on Hale is flooding. Where I live, the water flows from Deerhound and moves west on Hale towards the canal. between King Lake and Bell Lake. It has always been an issue in heavy rains. Cars are unable to see where my yard ends and the road begins. Within the last 2 years, one house was built 2 doors down, 2 gas stations were built on the west side of Bell Lake, and a rental neighborhood to the southeast. Raising the elevation has changed the flow of water and now goes through my yard on every side to reach the canal. Last year, this caused a large washout and loss of my property. Most recently, on September 16th, my home nearly flooded as the water encircled my house like a moat because the ditches couldn't handle the drainage. It's unnerving to wade through ankle-deep water at your front door. Bring a paddleboard if you want to see it for yourself next time it rains. The overall impact comes back to the environment and the fact that this proposed development will affect the Cypress Creek watershed. I may not be an expert, but I am a native. I know this area well. I've spent countless hours in the Cypress Creek Preserve and the lakes in the area. I know as experts, at least some of you understand the importance of our specific environment to our water and natural resources, probably better than I do. Is this really what's best for us? Can we trust the commission to do what's best for us? I grew up not far from where I live now on Hale Road, on what's called Bird Lake, over on 54. We fought Willow Bend, I believe is the neighborhood, on the other side of the lake. We fought that when Neil Van Dorsten wanted to build it when I was a kid. I remember my neighbors grouping together like this and saying, you can't do this, it's going to damage our lake. Well, the commission, they made the stuff that they have to do, I'm not an expert, and made it so that they wouldn't be able to have motorized boats on the lake. This is like 20 years ago. My brother still lives on that lake. He's pouring tens of thousands of dollars into attorneys to try and get boats back off the lake, because guess what? Years later, they bring the boats in. I don't want to see that happen to Lake Rosebud. I don't want to see that more damage happen to our watershed. And Mr. Goldstein, you mentioned, Mr. Goldstein, you mentioned that you need shoulders for like a breakdown lane. We don't have a breakdown lane. We don't have any shoulders. And I'm concerned about what will happen when you say things about mitigating the road to add these kind of improvements. My yard is on the road. My septic tank is on, like, right near the road where you saw. So if they decide they're going to widen the road where I live at the curve or something like that, what happens to me? What happens to my property? Ms. Terrapani talks about the long-term vision of Pasco. Does it only involve houses? Does it not leave any of the lakes? Does it not leave any of the wetland? Does it not leave any of the forests? Nothing? What about the flooding? Just because they didn't create the problem doesn't mean they have to make it worse.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service as well.
So the next person that has been granted time is online. It's Mr. Rod Bream, and he's been granted 5 minutes. So, Mr. Bream, would you please provide your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn, and then you could start speaking. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Roderick Brame. I live at 23059 Geneva Road in East Lake Padgett. I have been sworn in. I am a scientist, have a PhD in geosciences from Virginia Tech, and a master's degree with a certification in geotechnical engineering from Radford University, and a bachelor's degree in geology. So I am both a citizen, a business owner, and enough of an expert that I have given depositions in court. I've done sinkhole investigations and subsurface investigations to produce more than 100 reports from Pasco and Pinellas counties. So after a careful review of most available documents, reports, research, and physical inspection, I have concluded the following. The property in consideration of rezoning of agricultural land to residential subdivision is adjacent to and connected to the Cypress Creek Greater Hillsborough River watersheds. The water flows to the Cypress Creek well field, where it is removed by Hillsborough and Pinellas and Pasco for municipal water supplies. Any disruption of this natural water system would be adverse and contrary to statutes that protect wetlands, lakes, rivers, and water quality. The goal of the Planning Committee should be to reduce and eliminate any adverse changes to the land that would cause any adverse impact to our natural systems, especially water supplies. There are numerous ways that the suggested subdivision plans do not take into consideration the statutes as written by your peers, such as needing any variance or special exemptions for density, proximity to watersheds, flooding impact, amount of change required to mediate altered drainage, flooding caused by higher amplitude runoff, and reduction of groundwater infiltration, critical water resources that Pasco County is responsible for maintaining, protecting, and improving, not degrading. Beyond those, there is traffic. Of course, everybody has spoken about the traffic. It's pretty clear. Much of the property in question is so close to the water table that several times a year, the majority is saturated. Hale Road is already dangerous and below any standards for safe driving, and there is no consideration for pedestrians. The connection for natural areas that support wildlife and natural areas for water recharge in the aquifer will be lost forever if the subdivision is approved. It would be amazing if someone would consider the value of the natural systems and protect the remaining lands that are so important to our water resources. Please be proactive, make a park, preserve a badly needed nature center, something that will benefit the residents for Pasco County and Pinellas counties for the future. As a geoscientist, concerns are that a subdivision will damage the environment by disrupting the natural drainage and property as a lake that is recorded on maps as far back as the 1860s. The cost to maintain the integrity of the lake be unattainable. The runoff from said property flows downhill under Hale Road into the lake, exiting northward into a stream, northeast under Collier Parkway, and into the well. Pasco County Water Team has addressed this issue as far back as 2005. Their reports and plans for mitigation and sustainability recommend protecting the land that provides recharge and is opposed to reducing infiltration, especially in the well-filled regions. Construction of the subdivision will destroy natural habitats. Residents of the subdivisions will pollute the water and recharge the aquifers for the Cypress Creek watershed with pesticides, herbicides, cleansing chemicals, fertilizers. Covering up the land with asphalt, sidewalks, and homes reduces the infiltration of the water into the water table. Impermeable surfaces and concrete drainage controls speed water into the streams, causing higher amplitude flooding on the road that already has floods and reduces local infiltration. Property is part of and adjacent to some of the last natural areas surrounding the well field and constitutes one of the largest natural areas left in Land O'Lakes, for which to collect uncontaminated and less contaminated water for the aquifer it depends on. So when you see the pictures of the land next to the lake where somebody's going to build a house and they say we're going to put 12 feet of fill in there, like that violates the statutes of not disrupting natural flow of water. So my question really to the board is, I don't think you're required to rezone this subdivision. And we should consider the value of keeping it as agricultural and benefiting Pasco County in the long run.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we're on to is that all the extra time, people?
Those are all the extra time. Do you want me to just go down the list of those who have signed in?
Sure.
Okay. So the next person signed up to speak is Mr. Richard Eddie Valdez, and that will be followed by Mr. Daniel Caro.
Yeah, if you're going to be next, if you can find a seat up here closer to the front, that'd be great.
And if you want me to mention the following person, that's going to be Mr. Gerald Flatt.
Ready? My name is Richard Eddie Valdez. I live at 22644 Sills Loop, Land O'Lakes, Florida. I've been sworn in. The thing that I'm going to make a little different for you guys is maybe a little bit unorthodox, but I serve on the HOA board of Sable Ridge, and I have close information that was given to me by some of the sheriffs And 20 years ago, I came to this community from the inner city of Tampa, which I was born and raised. And I can tell you, the common knowledge is every time you put a development or a commercial development somewhere in the area, it increases crime. It's common knowledge. It brings in more people, more opportunities for crime within the area, and we have a report here from Matthew McCullum back in April that Sheriff Narco presented to the board, saying that there's only 1.06 deputies per 1,000 people. That is amazing to me. With that, which he was asking for 400 more deputies, and which he had never gotten. As far as I know, he has never gotten that. The other thing is that between Polk and Pasco, they have, compared to 47,000 per year, Pasco and Polk County are getting 52,000 a year. Did I go over?
No, you have one more minute.
Okay, so what I'm saying here is that the potential of response time for any crimes, and when you report these crimes, you have no allocations for more deputies to serve the area when you put in more housing and more commercial areas. Whether you approve it for residential and whether you approve it for commercial, you still haven't got the coverage that we need for our law enforcement to have, and you leave the burden to the community to protect our property and our families. I think I covered fire departments the same way. It was unacceptable back in January to February. Some of the response times were like 3 hours before they got to an emergency, when they call the EMS and emergencies. So
Okay.
the allocations should be there. If KB Homes is ready to bring up some money, maybe we need to bring up some money to allocate to our law enforcement for some additional staffing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Caro, we have a few things from you. We've got a site plan, pictures, so I'm not sure which item you want us to show first.
That PowerPoint with those clues, that's fine.
Is this okay?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Is one of these a point?
It is, the circle.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry that
No.
we pushed you off to another thing.
No, that's fine, thank you. Yeah, hi, my name's Dan Carroll, reside at 4829 Everhart Drive, directly adjacent to the subject property on the south perimeter. I have been sworn. Greetings, Planning and Development Board members and key constituents. I'm going to detail significant key concerns that I have, in addition to 17 others that couldn't be here today. This has been entered into record on a previous email that I've sent. I'm going to bypass a lot of the Hale Road issues. I think they've been succinctly identified as far as the water issues. If you could go to the next slide, please. I've seen many pictures of the subject property, many in the county's packet, and many beautiful color pictures that the KB Homes has sent out, and some displayed today. What I find most intriguing is that none of the pictures that I've seen overlay the home plan on top of the land parcel, so you can actually see the impact of such development. This picture clearly displays, can you zoom in on that just a little bit by chance? This picture clearly depicts the gross impact of a high-density subdivision on that limited parcel, directly in violation of one of the paramount requirements of the MPUD, the Pasco County, Florida Development Code 522.4, the Development Standards, Paragraph A, Section 1, the compatibility of use. I'm sure you're all familiar. It states in part that land uses near the periphery of the MPUD shall be planned as to be compatible with neighboring areas. There's no buffer of any kind will create harmony or compatibility with adjacent properties with such disparaging lot sizes, home sizes, some two-story, the 40 and 50-foot wide lots, and with merely a 10-foot rear setback. Those concerns cannot be mitigated with a high-density plan.
home values. Who's going to stroke a check for the likely tens of thousands of dollars of diminished home value for those directly adjacent? KB Homes, the county? Nobody is. KB Homes, in a public hearing, committed to a barrier of some sort, but no wall guarantee, but neither of which will provide adequate separation to maintain adequate privacy with such minimal separation. Let's look at the overlay again. My neighbors closest to Collier, they now have a lake right in their backyard. The neighbor 2 doors down from me, right on the corner, and the pointer's not working, they have 6 new neighbors that are adjacent to their backyard. 6, all courtesy of KB Homes and a high-density development. As I travel down the entire perimeter of Sable Ridge, the 3 roads that are directly adjacent to it to the south, as stated earlier, one of the KB Homes representatives said there's only a few homes that abut to that. Actually, I did the math. There's 22 on the Sable Ridge side and 34 on the KB Homes side. That was under oath, by the way. That's a difference of 12, not 2 or 3. KB Homes and the realtor marketing this property think they have the vote in the bag. And the realtor, in fact, has been marketing, maybe they still are, the 10-acre parcel they've held on the corner, and they've marketed that as commercial, likely expecting that this will sell right through as well as that. Well, it's your time to prove them wrong. It's your time to prove they have the best interest of the county and the citizens in mind. It's an easy vote. Perhaps if the property development was not high density, truly in harmony with adjacent properties, it'd be less of an issue, but it's not. It's high density, small lots, 10-foot rear line setbacks, utterly destroying adjacent property value and exacerbating home and roadway flooding concerns, destroying privacy along with nearby concerns of pedestrian and vehicular traffic that's already been noted. This high-density plan is not the right plan to develop the property in the heart of Pasco County. The request to approve this plan and the zoning change must absolutely be denied. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Mr. Gerald Flatt would be next, and after that would be Emery Bragg and Joyce Bragg.
My name is Gerald Flatt, and I live at 5643 White Ibis Lane in Land O'Lakes. I own the 8.5 acres that's adjacent to the subject property. I'm just to the west of the property. I'm also on the south side of Hale Road, and they're going to have part of the project on the north side. I don't have a problem with the builder. I don't have a problem with the owners. I've met them. Matter of fact, I bought 14 acres from Miss Franzel, who was the original owner. Her granddaughter now, I guess, is in charge of the trust and proceeding with the project with KB Homes. So I just have a concern. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that have been said, though I agree with a lot of them. Safety is the biggest thing that I'm worried about. I don't know if y'all have ever driven on Hale Road or not. If you haven't, before you make your decision, I'd suggest that you do that, because pictures just don't do it justice. You need to drive that road and see how narrow it is. And when you have a car approaching from the other direction, one of you is going to be on the white line or off of the pavement. And that's where you see in the pictures, the ruts and everything else. It's not safe. And if they're going to mitigate that and make it to where it is safe, they're going to have to widen that road. They can't just take a little distance and correct it. There's 5 curves on that road, and they're all dangerous. I've seen 4 accidents in front of my property since I've been there. So I moved to Pasco County because I wanted to get away from the congestion in Hillsborough County. I talked to people in Pasco County, and I met with commissioners. I met with different ones, and I located on Hale Road because of the type of property that it was, and they're spacious. Pasco County's logo says, "Open spaces, vibrant places." You're going to have to change that slogan if you keep just packing on and packing everyone in that immediate area. Pasco County is a big and large county. We don't have to put it all there in one place. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Emery Bragg, residing at 21842 Hale Road. I was sworn in. That's about a quarter mile from 41. Hale Road is a substandard road which has narrow width and strong curves, ditches, lake canals, mailboxes just a few feet from the road, fences and power poles within a few feet, yeah. Drivers have enough to watch out for than to add more traffic. This is not smart. On July 16th of this year, motorists knocked down 167 feet of my fence. It's no longer good. I'm still waiting to have it repaired. And after hitting the pole, it finally stopped by crashing into my next door neighbors. He took out quite a bit. If you need Florida Highway Incident Number, I have it. I see bringing in this many of new dwellings will destroy the ambience we have moved here for. 3 more poles were just added near the accident site and are very close, within 2 feet. I gave pictures. Was that shown? Yeah. Well, the new Circle K right there at 41 and Hale Road, they just had their fence clobbered. So that's about 4 houses just right next door to me that just had their fences taken out. It's not a safe road. First home from 41 on South Side has been hit many times, yes. That's another one. I believe if allowing this kind of project in established neighborhoods will be the demise of the small town neighborhood. Thank you.
Many of the school buses stationed off of Collier, I'm Joyce Bragg,
Thank you,
21842 Hale Road. Many of the school buses stationed off of Collier take Hale Road to get to 41 to continue their routes. There are 4 bus stops on Hale Road. Children stand at what little bit of land there is for their bus. One of the bus stops is located in one of the most dangerous parts of the road, Hale and Deerhound. How many of you would be comfortable with your child or grandchild standing on that road? They ride the bus, so I guess they're the lucky ones. But Pineview Middle School is 1.9 miles from Hale Road, and Pasco County is no longer providing bus service to anyone who lives less than 2 miles from a school. They must now walk or ride their bikes down Hale Road almost 2 miles to school and be there by 8:20. So at the height of traffic, these kids are walking or biking on this road. They do this in the dark in the morning. The Let Us Do Good Village, which will have 109 new homes, is currently being developed on Parkway, which is the same road as Collier. The traffic from this development will add to the congestion on Collier Parkway and to some extent on Hale Road. A number of cars will be cutting through Hale Road to 41 in order to avoid long lines of cars during turning off of Collier onto 54. I doubt if this future traffic was included in the count that KB Homes is using to arrive at the number of houses they consider safe for Hale Road. It is interesting to note that in article dated June 15, 2021, the Pasco Planning Commission had expressed misgivings about the compatibility of the village and had originally recommended denial of that application. After the Tunnel to Towers Foundation made additional concessions, the development was approved. The Land Development Code recently changed, and the project's mitigation requirements currently reflect the updated code. For projects that have impact to collector roadways, the required mitigation shall be the fair share of improvements. Within Razor's Engineering most recent report, they have noted that their client's portion of the improvements of the road from project to Collier Parkway would only be 11.5% of the total cost. How do you go from 100% to 11.5%? As a taxpayer, I am very concerned about that drastic reduction. In the document, it was indicated that the road mitigation would be required from project access to Collier Parkway. why wasn't mitigation required from US 41 to Collier Parkway? There was no justification of not having mitigation required for the entire Hale Road segment. It appears that a no mitigation requirement for the portion of Hale Road had somehow been pre-agreed to by the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next set of speakers will be Tom Carr, Pam Carr, and followed by Richard Candelora. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Candelora. Mr. Candelora, we have a few things that you would like to show. Do you want us to start with the PowerPoint that you submitted? Or it might be a PDF, actually. Please forgive.
First photograph, please.
Yes, sir. Can you bring it up?
Not that one, the other one, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Patty. I'm Dick Candelora, and I have been sworn. For the last 15 years, I've lived on Pineywood Loop, which intersects Hale Road near State Road 41. Hale Road is the only access for the 27 homes on Pineywood. I use Hale every day. The picture on the screen shows the intersection. 41 is on the left, Hale is the horizontal road in the middle, Pineywood is the road above Hale, and you can see they intersect at a very severe angle. And the lower left is a Circle K. Could I have the second picture, please, Patty? Thank you. As the picture shows, coming from Collier, Hale Road has a long straight stretch, and then there's a bend just before it gets to Pineywood. Because of the bend in the road and the trees and bushes that you can see along Hale, a driver on Hale can't see a car coming out of Pineywood until he rounds the bend. And those cars come fast. A traffic study commissioned by Mr. Venacuti found that 85% of the cars average over 47 miles per hour. Even if they slow down, they're coming around that bend at 25 miles an hour at least. And that's too fast. The Florida DOT has published a manual on street design, commonly called the Florida Green Book, which has a safe stopping distance table. For a car going 25 miles per hour, it's 155 feet. For a car going 20 miles an hour, it's 115 feet. We measured the distance from the beginning of the bend to Pineywood. It's 76 feet. So if you're on Pineywood and you want to turn left onto Hale, it's dangerous. You can't see a car coming on Hale because of the bend, and you have a very severe turn to make, so you can't go fast. And you've got to worry about the cars coming from 41 and from Circle K. If you pick the wrong time to turn left, you're going to get hit because that car coming down Hale can't stop in 76 feet. Section 402(1)E of the Land Development Code lists the factors to consider when evaluating a request for increased density. Number 6 asks whether the proposed change will affect traffic safety. The answer is absolutely yes. At 1,000 trips a day, this project will create 365,000 opportunities a year for a dangerous intersection to cause somebody to be seriously injured or worse. Both the comp plan and the LDC say the adequacy of roadways must be considered when determining the timing of new development. Right now, Hale Road can't handle this project. And the act of depositing $281,000 in the bank isn't going to magically change the substandard condition or make the road safe. You should deny this rezoning or at least defer it until after all of Hale Road has been brought up to county road standards. Thank you. And can I put in these two pictures?
Those are the ones that we showed up there?
Yeah. That's correct.
So they're already, they're already part of the file?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next person I have is signed up to speak as if she's physically here, but she's also on WebEx. So can I get a clarification, Julia Bartonek? She's signed in, but she's also on WebEx right now. Okay, all right. So
really look at it. I'm
do you
glad that you felt uncomfortable
that was a healthy reaction. There's nothing wrong with you. You
Julia?
are not a defective person.
Okay.
You are
Julia?
not
We'll mute
defective.
her. Okay.
Okay.
So do you want to continue with
Yeah,
those?
just
or-
continue with the people that are
Okay,
here.
all right, very
Julia,
good,
if
thank
you can
you.
hear us, we're going to come back to you.
Okay, so we've got April Wakefield. Okay. Christy Zimmer. Betty Candelora. And Mary, I'm very sorry, Coombs, I think it says.
Okay, go ahead, Christy. Sure.
I'm Christy Zimmer, and I have been sworn in. Good afternoon. Have you ever driven down Hale Road, any of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Recently?
Yes.
Okay, good. You know what we're dealing with. I'm not against the development. I am all for responsible and sustainable growth. If I were otherwise, I would put myself out of business as a real estate broker. This project fails to perform to those standards based on conflicting current land use for the surrounding area zoning. The current surrounding area is agricultural, and the homes in that area are Lago del Rey, I think it is. Those are, lots are 80 by 130, and there's only 39 lots there. Branch Ranch is 16 lots and 112 by 196. This project is not conducive with the newer development that has been created there. There is no appropriate infrastructure in place, nor being required by the developer. The negative impact to the surrounding area, the current lack of appropriate stormwater drainage, the surrounding schools, law enforcement, and emergency services is incomprehensible. The developers always say, if you don't let us have our way, we will sue you. But let us keep in mind that this project fails to meet the 2040 long-range transportation plan. It is not a compliance with the future road improvements in that there are no planned improvements for Hale Road in the 2040 LRTP. I sit on the Citizen Advisory Committee for the Metropolitan Planning Organization for over 20 years, and I am very familiar with the fact that there are no planned improvements for Hale Road through the year 2040. So, when they say they're going to pay their proportionate share, it means absolutely nothing, because in accordance with the future road improvements, there are no road improvements planned for Hale Road all the way through the year 2040. That way, they'll get their money back after the 15 years, just like we said. This plan was adopted by your MPO board in December of 2020. It is a depository of all roadway improvements that both is what is needed in transportation as well as what is cost affordable. Hale Road didn't meet the cut. It clearly shows Hale Road to remain as a two-lane road with no roadway improvements planned. If you approve the rezoning, you are going against the approved plan. Does that set you up for liability? The project is in gross violation of the 24 LRTP, as well as intensely in conflicts adversely with the surrounding area and zoning. And I got to tell you, I had the opportunity to sit in on the roundtable meetings yesterday. The biggest problem that they're having, 16,852 total permits issued last month. You just approved 586 more housing units today. They can't keep up. Their staff, they are so grossly understaffed, they're having to hire outside resources to help them with all these plan reviews. Put a hold on it for a minute. Let them catch up. The employees are leaving and going to work for the developers because they can make more money. We've got to find some balance, guys. Utilize your opportunity right here, right now, and say, let's put a hold on this for a little bit. Doesn't mean they can't come back later and do something. But for right now, let's catch up on our own problems that we have right now in the county. We are understaffed. You guys know it. The planning department knows it. They're feeling it, and this isn't helping. Thank you for your consideration.
So I just want to clarify something that Ms. Zimmer said, because it's not totally accurate. Not every roadway improvement that the county makes is in the LRTP or the CIP. Those are major capacity improvements. So for example, the widening of Hale Boulevard, I would agree with you. If we were widening to 4 lanes, that would absolutely be in the LRTP and the CIP. But the types of improvements that Margaret Smith mentioned earlier, where it's a lighting improvement or
Those
adding
aren't substantial improvements for what's needed out there.
I understand that, but I don't want you to think that every single improvement that the county, you made it sound like if Margaret Smith does these improvements that you talked about, that would be inconsistent with the LRTP. Those types of improvements that she talked about earlier would not be in our LRTP
And those
or our
improvements
CIP.
will not be a positive impact for the destruction that that community will create.
Well, I'm not sure 4 laning the road is either. Okay, but my point is that.
That's my point. It's not a conducive area.
And it may not be, but I want to be clear with you that not every single improvement the county does has to be in the LRTP or has to be
Major
in the CUP.
improvements do.
Okay, but the types of improvements that Ms. Smith talked about earlier do
Minimal.
not,
They're not gonna
absolutely do
help.
not need to be in the LRTP.
But no, you're absolutely right. Those kinds of improvements are not in the LRTP. But those types of improvements are not what is going to be helpful for that substandard road. And you know as well as I do how badly substandard that is. It's not even
Okay,
remotely close.
If you don't agree with her, the improvements she's talking about, I understand that comment. But,
That's not enough.
but I don't agree with your statement that by making those improvements, that's somehow inconsistent with the LRTP.
Those improvements have nothing to do with the LRTP. This impacted community to that road is everything to do with the fact there are no plans for improvement for Hale Road for 2040. So no matter how much money they put in there, we're still going to have lights on a substandard road.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear with you that not every improvement to a substandard road has
Of
to
course,
be in the
lights aren't going to
LRTP.
be improving the road. It will.
I just think-
$6.5 million to improve Bell Lake Road to what it is now, and it's still a 2-lane road, is what it cost, and yet they're saying $3 million to improve Bell Lake Road, to create a standard road. That's not in the LRTP, and that's not a real cost. We just paid the $6.3 million for Bell Lake Road, which is the adjacent road to the south, and those improvements have created flooding in areas that have never seen flooding in 20 years either. So we've got a bigger problem than just the development. We've got to get our infrastructure in line, first and foremost, before we do any more housing. I didn't even get a chance to go in with the long-range transportation, or the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, telling you that we have 150,000 jobs that need to be created before we create any
Ms.
further
Emmer,
housing.
To be clear, you've already addressed my comment and question. I wasn't intending to bring you back up here to do a whole new speech.
Well,
so-
thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
May 3rd was the Board of County Commission meeting that you guys should go back and listen to
Hey,
what the
Denise,
Tampa
who's
Bay
next?
Regional Planning Council said.
Who's next, please?
I believe she's right here. So this should be Ms. Betty Candelora and Mary Coombs, and then after that, Lisa Moretti. Thank you.
I'm Betty Candelora, 21860 Pineywood Loop. My street intersects Hale Road. FLU 1.10.5 of the comp plan says a property owner is not entitled to the most potentially dense or intense zoning classification within a land use designation. Rather, a number of factors must be evaluated to determine whether the proposed project is appropriate for the parcel. And FLU 1.10.1 lists those factors. They include existing uses of land and existing development patterns and approved development in the area. This project should be rejected because the proposed lot widths of 40 to 50 feet are much smaller than the lot widths in the existing developments that have been approved along Hale Road. I reviewed the map on the property appraiser's website, and I counted 8 subdivisions that have been approved along Hale Road. Lago del Rey has 40 lots, all 80 feet wide or wider. Bell Lake Vista 2, 35 lots, all at least 90 feet wide. Bell Lake Vista 1, 21 lots, all 80 or more feet wide. Alsace, 20 lots, all at least 80 feet wide. Branch Ranch, 16 lots, all more than 100 feet wide. Tammany Lane, 9 lots, all greater than 100 feet. King Lake Vista, 10 lots, all over 100 feet. King Lake Estates, 6 lots, all 100 or more feet wide. So this shows that there is an existing pattern of development for the area along Hale Road, and that is lots at least 80 feet wide. The proposed 40 and 50-foot wide lots are barely half that size. They are inconsistent with the approved development pattern along Hale Road and therefore conflict with the review criteria in the Land Development Code. Requiring wider and therefore fewer lots is particularly critical since Hale Road is a substandard 2-lane roadway, which is already heavily trafficked and dangerous. FLU 1.10.1 also says you should not let development get ahead of the infrastructure. Approving 109 new housing units would do that. Thank you.
I have a folder that I made for each of you. Can I bring it up?
What's in it?
Mary Coombs.
What's in the folder, though? We just,
It regards.
is it pictures, is it,
I can cover everything that I wanted to cover.
okay.
Is it just your speech that you're gonna, is it a typed version of your speech?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Motion to accept.
Second.
And pictures.
okay. Motion to receive and file. We're just trying to get an idea of what's in there, that's all. Thank you. You can just give them to, or give one to the clerk and then, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
You got it, huh? Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Mary Coombs. I live at 22715 Neff Court, and that's in Sable Ridge. Sable Ridge is a subdivision that is adjacent to the proposed Hale Road homes. I testify for myself and a number of my neighbors who've taken off twice to testify at this meeting, but they couldn't make it today. I submit for you, the record, a copy of the presentation with pictures and documentation in the green folder for you to peruse at your convenience. In a nutshell, infrastructure we now have is broken and people are angry. Sable Ridge has expanding road depressions, repeated open holes in roads and easements, and burst and leaking underground pipes. These are safety issues. One example is when my neighbor's foot went through a pavement while playing football. The county fixed the street in 2019, and in July this year, a hole in the road opened up again in the same location. Just on my street alone, there are 5 places where road crews have had to come out and repair underground pipes. Pasco County Stormwater Division said our entire street needs to have piping replaced. We're on the south side of Hale Road, and just the slight elevation of streets and their swales are causing flooding, soil erosion, and standing water in yards, largely due to displaced water. With our current flooding and drainage problems, where is the overflow water from the new construction going to go? And who takes responsibility if the model they used causes lake pollution or even more flooding and erosion in this area? Traffic's also an issue, as most streets in Sable Ridge only have one exit, and that's onto Collier Parkway. So with the expected amount of traffic that's proposed from the high-density homes on Hale Road, trying to safely exit our subdivision onto Collier will be a real challenge. Another failure of the infrastructure was recently addressed by Megan Harding. She's a school board member who said our school system is in a crisis due to bus driver shortages and warned, quote, "This is a huge safety issue. I personally live next door to a bus driver who quit mid-year because of all the overtime hours he was expected to work." Another issue is the availability and cost of reclaimed water. When reclaimed water is low, especially during a drought, lack of water pressure puts strains on everyone in a deed-restricted subdivision like us that has lawn maintenance requirements. So increased usage demands will have a negative impact on our property values. Because of the current infrastructure problems, we respectfully submit that you deny the zoning request for Hale Road. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Lisa Moretti. I've had the pleasure of speaking to many of you before. Mr. Moody, first time. Hi.
Hi.
It's getting tiresome to come see you guys over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm a resident of 59 years of being able to be an actual caring human being. And at this point, as a citizen stakeholder, I am far too familiar with the land use code than I should be. There are two aspects of the future land use policy that jump out at me immediately. Flu 1.10.5 of the comprehensive plan says a property owner is not entitled to the most potentially dense or intense zoning classification within a land use designation. And comp plan Flu 1.10.1, which is titled compatibility review, and lists the factors that they include: existing uses of land, existing development patterns, and approved development within the area. By compliance with the future land use policy, you should reject this project. Hale Road is a 2-lane, no sidewalks, a lot of drainage ditches, power poles you've heard, you've seen, lots of big trees. It is a classic rural road. The residences are also rural. You have single-family homes, little rancheritos, the smallest of which are generally like 1/4 of an acre large. Ms. Terrapini, sorry, mentioned compatibility. On the property appraiser's website, there are 8 approved developments on Hale Road. Lago del Rey has 40 lots, at least 1/4 of an acre apiece. The second largest is Bell Lake Vista 2, has 35 lots, none less than 1/3 of an acre. Bell Lake Vista 1 has 21 lots, they're averaging 3/10 of an acre. Alsace has 20 lots, at least 1/4 of an acre. Branch Ranch has 16 lots, 1/2 an acre or more, and the other 3 developments all have fewer than 10 lots, which average about 4/10 of an acre apiece. So these are rural. This development is totally an aberration of compatibility. The proposed project is 109 lots, over 2.5 times as many of the largest approved development already there, and more than 5 times greater than the average approved development. In addition, the proposed lot sizes of 4,500 or 5,500 square feet are 1/3 the size of the average approved development. So you have a system, you have a pattern, an established pattern of development on Hale Road, and these lots don't meet that standard. So I encourage you that this project should be denied. Thank you.
The following speakers, and please forgive if I mispronounce someone's name: Tracy Lowe's, Pamela Fugelsang, Dr. T.H. Colhane. Pamela Fugelsang? Okay. Dr. Colhane, T.H. Colhane?
Yes, thank you. And there's a video that I have. It's on USB stick if it's not sent out to me. It's the only video on my USB stick. So, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Thomas Culhane, 4202 East Fowler Avenue, Tampa 33620, and I swore in. I'm a National Geographic explorer and a professor at the University of South Florida with a PhD and Master's in Urban Planning from UCLA and an Honors BA from Harvard. And I request respectfully that you recommend denial of this land grab application for this last tiny refuge of wildlife, this last sanctuary of sanity in an increasingly sprawl-filled neighborhood. To say that it should be filled in just because it's the last green parcel sounds contradictory to our goals as sustainabilists. In fact, its small size and the fact that it's the last refuge is all the more reason to defend it. For the last 6 years at the Rosebud Continuum, I and my professional colleagues and our graduate students have conducted landscape research, habitat restoration, and wildlife surveys. We've worked hard on invasive species removal and the repatriation of Florida native plants and wildlife. I've scuba dived Lake Rosebud to observe the alligators and fish therein, and watched and delighted with the sandhill crane families and gopher tortoises that are all over making their nests now that we've rewilded the property. Spending time at the Rosebud Continuum, I can tell you that the public, our students, our many participating groups and organizations, visitors, rely on the existing zoning and rural character of this neighboring property for what we're doing there. The Comprehensive Plan Objective 1.4 of the future land use element states development should, quote, ensure the long-term viability of residential neighborhoods by regulating future development and redevelopment to create compatibility with the surrounding land uses. Today's application, I submit, is incompatible with that and conflicts with the county's purpose for the MPUD, which is, quote, to encourage innovations in residential and non-residential development and to, quote, provide for residential cluster options and incentives that are designed to protect the rural character of the county's rural areas, end quote. Now here the proposal is a swath, as we've heard, of densely built 40 to 50-foot lot homes, less than half the lot width required in current zoning, and covers at least 65%. Now we're hearing 75% of the land, roughly double what the current zoning allows. I've worked on innovative urban design projects in Alabama, in Cairo, Egypt, and around the world, and I'm presenting that the Hale, it's 2 minutes and 25.
You got one more minute.
Oh, thank you. I'm presenting the Hale Road case at the Urban Health Institute in Valencia, Spain next month, showing how the Rosebud Sustainability Center is actually helping to meet the Living Building Challenge 4.0, while this proposal doesn't. On the world stage, we know that we can be far more innovative than the current Hale proposal. Pasco County's comprehensive plan Policy Future Land Use 1.2.23 actually encourages the establishment of incentives for developers that incorporate green building principles into the design and implementation of the project. But as of yet, our conversations with KB Homes on green building techniques here have actually left us empty-handed. Considering the environmental features of the land, the potential for flooding, the density of KB Homes' proposal that it's striving for cannot be achieved without harming its surroundings with negative spillover effects. Now, please don't misunderstand. We want this area to grow, but we want it to grow in the right way, in a healthy way that meets Pasco County's strict standards. So in my final statement, in the urban planning field, Pasco County has a great reputation for innovations. I moved here to Florida to be part of that as an urban planner. Please deny this proposal today and demand that out-of-town developers meet the county's strict and innovative standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Enos Culhane, followed by Mary McKnight and Mike Della Pena.
Good afternoon. I am Ines Culhane. I have sworn in. I'm a master's student of sustainable tourism at the University of South Florida, speaking on item 10, the Hale Collier development. For the past 5 years, I've been working on an almost daily basis at the Rosebud Continuum Eco Science Center, working with school kids and volunteers to remove invasive species and teach about wildlife-compatible development. I am on the team using Matterport technology to scan the properties and identify threatened species and create models for the web portal to give international exposure to Rosebud as an important bright spot for ecotourism in Florida. This project threatens these goals and degrades the potential for Pasco County to achieve its sustainable tourism goals and sustainable development goals. I would like to know how the development will keep their project from undoing and undermining all of our work and hard work to preserve wildlife and restore our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mary?
Mike Della Pena, followed by Michelle Dillard and Nathan LaFata.
I'd like to just submit this. I wanted to make copies for you guys, but my machine just said no. So.
You can give it to the clerk, she can circulate it to us.
But he's not going to get,
Anyway,
you're not going to get
He
it
won't
back,
get it
though.
back, is that okay?
No, you can keep it.
Okay.
Can we get a
I've
motion
got
to
it on
receive
my
and file?
phone.
Motion to accept into file?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
My name's Mike Della Pena. I've been sworn in. I live at 23005 Mayfair Road. I'm kind of across the street. I'm the last house on Collier Parkway before Hale in Lake Paget East. Lived there for 32 years. I can tell you that there haven't been many improvements on Hale Road in the 32 years I've been there, and I don't expect any to be happening, not for $281,000. The county's not going to do anything, and I believe personally that, if I'm there by 2040, that it ain't going to happen then either. But that's besides the point. The reality is two things for me. Somewhere, maybe I'm wrong, correct me, you guys might know, Collier Parkway is supposed to be widened from Parkway south all the way up to Aaron Cutoff. Am I incorrect about that?
One of our transportation planners could probably answer that question better than I can.
We have several online
Okay.
that can answer.
This is Stacy Burgess, Planning and Development. Were you asking about Hell Road from Collier to US 41? For my corridor preservation table, it will only be two lanes with a right-of-way of 80 feet.
No, I'm
So,
talking about
from
Collier
Collier-
Parkway being widened from Parkway Boulevard south, from where Parkway Boulevard and Collier intersect, north to past Hale Road up to Aaron Cutoff.
I don't have any information on that, no.
Yeah. Well, we were told in the past, because we were here arguing before about a gas station, a Marathon gas station that was supposed to be put behind my house. And that's what we were told, is that the road was going to be widened.
I'm surprised that Ms. Burgess doesn't know, but I believe there is a plan to extend Collier Parkway up to Aaron Cutoff and eventually to State Road 52. I don't know whether it's supposed to be as 2 or 4 lanes, but maybe
Well, it's supposed to be 4 lanes, it's 2 lanes now, 4 lanes later.
I believe that eventually it would be a 4-lane road up to State Road 52, if that's your
It's supposed
question.
to be 2024. That's the date
Is
that I had.
Ms. Smith
written
still
down.
on? She may know the answer to that question.
David, that information should be in the CIP. I don't have that in front of me right now.
All right.
It should be showing in the CIP plan.
Well, maybe while this gentleman's speaking, one of you could look it up.
I
Thank
don't
you.
know how this project should be approved if there's going to be major road construction on Collier in the future. Okay, you know it's going to happen. How can you approve a project knowing that that whole community, that whole street, traffic's got to go somewhere? And it's going to go out Hale Road to 41. Now, yesterday on 41, at 9 o'clock in the morning, it was backed up to the Circle K at Hale Road going south. I U-turned knowing that I would go and, I U-turned, came back in my neighborhood, went down Collier, and it was backed up to Weeks Boulevard by the library. We have traffic problems, and Hale Road is going to be a cutoff point. People know it's there. Okay? So the pictures I showed you, I'll get off of that subject, but I'm speaking my piece about that. You shouldn't even consider any other projects in that immediate area, okay? But the pictures I showed you are my street that I'm still paying for the pavement on, and so are all my neighbors. The hole that you see with a twig sticking out of it is a stormwater runoff drain that keeps getting clogged up. It's caused my neighbor across the street, which it's in his yard, thousands of dollars of plumbing problems. They came out, the county came out, or somebody came out and fixed it. I come home and there's a 6x6 cold patch in the middle of the road that I am still paying to have it paved. So my point is this. Infrastructure is a big deal, and the county is failing miserably on infrastructure for existing people. And it needs to stop, because it's not only happening on my street, it's happening everywhere. And, there's malfeasance going on somewhere along the line, because there's federal money for stormwater runoff. Where's the money going? I don't understand it. I just don't. It's chronic, and you're building more and more and more, and we're getting less and less and less, and I've been there 32 years. I pay my taxes. And that's all I have to say. You guys have got to start being responsible. You just have to.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, David, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We know of nothing on Collier Parkway. I know there's probably a map showing that extension, but we have nothing in the CIP that we know of right now.
Is it in the LRTP?
I don't have anything like that in front of me right now.
David, I think it is in the LRTP. I'm finding out. Just give us a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine, but.
It's probably the LRTP probably has a anticipated year of construction too. We can
Nothing
keep-
funded in the.
Okay, we'll move on to the next.
Well, when you
We're
know the
gonna
final
just-
answer, just let us know.
Hello, I'm Nathan Lapata. I'm from 22843 Hale Road, and I'm a grad student here at USF. I wanted to talk about the substandard roads issue. Under Section 4021E of the Land Development Code, lists a number of factors consider when evaluating the MPUD application. Two are applicable here. Whether the proposed change will create an excessively increased traffic congestion or otherwise affect traffic safety, quote, and whether the proposed charge will adversely affect living conditions in the immediate and surrounding neighborhoods, quote. This project runs afoul of both criteria. The developer's second traffic study acknowledges that the project will add more than 1,000 trips per day and concedes that if this project is approved, Hale Road will operate a level of service, D. Here is how the National Academy of Sciences Highway Capacity Manual describes loss, or LOSD. Quote, passing capacity approaches zero. Quote, motorists are delayed in the platoons for nearly 80% of their travel time. Turning vehicles and roadside distractions cause major shock waves in the traffic stream. Quote, the driver experiences reduced physical and psychological comfort levels. And that is on a road that meets minimum standards, which Hale Road doesn't. Hale Road is a substandard road. For most of the stretch from Collier to 41, the lanes are narrower than required by 9014 of the LDC. In addition, large stretches of Hale Road have drainage ditches or power poles or large trees and bushes where the shoulders are supposed to be. So if there's an oncoming car in your lane, there's nowhere to go and get out of the way. And if there's an accident, there's no place to pull off. And when traffic is heavy, emergency vehicles can't go through quickly enough. So a substandard road is going to be very congested. Traffic delays are going to be the norm. Drivers are going to become aggravated and upset, and a road won't be able to handle accidents. Such conditions clearly will adversely affect living conditions in the intermediate surrounding the neighborhood. The people who have to use Hale Road every day, like me, will be subject to unjustified and undesirable stress, as well as unnecessary and additional danger. Comp Plan FLU 1.10E states that the adequacy of roadways should be considered when determining the timing of a new development. Hale Road is a substandard road. Now, it can't safely handle another 1,000 cars per day. This project should be rejected or at least deferred until the entire length of Hale Road is brought up to county road standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we may have skipped over Michelle Dillard. Oh, okay, thank you so much. It's gonna be, Michelle Dillard is gonna be followed by Peyton Hoey and Henry, last name starts with a B. Henry A. Burnt, maybe? If that person is not here, then Chris Osborne, sorry.
Good evening now. My name is Michelle Dillard. I'm at 4800 Berry Drive, Land O'Lakes. I've been sworn in reference to P10 docket. I'm not a specialist. I accidentally signed in just thinking I had to sign in and not speak, but I'm glad I did. I've been here since 1997. I've lived here for 25 years. My home is right on King Lake, and we are right on the curve. So 0.5 miles from 41 is Berry Drive. And I'm the secretary of our King Lake Association. And since I've lived there since 1997, in 2010, we put $45,000 into our lake. We are a private lake, And we have 97 lots on our lake, but only about 60 are with homes, and then only about 48 actually participate in putting in money to save our lake. Just last year in 2019, in 2019, it cost us $62,000 to make our lake alive and safe, and to get rid of the hydrilla. And we put carp in all the time, and we have to maintain it. It's not maintained by the city. Just recently, I know everyone's spoken about the floods and how it's flooding. It's crazy. Now I understand why, all the development. I'm just was wondering, wow, my boat went all the way up to the middle of my yard, and that hasn't happened since we've had 4 hurricanes in 1 year. So it's really shocking, and I just want you guys to think about that and think about our environment. And I'm so glad that those students came and spoke, because it is very important. All that drainage, I guess I'm a specialty of common sense, because when it drains, it drains. And when it drains straight into King Lake, Lake Pageant, and Bell Lake. So we have to keep our lakes safe. We have to keep them alive. We don't want to have dead lakes. And it costs a lot for us as private individuals to be able to raise our children and our grandchildren. I have 1 grandson, and I'm going to be able to raise him on my lake. But not if this developments happen, and all these chemicals and all these pesticides and all this just destroys our environment. Thank you guys for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to start this with good afternoon, but I'll say good evening. My name is Peyton Hoey, and I'm a member of the Tampa Tenants Union and a graduate student at the Patel College of Global Sustainability. I am here to ask that you make the right decision to protect the ecosystems and wildlife that this county prides itself in, and to stand in the interest of the people of Pasco over, frankly, profit-hungry developers. It's clear that we are in a housing crisis. As a member of the Tampa Tenants Union, I'm very familiar with this, dealing with evictions and rent increases every day. But Florida continues to lead the nation in percentage of rent hikes yearly, and the answer is not in building more congested homes. This is a flawed mentality that continues to fail us. Recent studies show that Florida has the most vacant homes in any state, estimating that 1.7 million homes remain empty. Yet working people here are unable to find affordable housing, making the issue clearly not a lack of homes, but an abundance of greed. The creation of these cookie-cutter, high-volume homes fail to solve the housing crisis and come with a larger cost: irreparable damage to our wildlife and natural systems, meaning the definition of incompatibility. As you've heard from the students, faculty of PCGS, and the passionate residents of Pasco here today, Rosebud Continuum is a sanctuary that borders this property. It shows that sustainability is not only actualizable, but an imperative necessity. It serves as an educational and community building tool that I have had the pleasure to be a part of, and yet it is under attack. A world where this property is rezoned is a world where places like Rosebud face great danger. Flooding, runoff, and increased traffic will continue to destroy existing properties and the wildlife that surrounds them. And for what? To maximize the profits of KB Homes and at the expense of the environment and the people? Look at this room. Look at the amount of green shirts in this crowd that showed up despite the distance, the many times this was rescheduled, and this being in the middle of the work week, lasting 5 hours. I've been here since 1. The people are speaking today. Are you going to listen to them? It's time to make a decision. Will you side with the residents, the wildlife of Pasco County, and your constituents and vote no to this rezoning, or will you stand in the way of democracy to protect developers and corporate interests? Thank you.
Next speakers are Jared Jacobs, Brian Bishop, and Marty Harry. Thank you. Anyone else on that list was? Okay, thank you. Then we'll have Richard Somerville after, and Russell Watrous.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Brian Bishop. I reside at 21826 Ocean Pines Drive, which is in Lake Pageant. I am the son of Mary Ann Bishop, who is the property owner adjacent at 22843 Hale Road. I have kids of my own who are Mary Ann's grandkids that travel to the property from where they live in Lake Pageant, which is less than a mile away, and they do so by foot and by bike. I think we've already established that the situation on Hill Road is not a desirable one. It is not good, and it is a safety hazard. To me, this is a no-brainer. KB Homes came in and identified that, yes, it is subservient road, and that they could just throw a little bit of money that is unallocated, so that doesn't guarantee that it's going to go anything to the safety, and then they could just add to it because it's already bad. One thing that I don't know if KB Homes has any interest in the safety of their own residents to the houses they build, but there are going to be kids in those single houses developments, and there is a community center which is less than 3 miles away. And all the kids in those, all the adjacent neighborhoods, they use bikes and they walk up to the rec center. So they are proposing to put in single-family homes that will create a risk to future inhabitants for those kids to be able to travel from Hill Road to Collier Parkway to get to the sidewalks where it's safe. To me, that seems kind of crazy. I do have anxiety when my son does go to his grandparents' house, because there is a substantial safety concern on that corner, on the west end, that last turn, where I'm sure that that's probably where the report comes from, where all the accidents. But since I've been there, I've seen numerous accidents. I've known somebody that I went to high school with who almost died on that corner by running into the gate on my parents' property. It's very, very dangerous. KB Homes is proposing on that corner, on the left, or if you're looking at a map, I don't know if we can pull up a map. On the left side, that's where everybody goes off the road. I think one person hit a telephone pole, it collapsed, and they're talking about putting a playground area or some sort of area in that, and that just doesn't seem very smart to me. So what has become evident here is that KB Homes is looking to come in, put in their development, make their money, get out, and they have no thought or remorse for the future inhabitants of the very places that they intend to build. I just want to leave with the note of to not let KB Homes make a bad situation worse. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Marty Harvey. I live at 23347 Sierra Road. I just want to oppose the building of this community for several reasons that have already been mentioned, so I won't go there. But I would like to say, the first lady that spoke for KB Homes came up and told us about the great ratings that KB Homes has with their people, but I looked on the Better Business Bureau website, and according to them, KB Homes is not a good neighbor. They have a 1.1 out of 5 rating, and that was based on 72 responses just this year alone. That was published in July of 2022. They also have a ranking of 498 with the real estate builders. And I know you guys were asked if you had driven on Hale Road, and many of you said yes. I forgot to give my qualifications, which aren't nearly as impressive as some of these people, but I moved to Land O'Lakes in 1960 when I was 6 years old. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. I'm a mother of 6, and I have 13 grandchildren, 8 of which reside in Land O'Lakes. 4 of them live in the home that I'm at now, and they some go to Pineview Elementary, and they live within 2 miles, so they have to walk. So I carpool my granddaughter in the mornings, and I pick up a cousin who lives just like 1.9 miles. She lives at Branch Ranch. So I challenge you to go on Hale Road, maybe stay at the corner of Hale and Collier around 2:45 when school lets out, and watch the children that have to ride down that road or walk down that road. There's a young man every single day. I'm terrified for him. I've seen him almost get hit probably 5 times in the last 2 weeks. He rides a bike. He has a big, bulky backpack. I know that's not KB Home's issue, but it is an issue that they're going to contribute to. And he wobbles on his bike. I've seen 3 buses lined up behind him and cars behind them as they start passing this young man with about this much room to scoot over to avoid being hit. And it's terrifying to watch. So I challenge you to go watch that. I was raised on Lake Paget, started swimming. The length of across Lake Paget, my grandchildren are 4th generation Lakers, and somebody spoke about the quality of lakes, and all that rainwater does flood into the lake. So I lived there my whole entire life. My parents' home has never been flooded. We've had multiple rains and hurricanes come through the years, and with the rain that we're seeing now, we haven't even had a tropical storm yet, and the water comes way up within 20 feet of my parents' home. So you guys, this is your chance to do the right thing, and I'll just leave with this quote that I often gave my kids when they were teenagers: just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Russell Waters. I live at 5218 Eagle Island Drive, and I've been sworn in. And I'll make this brief, very brief. This is kind of an address to the board here. You asked people to bring in new information that subjects that hadn't been talked about. Well, I got one here. There are 4 pieces of property on Hale Road, very similar to the one KB Homes wants to develop right now, okay? And let's just say that you approve of this KB Homes proposal. What's going to happen to those other 4 pieces of property? Are they going to be developed with 40-foot lots? You're setting a precedent here, folks, and you're going to have to live with it. We're all going to have to live with it if you approve this thing. I suggest you don't approve it, not only for us, but also for yourselves, because this is we're at a turning point here in Land O'Lakes, and you can see it. Almost every one of these feeder roads and back secondary roads are being developed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Russell? Yep.
Hey, David, this is Essen. The LRTP shows the 4-lane widening to up to Erin cutoff, but there is no specific date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Essen. All
Yep,
right.
you're welcome.
Richard Somerville, 16205 Larson Lane, Hudson. In 2014, Naomi Klein's book, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus the Climate, was published. In Chapter 5, she describes what some political scientists call extractivism. She defines extractivism as, quote, a non-reciprocal, dominance-based relationship with the earth, one purely of taking. It is the opposite of stewardship, which involves taking, but also taking care that regeneration and future life continue, unquote. At first, I thought of extractivism as only removing resources from inside the earth, But then I realized that extractivism can also describe what is happening in many places here in Pasco County. That is, the extraction from existence, more or less permanently, of vast swaths of forests or agricultural land with little concern for the life that is being destroyed. A case in point is the Hale Collier proposal. One troubling aspect of this proposal is the number of constructed ponds around existing wetlands south of Hale Road. These constructed ponds are shown to encroach on the 25-foot buffer, wetland buffers in many cases. Building a pond next to a wetland will tend to dewater the wetlands during dry periods. This will probably stress and kill some of the wetland plants and make the wetlands dysfunctional. Constructed ponds will probably not serve as a replacement for the wetlands. Thus, there will be a net loss of wetland function from this project. The other troubling aspect is I'm kind of going against what everybody else said, is that I sort of have the idea that density should be increased in smaller areas so that larger areas can be kept wild or be kept in agricultural land. So I was thinking that maybe the 10-foot between houses would probably be better to to eliminate the 10-foot between houses if it's going to be that small and build townhouses or even condos. Townhouses are houses sharing walls. These alternatives would allow the same number of dwelling units in a much smaller area, thus allowing some land to remain as agricultural. This would allow the wetland buffers to be enlarged or remain intact. So if you had multi-story condos, they could put it at the back of the property and no one would be able to see it from the road, and then save more of the land for agriculture and for water to infiltrate into the ground for the flooding and everything else that it'll cause. Although the ponds probably take care of the flooding, maybe, if you have enough water detention ponds, it takes care of the flooding. So I have a closing quote. The task is clear to create a quote, the task is clear to create a culture of caretaking in which no one and nowhere is thrown away, in which the inherent value of people and all life is foundational. Naomi Klein.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, I think your time's up, so we appreciate you coming out.
Okay, thanks. Can I give this to my speech for everybody? And also, Julia Bartunek gave me her speech here. I could read that for you because she was going to be on the schedule anyway.
So your time is up.
Yeah, your time's up, and I mean, we heard your speech, it's part of the record, so.
Somebody else's speech.
Do you want us to receive and file what you have?
Move to receive and file.
Second?
Motion to receive and file, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You just give them to the clerk.
Julia Bartunek is online, so she has the availability to speak. Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anybody else present, or is?
Mr. Chair, that's the last person I had signed up to speak, but there was a gentleman who came and asked if he can speak.
Okay, is there anybody else? If there's anybody else here, come up to the front now.
And we do have 4 people on WebEx.
Excellent, good.
Good afternoon, or good evening, gentlemen. How are you? Thank
Good
you for
evening.
staying. I am Thomas Lauber. I live 4374 Berry Drive in Land O'Lakes. I am a DOT employee, so I've had extensive stormwater background because I maintain the stormwater asphalt lighting contracts for Hillsborough County. Just a few quick things. The one thing I noticed that we do need, and I know it's expensive, but due to the growth of the area, we do need a better emergency services in the area to compensate for, the growth. Also that making sure these roads are less encroached for emergency services. If somebody's going to the hospital, all it takes is 10 or 15 more seconds for someone to die in an ambulance. The stormwater issues, I know Hale Road, the flow line looks more like a BMX track. It doesn't actually work. Half the pipes are clogged. I've been through here so many times with it by my house. Matter of fact, I live on King Lake, and now I've got about a foot of water over my deck out and back. But part of it is, too, I've noticed that I had to deal with this with a developer in Hillsborough County. When you build houses and you put foundations in, it restricts how much area there is for the ground to absorb rainwater and groundwater. So I had to deal with one contractor. I had to have him reduce the amount of homes and, set up a stormwater system in order to make, replace the areas we were having where they were building. And what they're doing here, everything that y'all build are allowed to be built, that restricts the amount of area for the ground to absorb water. And that's why we have some more flooding issues. We had it where I used to live until I went through with it. The KB home deal, it should really be, if any drainage, if they do get it, that both areas should have a CDS unit. They should have a mitigation area, a line mitigation area, in order to, reduce the issues, because we're getting, like the young lady said, we had to clean our lake out because the washover from all the various areas is now starting to contaminate the other lakes now. And it's something very serious, when it comes to, when you got, it looked like islands from the hydrilla in the lake. That's pretty bad. So, the more the areas that we keep not allowing the water to absorb into the ground, it's going to affect us in the long run again. So that's all I got to say, and thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Nancy Hazelwood, 34110, a nice place, Dade City, Florida. The gentleman that was up talking about townhouses, this has been my experience when you cluster houses and leave open space that you turn around and find a road going through it all of a sudden. So please don't consider townhouses there. This is pretty dense for the area as it is already. The flooding that's been mentioning so much, it's not happening just right here. It's all over the county. Maybe it's time to take another track. This is a rural area. It's not suburban. You've got enough presentations to realize that with the comp plan, you can suggest much lesser densities. You don't have to give them what they want. Keep in mind what's best for the county and your citizens. We already have enough developments, putting a great burden on all of us in Pasco. Taxes, crime, loss of natural resources. We are already talking about injecting treated sewage water into our aquifer because of overdevelopment. It's all over Florida. So my last point is cut this way down or say no, and ask your developers from now on in to bring plans that fit better into what's already there. Thank you.
Okay, is that everybody that's here present? All right, we'll go on to the
We're going to
WebEx
move on to
people.
WebEx. We're going to move on to Jennifer Smith. Ms. Smith, if you would please provide your name and your address for the record and whether you've been sworn. Thank you.
Jennifer, can you hear us? Looks like you're there. Jennifer, we'll skip you and we'll come back to you. We're going to move on to the next person and we'll come back. If you can hear us, we'll be back.
The next person is Julia Bartnick. Ms. Bartnick, if you would please provide your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn.
Mom about it. Yeah. I guess I feel better.
Julia, are you there?
It's still there. Like, I know that they haven't stopped.
Julia, we're going to go to the next person. We'll be back.
Okay, we will then move on to Catherine Koenig. Ms. Koenig, if you would please provide your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn.
Hi, my name is Catherine Koenig. My address is 430 3rd Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33701, and I've been sworn in. So I'm a graduate student at the Patel College of Global Sustainability. Just 2 weeks into my program, we went to the Rosebud Continuum on a class field trip. Since then, the past and the current projects that I have worked on have majorly influenced my studies and research, providing me with valuable skills and pushing me to find solutions to obstacles that seemed impossible to overcome. The first project, which you can see right here, that I worked on was to bring my used plastics to be grinded and shredded with the grinder and shredder that we have on site. I was eager to start this project since less than 10% of our plastics end up getting recycled. So the majority end up in landfills, the ocean, and contaminating our groundwater. From our grinded up plastics, students like myself have made educational signage, cutting boards, bowls, and plates, as well as many other items. One of our ongoing projects is to get a larger grinder to support more plastic projects to decrease the amount of plastics that end up polluting the environment. Next up, we have another project I worked on, which was the IBC tank biodigester. I learned that there is no reason to use septic tanks that rely on gas and causes groundwater contamination. At Rosebud, we use biodigesters to eliminate groundwater contamination and utilize our human waste for energy, creating the byproducts of biogas and liquid fertilizer. We didn't use any heavy machinery during this project. To dig the hole, we used shovels. To lower the IBC tank into the hole, we used metal poles and our own human strength. When approaching issues that arise, such as these, students quickly learn that we have to work as a team and communicate to figure out the best solutions. Next slide, please. As for the Dragon Biodigester project, this has been a continuous project for students to work on. Just this past spring, our class built the right foot using plastic bottles filled with grinded up plastics as the foundation instead of wood. Instead of pouring a normal type of concrete over the plastic bottles, Dr. Colleen had the idea to make an alternative concrete mix utilizing grinded up plastics as well. Due to the success of this project, we will be making a gopher tortoise structure completely out of plastic bottles filled with grinded up plastics and the alternative concrete mix. The Rosebud Continuum has provided me with the opportunity to work with my classmates, professors, community volunteers, and educate younger students during their field trips here. In my leadership position with the Clio Institute, as well as my graduate studies and research, looking at the impacts of the climate uncertainty, we haven't gotten any reassurances that the proposed rezoning and project planning are in any way in step with the broader, more important sustainable development goals we are practicing.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Your time was up, but thanks for your presentation.
We're going to move on to Kristen Hayes.
Kristen, are you there?
Ms. Hayes, if you're there, would you please provide your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn? Should we try Ms. Julia?
You want to try back to
Bartnick
Julia
again?
or Jennifer?
So we could try Jennifer Smith. Ms. Smith, if you're there, would you please provide your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn?
Okay, Jennifer, are you there? No, there's no response. How about Julia Bartunek? Oh, David, what do you do if they're not there? They're not there.
Denise?
Okay, so I'm being told that Ms. Bartnick is in some type of an appointment, so that's what we're hearing in the background. So it appears that Ms. Bartnick and Ms. Smith are not responding.
Mr. Chair, if we've tried twice to get them to speak and they're not responding, you have no obligation to continue to. It's the equivalent of us calling a name twice here and then nobody getting up. At some point, you need to give up.
Okay.
So that concludes your public comment on WebEx.
Very good. Okay, the applicant want to do rebuttal?
So before the applicant gives a rebuttal, can I just ask a question? And I'm not sure whether it's the applicant responding or staff, but I want to follow up on, since there's so many issues on Hale Road, I guess I need a better explanation about why access to Collier Parkway was not explored. Or did staff tell you not to access Collier Parkway? Were you not able to access Collier Parkway? It seems like there is land that's adjacent to Collier Parkway. And I'm trying to figure out why that was not explored.
Good afternoon, evening actually. Again, Michael Razor for the record. David, the answer to that question has to do with the limited frontage along Collier Parkway, the pond, and LDC spacing requirements. The engineers at Florida Land and Design looked at that and ruled that out due to wetland impacts and the limited frontage and the spacing requirements of the code.
So you're telling me that staff would not even permit a right-in, right-out access?
I haven't engaged in any discussions with staff on any access other than what's shown on the site plan.
Because I'm not seeing that there's a wetland blocking your entire connection to Collier from what I can see. I mean, I'm not a wetland expert, but appears to be some uplands.
Can we pull up? Yeah, can you put the aerial back up?
Jay Hunting, Florida Land Design and Permitting, 3030 Starkey Boulevard, Newport Richey, and I've been sworn. Denise, could you put up and zoom in on Hale and Collier in the intersection? Yeah. So, and if you could scroll to the north, I'm sorry, scroll down a little bit more. So there's a wetland that you can see right there that takes up a pretty good portion of the frontage along Collier Parkway. Also, so when we looked at that to putting a alternative access out, it turned out that the driveway would be too close to the signalized intersection at Hale Road, and that we wouldn't meet separation requirements.
So I guess I'll ask staff. Did we deny, I mean, if they wanted a right-in, right-out south of that wetland, because it appears to be some uplands south of the wetland, would that not meet our spacing requirements?
Would have to be at a minimum 245 feet and then a maximum like 440 feet. So if they don't meet the spacings, then they could apply for alternative standard. But we would have to check the spacing on that collector.
Can you check that right now? Because
Okay, I'll come back.
I mean, my concern is that this is to the planning commission. Could you please not yell out from, it makes it very difficult for me to ask them questions if you're yelling from the audience. Thank you. If you could scroll farther south, I mean, it seems to me that there is an upland piece of property south of that wetland, and it seems like it's a fairly sizable distance from the intersection. So I'm not really understanding why, given how many, I mean, we've had 30 people come up here and talk about how unsafe Hale is. You're having to do all kinds of improvements to Hale. It seems like you just kind of blew over accessing Collier, and I don't understand why.
I think you would, if you look at that upland that's south of the wetland, I think we'll begin to get too close to the residential street to the south.
Okay, I guess I need to, because it seems like you're just answering this off the, I guess I would like our staff to tell me whether we definitively would have denied them if they had sought a right-in, right-out access south of that wetland off of Collier, would we have said yes or no? That's my question for staff.
David, hey David, this is Essen. So yeah, we want to make sure we don't impact the intersection, but a right in, right out may be a possibility looking at the area just south of the pond. Left in would be difficult because if they have to put a left turn in there, then I don't know if there's enough room with the residential driveway connection, if that can be accommodated. But a right in, right out could be quite possible. But we never looked at that, you know, because we haven't looked at an access management study yet. The site plan is not here yet. But that is definitely something that can be, you know, explored.
Well, it just seems to me that given all the issues on Hale, that should be explored. I don't, even if it's only right in, right out, it seems like that would distribute some of the traffic away from Hale. And I'm not understanding why that wasn't explored better. Plus, I think
David,
Collier, doesn't Collier have sidewalks on it?
Yes,
It does?
from what I could tell.
On the other side. Yeah, the east side.
If I could add a comment on the access right there, Robert Fudge, Florida Land Design and Permitting, 3030 Starkey. One of the other issues there with that storm pond is the efficiency of it. Given the fact of all the concerns with the stormwater, we want to make sure that we're providing the systems there. With the road, not only did the spacing kind of put a dampener on looking at anything there and the wetlands, but also would be pushing a stormwater pond up a hill. So it makes it less efficient. Its best spot is to be at the tail end of the slope in the development so that it can maximize its functionality and then connect across to the drainage pattern that's out there now.
I guess I'll ask the engineers on the planning commission if they agree with that statement, because I'm not
Can
a.
you put the conceptual site plan back up?
Looking at the 1-foot contours that are on the GIS, I mean, it is higher on the north side of that wetland than on the south side by 4 or 5 feet.
So you're saying that's the only logical place to put a pond?
That's the lowest spot on the property.
Which is generally what we would try to do.
My question is, is there a way to put a driveway connection there, is what I'm asking.
And David, just to let you know, the spacing is 245. So from the intersection, 245.
So you're saying it would meet our spacing?
From what I can tell, I'm just measuring it and it looks like it does. It seems like they have space to have to, but they're gonna run into that pond.
Well, and that ultimately goes to, is there another place that drainage could go? And that's an engineering.
Water goes to the lowest point. That's, gravity does what gravity does.
Well, but could you have a pond, could you have a roadway connection out and then just have a pond south of it?
Potentially, I don't know whether they've done computations to determine if that's actually adequately sized, and I see but they're following traditional kind of design approach. I understand the issue, I understand where you're going with that. I'm hesitant to
I
say
mean,
that he can.
if the engineers in the planning commission tell me it's impossible to put a driveway connection out there, I
You spend
trust your.
enough money, everything's possible, so
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you that.
Yeah, for the record, in the preliminary design, we look at providing the right percentages of stormwater pond to make sure we're not overcommitting on yield. What the drive would do there is actually remove a lot of volume for that pond.
Okay. Well, I have a related question to that, which is it an accurate statement that the piece that's at the corner of Hale and Collier, is it being marketed for commercial? Is it zoned commercial? Does somebody know the status of that piece?
Speak. Mike Dady, KB Homes, 19810 Morton Blush. I have not been sworn in.
Well, Mike, you've been here from the beginning. What's the problem?
Nothing.
I'm just
That
kidding.
corner
Just
piece-
go ahead. Let's
The
swear him in.
corner pieces would not owned
Mike,
by us.
hold on
We
one
don't know
second.
what the-
Mike, we just need to swear you in first, so.
Oh, you were gonna do it. Okay.
I was kidding you.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do. So that 1 acre in the corner isn't controlled by KB. We don't know what the use is. It has some future use. I don't know what the ownership pattern
Well,
would be.
my
So I
cons-
can't plan for that.
The reason I'm asking the question is because not only are we not showing an interconnection to Collier, we're not showing an interconnection to that piece of property, and if it's commercial,
It's not commercial. I don't know what it is. It wasn't party to the negotiations. It's not part of our contract. Frankly, the land planning exercise has been going on for 2 years, David. The Collier Parkway itself drains to that pond, and it's a closed basin. There's no place else for that water to go. The engineers would tell you. I wanted to put lots and houses there, and they wouldn't let me.
Mike,
okay, I'm asking a different question now. Okay, I've asked that question and it was answered by the engineers. I'm asking staff, let's just say that hypothetically it did become commercial, why are we not showing some, because if it is commercial and there's no interconnect to it, then you're basically taking all any traffic that wants to go to it has to go out onto Hale to get to it.
David, this is Nectarios Pitos again with Planning and Development. Are you referring to, on the graphic on the overhead, are you referring to that white square that would be the
Yes.
southwest corner? So the official zoning map is not illustrating commercial zoning at that corner. But to answer Mr. Moody's question from earlier this evening when he asked if this was a node area, I think the answer to that is no and yes. No, because the two C2 zones that are around Hale and Collier were rezoned in the 1990s, 95 and 96. And the policies in the comprehensive plan, policy flu 161E, speaks to creating nodes and enabling C2 zonings that predated the comprehensive plan. So in that answer was no. That was the answer that I provided earlier. The yes part to the answer is that Collier, Parkway, and Hale, I believe, are arterial/collector roads. And so you could, by a comprehensive plan amendment, potentially place the ComFlu at that intersection, but that's not there today.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering if an opportunity's been missed, if it's gonna be commercial to have some kind of interconnection between the residential and commercial, so you're not forcing traffic out onto Hale to get to it. You don't even, I don't even see a bike ped connection to it. So you're basically saying, if that goes commercial, what you're telling me it could be, that for traffic to get from this residential to that commercial, it has to go out onto Hale to get to it.
That's 1 acre.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why it wasn't included with this project entire. I don't know why it is what it is.
Once you're gonna get there. After they put the buffers and stormwater and
Well,
their setbacks.
the problem is we'd have to allow something there, otherwise.
I'm not saying you shouldn't, you can, I'm just saying I'm not expecting a
I'm
quite
not
intense
envisioning,
development on that
yeah, I'm not
corner.
envisioning it's gonna be a house.
Which one of you guys wants to live in a signalized corner?
So I would be surprised if it's not
No
some.
access.
I'd be surprised if it's not some commercial use. I don't see somebody wanting to build a house there.
Photomat's coming back, huh?
And so I think there's a missed opportunity to make sure that, I'm not sure why we're not even requiring a bike ped connection to it, but that's a comment rather than a question.
Did you guys have a rebuttal presentation?
Well,
Mike?
I'll lead off the rebuttal. Again, for the record, Mike Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting. I'm going to hit on 3 issues. The first was level service. One gentleman came up and talked about the level service being D on Hale Road for post-development conditions. That is correct pursuant to our report. And that finding does meet the Pasco County Transportation Performance Standards. But the details illustrate an even better picture. The level service D range for Hale Road, given its characteristics, is from 50% to 100% of its capacity, where in the post-development condition, the capacity would be at, the volume to capacity ratio would be at 66% to the west, 56% to the east, which is just over the level service C threshold. There were discussions regarding the cost estimate for the substandard road improvements with various comparisons to recent work done on Bell Lake Road. I'm not sure that's a fair comparison for two reasons. One, substandard road criteria and the mitigation required to implement substandard road mitigation type of improvements is much different than the design criteria used for implementing CIP projects with full typical sections. And Bell Lake Road's an urban section with closed drainage, which carries a much more higher price tag. In regard to traffic safety, the public comments generally indicate that Hale Road has egregiously atypical safety conditions. And while there are areas of concern, and I agree with that, and I pointed out earlier there's some substandard road conditions that lead to that, the numbers do demonstrate otherwise. So in regard to traffic safety, we were provided with crash data from Pasco County Traffic Operations in March of this year. That data was for the preceding 5-year period from 2017 through 2022. I think it was February to February, which is a typical analysis period for crash evaluation, 5 years. The traffic crash data identified 25 crashes along Hale Road between 41 and Collier Parkway. That crash data was used to calculate a crash rate for Hale Road, which was identified as 1.65, and that's in terms of per million vehicle miles of travel. 1.65 is the number. That crash rate was compared to crash rates for similar facilities in both Pasco County, Tampa Bay area, and statewide. So for similar facilities in Pasco County, which is 2-lane suburban roads, the crash rate on Hale Road is 15% less than the Pasco County overall rate for those same type of facilities. For similar facilities within the Tampa Bay region, which is basically FDOT District 5, comprised of Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus counties, the crash rate for Hale Road is 3% less than that value at 97% of that crash rate. On a statewide basis, the statewide crash rate is lower. However, the driving environment is not consistent across the state. Other areas of the state have long expanses of these 2-lane roads, which change the dynamics of how the crash rate is calculated in regard to the million vehicle miles of travel. So again, in regard to comparisons, apples to apples type comparison, we are lower than Pasco County's overall crash rate for the similar facilities by 15% and lower than the Tampa Bay area by 3%. And that concludes my rebuttal. I'm certainly here for questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members. I'll be brief. Cindy Terrapini. I do want to hit on a couple of things. First of all, several people, including Mrs. Bishop's consultant, seem to imply or perhaps even state that there was going to be commercial on the site or that commercial would be better use. There is no commercial proposed on this site. I just want to be abundantly clear about that. No commercial whatsoever and no office. You know, we all listen quietly while everyone speaks. I think you ought to do the same for the other speakers.
We literally for 3.5 hours, she's correct. For 3.5 hours, we sat here and we listened quietly to you guys make the presentation. Please just give her 5 or 10 minutes of courtesy so she can do her rebuttal, okay?
I'd like to go back. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. I apologize. I want to show again, the only area that abuts the Rosebud Continuum, Mrs. Bishop's property, is right here. You can clearly see on the concept plan that that is an area proposed for neighborhood park and stormwater management. There are no homes adjacent to that. Moreover, the residents of this project, if approved, and KB Homes has absolutely no interest in preventing the Rosebud Continuum, Mrs. Bishop, from continuing to do whatever she wants to do on her property and whatever is allowed. Seems she's doing a lot more than agricultural uses. We've heard a lot of testimony about school and research activities, which is perfectly fine with us. She's allowed to do that if she's allowed to do that by her zoning. We fully support that. We have no intention of interfering with her development. Also, I think it's shown best on one of the other exhibits. Let's see. The lake, Lake Placey, which is this area right up here that we've been talking about, that is adjacent to the Mrs. Bishop's property here, is a Category 1 wetland. We are not allowed to impact that wetland. We do not propose any impacts to that wetland. We also propose the standard 25 minimum setback of wetland buffer along there, which is not allowed to be impacted because it is a Category 1. That is clearly shown on the master plan. So I think we can put that rumor to bed. I want to go back. This is, you can clearly see from this aerial, this is not a rural area. This entire area from US 41, from the east of the commercial area on 41 to Collier Parkway, and even east of Collier Parkway to those neighborhoods, all the way to the schools, is a residential neighborhood with a variety of residential styles, a variety of residential sizes, and we are just one of those styles of residential that is proposed in there. This entire area that you see in brown, and every single speaker you heard today, except for the folks who are from out of town, which I don't know what the comp plan category is in St. Pete, but all the speakers that are in this area that spoke today are in Res 6, just as this site is. We are proposing less than half of the density. We're proposing a 2.5 units per acre, where 6 units is allowed. So all the testimony about we shouldn't be allowed to, you should cut them down, cut us down, you shouldn't get the maximum. We're nowhere near the maximum. We're at 2.5 units an acre, where 6 is allowed. And again, a Res 6 plan category envisions multiple zoning districts to be compatible with that Res 6 plan category in a variety of different styles and a variety of different lot sizes. And finally, I would just say, and this was spoken on in several different speakers about the zoning along, and they focus clearly only along Hale Road. You cannot look just at Hale Road. You've got to look, and I know you all know this, look at the bigger picture. Look to Dupree Lakes to the north. Look to Sable Ridge to the south. All of those developments are single-family detached homes with a variety of different lot sizes. Dupree Lakes, I believe, is 65-foot lots. Sable Ridge is 65-foot lots. Yes, there are larger lots along Hale Road. That was the testimony given today, and I'm sure that that is correct. But again, having the exact same lot size is not what's required to be compatible. What's required to be compatible is that you don't have an impact on your neighbors. And so we have I think we have proven by our testimony that the single-family neighborhood in a sea of other single-family neighborhoods is compatible. Along those edges where there are different lot sizes, and there's only 2 areas. One is Sable Ridge on the south. We are proposing in the master plan to only have 50-foot lots there, to add a buffer that's not required along that edge. To the west, I believe it's Jason to Mrs. Martinez that spoke. We reduced the lots considerably along there, and we added a 20-foot buffer where no buffer is required. So we have done absolutely everything possible that we can to achieve compatibility. And again, respectfully request your approval, recommendation of approval. Thank you for your time today, and of course, happy to answer your questions.
Hey, let me ask a quick question. Collier Parkway, how far would that be from your first or second entrance into your project? I know I should have asked him. I just now looked at the.
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Is it?
From Collier Parkway to our first entrance on the south side?
Yeah. Because I make the assumption that if it's a close distance, most of the individuals that come out of your project are going to head towards Collier Parkway, as opposed to taking the other route.
Well, that was much debated, whether or not, whether people will go east to Collier or west of 41. But I'm sorry, does anybody know the distance from? Okay. And I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this. We would like to add condition number 10. Mrs. Snyder read it into the record. These are copies for you. We would like to add that. And we're also more than happy to revise condition number 11 to say that the funds that we are contributing should be used solely for Hale Road safety improvements.
Approximately 600 feet.
600 feet. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Do we need a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second. You can, but it's fine, but that's the same condition I think Ms. Snyder read earlier, but it's fine if you want to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Robert Fudge, Florida Land Design and Permitting. A lot has been said about the water quality and the stormwater and storage in the area. And saw a lot of pictures, a lot of testimony, a lot of comments. Everything that I saw was roadside runoff going into ditches, not really being treated, controlled in structures, existing activities around lakes right now that are during storm events, whatever pollutants are going into that lake. Everything that we have to do moving forward with the project is going to go under regulatory process and design. Every bit of runoff from the development is going to be collected, it's going to be routed, it's going to be treated, it's going to be attenuated, it's going to be held back, making sure there's no adverse impacts going downstream, ultimately to get through any of the downstream neighborhoods, culvert crossings, and ultimately to Cypress Head to the east. So we can't just pave it, develop it, send it on its way and say, good luck, hope everything goes okay, and we're just going to be like everything that historically has been done out there. You all know, the county knows, the district knows, we have to follow all the rules and regs. This project is going to be unlike no other. It's going to go under all the same type of stuff. Happy to answer any questions.
Anything from up here?
I don't have any questions I do have a question for Mr. Williams, but I can wait till they're done with the rebuttal.
I have a question for staff, and I don't remember who brought it up, but somebody brought up this property in 2004 in Dupree Lakes and how it was removed from the MPD for, I think it was for Dupree Lakes or something. And in one of the packages that was submitted, there was a letter from Ben Harrell talking about how this used to be property, and that property in 2004 showed access to Hale Road, but it got taken out. I didn't see this in any of the finding of facts, so I was trying to get more background. Okay, that doesn't matter who it was, I just was bringing it up.
Mr. Chair, I'm unfamiliar with that, but I'm not sure if anyone who's on our transportation staff may have dealt with that in the past, the access question to Dupree Lakes.
Well, if you're talking about this letter from
Correct.
Ben
From
Harrell
Ben
to Ted
Harrell,
Taub,
right.
unfortunately, it doesn't look like the county was copied on it, that I can tell. It appears to be some private agreement between Beezer Homes and Ted Taub's client. I don't know if this ever made its way to the county for the county to know about it. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know who Lou Steffens is, but it's not addressed to the county.
Okay, you're right.
So this may have been something that Mr. Harrell was trying to appease some concern that Mr. Taub's client had, but unless the county, documented that through some enforceable requirement somewhere, we wouldn't have even known that this promise was made.
So there's no knowledge of that, because it was somebody that was opposed to the project that made the presentation that I got the impression anyways, if they didn't say it. I think they did say it, but either way, it was, from what I understood, is they removed that piece from having access to Hill Road because of opposition. Because the statement was made, if it wasn't okay then, why is it okay now?
Yeah, so somebody would have to check the project file for Dupree, what is it, Dupree Lakes, to see if there was anything in that approval that somehow limited, that affected this property.
Right.
Now, that would be somewhat unusual for us to bind another piece of property that wasn't the subject of the rezoning application, but we'd have to staff would have to look in that file to see if that was the case. Otherwise, we can't enforce a private letter between one attorney and another attorney.
Right.
No, Mr. Harrell was not the county attorney when he wrote this letter. He was clearly a private attorney working for Figursky and Harrell. But if somehow any of this got into some zoning approval, then it could be enforceable by the county, but I don't know if it did.
Okay. Answer my question.
So, can I ask my question?
Yes.
So, Chris, could you clear up Whether residents of this subdivision would be bused to school, or would they be expected to walk to school?
So currently, we, as is known, we pretty much dropped courtesy busing for secondary students, which is middle and high school, under 2 miles. Elementary, we still have some courtesy busing. I don't know this particular area, whether students who are under 2 miles are being bused or not. But I know middle
So
school.
the schools in this area are under 2 miles?
Well, so yes, this particular area would be under 2 miles from Pineview Elementary and Pineview Middle. The boundary line is Alpine Road, right around Alpine Road. That's the boundary division between Pineview Elementary and Connerton.
And the high school is,
Land O'Lakes.
and it's over or under?
So I do have that. I was going to clarify some of that. I'm not sure.
I don't mean capacity, I mean distance.
Oh,
Over or
sorry.
under 2
Oh,
miles?
yeah, oh, yeah. Wait, yeah. So any students living here would get bus service to Land O'Lakes if they choose.
So they would have to, but they'd have to walk to Pineview Middle?
Middle, but I'm not sure about the elementary, whether we're busing students in this area or not. But if we are, it's courtesy busing, because
Do you ever pay attention to the lack of sidewalks when you make that decision?
So there is a thing called hazardous walking, but those are defined through the state. And so lack of sidewalks does not constitute hazardous walking. There are other things that constitute that, but there's quite a bit of stuff that goes into that. I don't know all the specifics. I'm not a transportation person, but if there's hazardous walking, then they would get busing and it'd be reimbursed to us by the state. But there's not. It has to be pretty severe to be hazardous walking, and sidewalks is not the sole criteria.
Okay. So I just wanted to briefly address the 5 o'clock thing, because I said I would. I looked at the statute. That only applies to Board of County Commissioners meetings, not Planning Commission meetings. Number one, it only applies to rezonings that are initiated by the county, which this is not. And it can also be changed by a majority plus 1 vote of the Board of County Commissioners, which our board has done. So it does not apply for multiple reasons.
And Mr. Chair, I want to clarify some things that were made about portables, et cetera. I'm not sure where the person got their information. It's not entirely accurate, their list that they provided in that. Some of it's accurate, but they left off the schools that don't have portables, because we do have many schools that do not have portables. But in this particular area, Connerton does have 14 portables. Pineview Elementary has 1. Sanders has 0. Pineview Middle has 6, and Land O'Lakes High has 10. Capacity-wise, Connerton right now is at 120%. Pineview Elementary is 89%. Sanders Elementary is 93%. Pineview Middle is 96%. And Land O'Lakes High is 113%. If this development were approved and constructed, we expect an additional 20 elementary school students, 11 middle school students, and 14 high school students. I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Yes,
I mean,
come
again,
on.
if you guys continue to talk, we'll get people removed. Again, we were courteous with you guys for 3.5 hours. I continue to remind you of that. We've been here for 6 hours, just like you guys, and we want to get done.
I also think you'd want to hear the answer to Mr. Williams'
Correct.
questions, answers.
And so we have student generation rates, as you all know, through our impact fee studies, et cetera, that indicate, and that's how we calculate those student numbers. So again, 20 elementary school students, 11 middle, and 14 high, based on 109 single-family detached. We do have future schools coming. Angeline Academy of Innovation, which will open in 2023. We expect that to have an impact on Pineview Middle and Land O'Lakes High.
We also have there's also a new charter school coming to Connerton. And also Dayspring Academy is working on a new charter campus, K through 5 campus, kind of up around where the Ridge Road extension will be. And so both of those charters would impact the surrounding region, but primarily probably Connerton and Pineview Middle.
Thank you. Anybody have anything up here? Questions? Anything to add? Motion? Well, I'll, I guess I'll just kind of add in here, not sure how helpful it's gonna be, because it's gonna be both sides of the fence here. Obviously, property owners have property rights, just like all of you. Your house used to be vacant, just like this piece is vacant. And we hear it every time everybody comes here for a hearing. Everybody has rights to develop their property. This property, if you follow the comprehensive plan, which is the guidelines and the map laid forth by the county commissioners, this is well beneath the density shown in the comprehensive plan. I mean, Res 6, which is the land use, means 6 units per acre. They're proposing about 2.5 units per acre. So they're well below the threshold of what is allowable per the code. A lot of the concerns we heard today regarding stormwater, regarding environmental issues. Fortunately, in this day and age, not like a lot of the older developments in Pasco County that are experiencing a lot of the flooding. You heard the guy come earlier and talk about Veterans Village and some of the older communities. They don't have the stormwater measures and the environmental measures. When those developments were built, they were not required to adhere to those standards. There are agencies that exist strictly to review projects to make sure that those standards that have been set forth by some very smart people, they've outlined standards and requirements for the way subdivisions and the way development is to be built. There's water quality components that address the environment. There's water quantity components that address flooding. I mean, there's many factors that go into when you see flooding. So when you just drive by and you say, oh, this area is flooded because of this new development, I mean, there's way more factors than the new development played. A lot of times the new development actually helps the situation. Now, at the same time, there's also, I mean, there's concerns. I mean, Hale Road to me is obviously a concern, and it's a safety issue. I think that the developer has acknowledged that with their substandard road contribution, their construction of the turn lane. I mean, again, they're proposing 109 lots on this property. So they should not be expected to fix the problem, but there is also the other case where, you know, if something happens to one child that moves in there, is that too many? I mean, to me, if that's my child, it is. And I think they would tell you the same thing. So, I mean, this is a very difficult, it's a difficult one.
Jamie, I agree. This is probably one of the most difficult cases I've heard since I've been back on the Planning Commission. I don't buy the sustainability arguments because I agree with Jamie. We have regulatory agencies, which I can assure you, because I deal with them on a daily basis, that are looking out to make sure that we're not dumping toxic chemicals in the lakes, we're not killing all the fish, we're not killing all the wood storks. That's not happening. The people up in Brooksville and down at the Tampa Regulation Office of SwiftMud do their job, and they do it well. The Department of Environmental Protection does it well. We have a governor who is very focused on water policy. And if he's reelected, you're about to see dramatic changes to water quality regulations in this state that you would have never expected out of a Republican administration. That being said, I'm concerned about Hale Road. The substandard issue bothers me. And unfortunately, it seems like we have a broken system. And I'm not sure what the answer to that is. We used to have this concurrency system, and the problem with the concurrency system was that the first guy in paid for all the infrastructure, and then the other guys tagged on and rode the coattails. So we came up with mobility fees. Well, now we're seeing some of the shortcomings of the mobility fees. Government has to provide for all the infrastructure, and the infrastructure hasn't kept pace with the demand for the development. So maybe it's time we go back to the drawing board. I don't know what that is, and I'm sure we'll probably hold hundreds of workshops on the issue.
Yeah, if I could just respond to that. I don't know that the shortcomings with not having concurrency or mobility fees, because that addresses capacity issues, and my understanding is that the primary issue with Hale Road is not a capacity issue, it's a safety issue, which concurrency never would have addressed. Mobility fees are not intended to address. What the part of our code that is intended to address that is our substandard road regulations. If you think those are inadequate, that's another discussion, but I don't think the concurrency
Well, I'm
would
not
have.
sure that those are,
Yeah, there may be an inadequacy there, and maybe the amendment we just did was not good, I don't know. But to me, if there's a fix, it's in fixing those regulations. I'm not sure that reimposing concurrency or doing something with mobility fees is gonna solve this particular problem.
no, I don't think it is. And the other thing that I hear is, well, the land use here is Res 6. I'm entitled to develop 6 dwelling units to the acre. Well, we don't have to approve every MPUD application either. We have Euclidean districts. We could have come in with one of those. And I saw that the other day over on Denton Avenue. I make my living in growth. I'm an engineer for a living. I draw plans for a living. And when there's no growth, I starve to death. So I'm pro-growth. But I'm done with 40-foot wide lots, and I'm done with 50-foot wide lots. We're done with it for, there may be places that's appropriate. But what I see is a stream of MPUD applications that come through here, and every one of them wants a 16 or 18-foot wide townhouse and a 40-foot wide lot. Well, that's not why you all are here. That's not why you bought the properties that you bought. I don't know if that's really what the market wants. I guess they're kind of being force-fed. That's what they get. But so anyways, that's where I'm at. I'd move to deny and tell the applicant reapply under Euclidean zoning standards.
So
I find it's a roadway hazard problem. It was flu policy 1 point. If you
well,
need
I
a
think that's what I was
reason for
about to
that.
say, is that I think you need to be citing some, because staff has recommended approval. There are rezoning criteria that you need to cite as to why you are recommending denial. Well, or why you're making a motion for denial. If you want to take a 2-minute break, I can make some suggestions, but unless you have some suggestions.
I respect, I've known David for many, many, many years, so I respect his legal advice, and I would suggest, yes, we'll take the 2-minute break, but it would be around the roadways and it would be around compatibility issues.
We definitely have code provisions addressing those things, but before, I want to make sure you at least get a second to the motion, though, before I start doing all that work. So.
All right, there's a motion on the floor for denial. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'm torn between these, just like I'm sure the rest of you are. It'll only take 30 seconds. I don't have that much to say. I remember a number of years ago that I stood over by Wiregrass, and the young student mentioned it, the shopping center that's over there. And it was under construction, and the road, as you came up, the road there was 54 at the time. It wasn't a road. And I remember the county engineer saying something to the effect that, boy, they're going to have to bring a lot of dirt in to make 54 a little feasible to bring cars in. And Hale Road was the issue to me the most, you know, because I've driven the road, like the rest of us here indicated that we had driven it. They all have concerns about it. But I brought up the other issue was the fact that you only have the 2 football fields to go out to Collier Parkway. To me, that means I would go that way all the time. So what I'm trying to say here is this is not an easy, but I'll go ahead and second it just to move it forward. Doesn't mean I'll vote up or down, but I'll go ahead and second it just to move it.
In that case, can we just take a 2-minute break so I can
Okay.
formulate the...
Take a 2-minute recess. Have that like as a attachment.
We normally do, but for some reason it's not there, so I need to look it up. Based on the stated concerns by Commissioner Moody, my recommendation would be that your motion for denial would include inconsistency with section 402.2 F1 and 2, and I will read those to you. Number one is the impact of the proposed development upon public improvements, surrounding land uses in the neighborhood and subregion. Number two is the adequacy of existing public services and facilities serving the proposed development, including transportation systems. Also, policy 1 flu 1.10.1 compatibility. A, which is evaluation of existing uses of land, zonings, and future land uses, including the existing and potential densities and intensities. B, consideration of the existing development patterns and approved development in the area. E, appropriate timing based on analysis of availability of adequate public facilities and services, including transportation facilities. And, not done, halfway there. Section 402.1E1, the existing land use pattern. E2, whether the approval of the request would result in the creation of an isolated district unrelated to adjacent and nearby districts. 5, whether the proposed change will adversely affect living conditions in the immediate and surrounding neighborhoods. 6, whether there is adequate access from a standard roadway to the site. 11, whether the property which is the subject of the proposed change is a suitable site or location for the uses available under the proposed zoning district. 17, the potential need for expansion of public services and facilities to accommodate the proposed development. 18, whether the proposed change is consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan, and specifically policy 1.10.1 that I mentioned earlier. And 19, whether maintaining the existing zoning for classification accomplishes a legitimate public purpose that protects the integrity of the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and the public's reliance upon the existing zoning. Does that adequately summarize your concerns?
Yes.
Did I add any that were, did I go overboard with any of them?
Well, it's more than I want to have to memorize tonight, but no.
Well, I just want to make sure that I didn't add any reasons that were inconsistent with. Okay.
There were no inconsistent reasons.
Okay. So that's the motion that was seconded.
Correct.
Okay, is there any other further discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that it is a tough one. You know, people will say, well, you just ought to keep it agriculture. Well, I'm sorry, that's easier said than done. I mean, if USF is out there, maybe, why don't they go buy that property and use it? I mean, if you don't like what's going to come there, then you need to go buy and keep an agriculture for everybody else.
And Chris, I suggested that they should come reapply, but reapply under one of the Euclidean zoning
Yes.
districts. I recognize their right to develop land.
Oh, yes, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying, I hear that all the time, because, hey, I'm living in a housing development that wasn't there 20 years ago. And now I've got my house, and I want everything else around me to stay green, and I know I know what you're, yes. So it's just difficult, but again, it's easier said than done to keep it agriculture. But I do agree with you that I don't like the 40 and 50-foot lots either, and they're trying to bring that over toward Dade City, and which is where I live now. I grew up in Land Lakes, and.
But I would argue that, Chris, to say that I've got children that I hope they can afford a home here in Pasco, and right now they cannot.
And that's a good
And
point.
we are in a housing crisis. There's no doubt in my mind. I deal with this every day as the CEO of the Coalition for the Homeless. And I mean, I can't deny them their right to do this. The condition of Hale Road is an embarrassment. It's a horrible, as far as I'm concerned, it falls to the county to solution that. I don't think it falls to this developer for 109 homes to carry the weight of that. And that's just my opinion. I don't like the development. I don't like what we're seeing in Pasco, but the fact is, I want my children to be able to live here. and buy a home. And right now they can't.
Keep approving build-to-rent communities. Not that this is one, but
Okay, I think that's everybody, everybody said their piece. Motion and a second on the floor, motions for denial. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Can we do a roll call vote, because
All right.
I'm a little worried about the way that motion went, so
Yeah.
if we could just do a
No.
roll. If we get a roll call vote, please, on the motion.
Mr. Jamie Girardi,
Aye.
Mr. Don Anderson,
Nay?
Mr. Peter Hansel,
Aye.
Mr. Jonathan Moody,
Aye.
Mr. Chris Williams.
Aye.
It was 3 ayes to 2 nays.
So the project's denied.
Well, the recommendation is.
The recommendations are denied.
It's important that you attend the county commission meeting. This is strictly a recommendation.
Is that correct, Denise?
Denise, is the, it's
County
October.
Commission?
Apologize. Yes, that is correct. October 11th, 1:30, Dade City.
I didn't like voting that way.
Can I tell you something? I didn't like
All right,
Just didn't.
Do we have other business?
I didn't like.
I don't think
reading
there's
all
any
the
other
previous-
business, is there?
Well, and you're gonna have to go deal with it again, so.
Well,
We forgot to welcome Denise back.
Yes. well,
Very brief. I will email the Planning Commission members. The Board of County Commissioners on Tuesday approved the 2023 public hearing schedule, so I'll send it over to the Planning Commission members. I just wanted to mention that to the Planning Commission. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
All right, motion is second, all in favor, aye.
Aye. It is 10 minutes to 8.